What if Bella was an elf of Rivendell? Isabella, I groaned, and rolled over. It was too early, I could tell. Isabella, Achen Puanaunan. Isabella, get up now. I sighed and opened my eyes, but the stream of light coming through my window hurt my keen eyes. Bella, then banging came on my wooden door. Esyan, Arwen Hatway Santian. I asked, annoyed. Yes, Arwen, what is it? My sister can be such a pain. Atherfan swe Odin as an oath befoen soon 9 head an Ibrarel, father wants to see us in the library. Hyan, why, Ian ondianton noku en use jo answo Odin is in suin, I don't know, he just wants to see us. I heard her walk down the echoing hall. I sighed again and got up. I went to the washroom and put a grayish-blue dress and brushed my waist-length mahogany brown hair, and headed off to the library. As I walked down the long hall, the sun shone through the big windows and cast long shadows across the walls and floor. When I reached the grand doors of the ancient library, I heard the voices of me father, my sister, Aragorn, and a voice I did not expect to hear for a long time. I pushed the heavy wooden doors open, and cried out, Mithrandir, Gandalf. When I saw the aged, long gray-haired, bearded man in a long faded weather-worn gray cloak, his long pointed hat which was also gray along with his twisted old staff lay against a wooden pine chair. I ran and flung my arms around him. Ha ha ha, it's good to see you two bells, he said, chuckling. I let go of him and stepped back to stand next to my sister. Gandalf, what is the honor of this visit? My father said, his magnetic voice. Well, I have come to ask a favor of Aragorn if he is willing to accept. Gandalf, you know me, it always depends on the favor, Aragorn said, smiling. Indeed, if you do not hear from me by tomorrow, are you willing to travel to the Eastfarthing of the Shire? And wait at the inn of the Prancing Pony in Bree for some young hobbits? Get the hobbits and lead them back here. Yes, tell them you're a friend of Gandalf the Grey, they should trust you then. Gandalf, may I go with Aragorn? I asked. Onan, Bisalutelyathotnan, my father said sternly. No, absolutely not. Utben Adi da Owen Oldwo Etlan Arwen Ogan Feen Aragorn Oldwo Etlan Arhen, I whined like a 5-year-old. But daddy, you would let Arwen go if Aragorn would let her. Onan, Owen Reen Odin Aungia. No, you are too young. Leasepe, a poppy, Feen Ian Ojan Ian Anson Ipchi Nain Yin Noan Aragorn Odin Asimi Ureza en Essenton Etgan 9 Odin Rublati Isella en Suliath Ozd. My father knew I had a point here. Aragorn did most of the time seem to get into trouble. Please, Papa, if I go I can keep an eye on Aragorn to make sure he doesn't get into trouble like he usually does. In a few he sighed. Fine. Yes, I said happily. Go and change then. I ran out of the library, and as I did I heard my sister say, probably to Aragorn, Awan Asame Uris Hezan Omskuik B Narmaduth Ron Tien Ilwu Eben Orame Hant Oria Ayadu Ian Hopka Ffoen. You make sure she comes back unharmed or it will be more than your head I chop off. I had to laugh at that, it was just so typical of her. The next day I was out in the gardens, watching the butterflies, when Aragorn walked slowly up to me. I glanced up, his expression a mixture of excitement and worry. Come on, time to go, he said, holding out his hand. I took it, and nodded at him. I quickly walked to my room, once I had changed into some traveling clothes. I headed off towards the weapons room, where I picked up my swords and strapped each one to my hips and slung my bow onto my back. I strolled out into a glade beneath an old stone arch, where Aragorn was waiting, having already packed the food supplies into a rucksack, which he hurled onto his back. Ready then, Bella? He asked, like he didn't already know. Of course, I said. How long is it going to take us to get to Bree? Not long, 8 days at the most. My father walked towards me, and gave me a hug, saying Amen Hedon Tursa Achwo Veroth Win Noan Oriu Ornea, may the stars watch over you on your journey. I smiled and said Enda and Amen Hedon Tursi Elsoth Achwa Veroth Win, and may the stars also watch over you. He released me and walked away. I saw Arwen talking quietly to Aragorn. She looked at me with sad eyes and whispered Eben Erfilka why men I stairs, be careful my sister. Then turned and walked away as well. Come on, we have a long road ahead of us, Aragorn called to me, walking through the arch and turning right. I sighed, I was going to miss home. EPOV. My family and I were out hunting. Well, really it was just my family, they forced me to come. I'd rather just sit in my room and drown in my sorrow, self-pity and grief. We were in the forests of Canada trying to catch some grizzlies. I met up with my family in a small clearing. Somehow the trees looked different, greener, thicker, and there was mud track just ahead of us covered in fallen leaves. Where did that road come from? Emmett asked. The rest of me family looked too. Suddenly Alice screamed. Alice, what is it? I asked, my voice lifeless. I can't see, it's all disappeared, the future. She cried, panicked. Alice, dear, you're not making any sense, Esme said. Jasper, gasped Carlyle, I can't feel anyone's emotions. I suddenly thought, I couldn't hear anyone else's thoughts except mine. I can't hear anyone's thoughts, I said, my voice still dead of any emotion. What the hell is going on? Emmett asked. I heard hurried footsteps coming our way, the others heard them too. I saw 4 little figures practically running down the track. They were only 3 to 4 feet tall. They stopped dead at the sight of us. Who are you? What do you want? Asked one, glaring at us. Carlyle answered, my name is Carlyle Cullen, this is my wife Esme, my daughters Alice and Rosalie, and my sons Emmett, Jasper and Edward. Pointing to each of us, would you mind telling where we are? And tell us who and what you are? Rosalie asked rudely. Rosalie, Esme exclaimed. East Farthing, another said, one of the 4 farthings of the Shire. Hobbiton is just a mile that way, he said, pointing back the way they'd come. We, dear sir, are hobbits. My name is Peregrine Took, but call me Pippin. This here is my cousin Meriadoc Brandybuck, also called Mary. The one glaring at you in Samwise Gamgee, and this is Frodo. Underhill, Frodo Underhill, said the one called Frodo. Now if that is all, we must be on our way now, said the one called Mary. Do you know where the nearest lodgings are? Carlyle asked. There are several inns, the town of Bree, you could join us, we're headed there ourselves. Pippin said. If that's not too much trouble. No, of course not, it will be good company, won't it, Sam? Mary said, giving Sam a nudge. Sam just grumbled. A terrible, high-pitched screech cut through the air. What was that? Pippin asked, frantic. Get off the road, Frodo cried before he and his companions dived off the edge of the road and hid under some protruding roots, then shouted out to us, hide. We ran to them and hid ourselves. What is going on? Alice asked. Shish, was all she got in reply. I heard galloping hooves coming along the road, then they stopped, there was silence, then a thud, the sound of someone dismounting. A black, cloaked figure swooped down upon the roots the hobbits were hiding under. It started sniffing, like it was smelling for something. Sniff, sniff. I looked over to the hobbits, something was wrong. Frodo's eyes rolled back into his head, he was playing with something in his hands, a plain gold ring. The cloaked thing sniffed harder. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Frodo was about to up the ring on his finger, but Sam stopped him and it stopped sniffing. Mary chucked a brown bag into the brushes as a distraction and the hobbits make a break for it. My family and I follow them. They stopped after a short distance away to catch their breath. What was that? Mary asked, his hand on his chest, breathing deeply. I think we all want to know what that thing was, Emmett said. Frodo just looked at us, not saying anything. It was like that Black Rider was looking something, or someone, Frodo, Mary said, staring at Frodo. Another screeching wail come from close behind us. We can't stay in the Shire, Sam and I must get to Bree, Frodo said urgently to Mary. Mary nodded knowingly. Right, Buckleberry Ferry, follow me. 2 Black Rider bust through the trees. The hobbits and my family scattered. Come on, this way, I heard Mary call. We tried to follow him, but Frodo and I got separated from the rest. The Black Riders were nearly as fast as us. I heard the others reach the ferry. Edward, I heard my family call, panicked. Frodo, the hobbits shouted. Frodo and I burst through the trees, the ferry was right in front of us. They had already pushed off. Come on, Frodo, Edward, run, they shouted. A Black Rider was right on our heels. I had no choice, I picked Frodo up, ran to the ferry at vampire speed and jumped. When I landed and I quickly put him down. Frodo was having a hard time breathing, either because of the temperature of my body or because of my hard skin and speed. How? Pippin asked. Mr. Frodo, are you all right? What did you do to him? Sam asked, rounding on me. I'm all right, Sam. Edward here just saved my life. He said, then asked Mary how far to the nearest crossing. Brandywine Bridge. 20 miles, Mary answered. We arrived at the 12-foot wooden gates of Bree, soaking wet due to the heavy rain that had started a few moments ago. Come on, Frodo said, looking up and down the wet, muddy road. We hurried to the gate, where Frodo knocked 2 times. A small peephole opened at eye level, but too high for the hobbits, and an old filthy-faced man looked through. Carlyle, who was just behind the hobbits, pointed to them. The watchman slams it shut and opened another hole at hobbit height. What do you want? He said in rasping voice. We're heading for the Prancing Pony, Frodo answered. The watchman opened the gate. Hobbits, 4 hobbits, and 7 men, he exclaimed. What business brings you to Bree? We wish to stay at the inn. Our business is our own, Frodo said quickly, while the other hobbits hastily looked around. All right, young sir, I meant no offense. 'Tis my job to ask question after nightfall. There's talk of strange folk abroad. Can't be too careful, he said, ushering us in. The wooden gate banged shut behind us. Look at this place, Rosalie said, disgusted, looking around at the filthy, dirty, and wet houses and men. We followed the hobbits up the cobbled street, and after about 10 minutes, Frodo finally spotted the grotty-looking sign. Inside, it is crowded, noisy and poorly lit. Merry and Pippin breathed sighs of relief. The hobbits stepped up to the bar, which rose far above their heads. Excuse me, Frodo asked, looking up at the bar. A man with a kind-looking face leaned over the side of the bar. Good evening, little masters. If you're looking for accommodation, we've got some nice, cozy, hobbit-sized rooms available. Mr. Underhill. My name is Underhill. Underhill. Yes, we're friends of Gandalf the Grey. Can you tell him we've arrived? Frodo pressed. Gandalf. Gandalf. Oh yes, I remember. Elderly chap, big grey beard, pointy hat, not seen him for 6 months. The hobbits looked shocked. What are we going to do? Sam asked. The man at the bar turned his attention to us. So what can I do for ye fine gentlemen and lovely ladies? Do you have any rooms going spare? Carlyle asked, walking up to the bar. I'm afraid not, but if you go wait in the tap room and dry off, I'll come and tell you if any rooms become free. Okay, thank you for your help. My family and I sat at a table in the tap room of the Prancing Pony. The air was dark and smoke-filled, but I smelt the faint smell of freesia that hung in the air. Bella, I thought sadly. Drunken men laughed raucously. Soon after, I saw the hobbits carrying half-pint mugs of what smelled like ale. Alice waved to them to come and join us. Several men glanced suspiciously at the hobbits. Merry and Pippin were telling us about the Green Dragon pub, and what Hobbiton was like, and when they stole one of Gandalf's famous fireworks. Even Sam joined in, telling us 1 or 2 of Bilbo's stories, who we found out was Frodo's uncle. But as usual, my family and I kept to ourselves, and when we were asked a question, we just asked them another question, but the one question that was in my mind was, why can't we use our powers? Merry had gone off to get his 3rd or 4th half a pint of ale, but Frodo was quietly staring into his half-empty mug. Sam questioned Frodo's behavior. Sam, he'll be here, he'll come, Frodo said, but it sounded like he was trying to convince himself more than any of us. Merry came back and sat down at the table with a huge mug of beer in his hands. What's that? Pippin asked, amazed. This, my friend, is a pint, Merry answered. It comes in pints. I'm getting one, Pippin said and rushed to the bar. You had a whole half one already, Sam shouted to him. After a moment, Sam nudged Frodo and gestured to the corner of the room. I looked and saw 2 dark cloaked figures sitting there, their faces invisible inside their hoods. I heard them softly whispering in a language I did not know. Them fellows over there done nothing but stare at us since we arrived, he said in a hushed voice. The barman walked past us, but Frodo stopped him. Excuse me, those men in the corner, who are they? The barman looked over to the corner, then back at us. Some of them rangers. Dangerous folk they are, wandering the wilds. What their right names are I've never heard, the one on the right I've never seen before, but the one on the left, around here, he's known as Strider, he said and quickly walked off. Strider, Frodo murmurs. He starts to play with something in his hands, his eyes roll back into his head again. I was just about to ask what was wrong. Baggins. Sure, I know a Baggins. He's over there. Frodo Baggins, Pippin was saying rather loudly. My family and I were startled. Oi, I thought your name was Underhill. Emmett shouted. Frodo rushed to the bar. I could still hear Pippin talking away. Frodo grabbed him saying, Pippin. Steady on, Pippin complained when Frodo spilled his drink. I saw Frodo slipping and falling backwards, and then the golden ring flew into the air, and as Frodo reached out to catch it, it landed on his finger. Frodo instantly disappeared. A collective gasp ran around the room. I stood up looking around to see where the hobbit had gone. What the Alice was about to say, when Frodo reappeared, a short way away, looking around and gasping for air. We tried to make our way towards him, but 2 dark figures flew out of the corner, one grabbed him and hauled him up the stairs, the other followed closely behind them. BPOV. When we got to Bree and inside the Prancing Pony, Aragorn sent me to get a table. I got one the corner of the room, so we could see who was coming and going, and who was drinking and eating. Aragorn came back, a few minutes later, with 2 big mugs of what looked like ale. We kept our hoods up so no one could see our faces. Right in hista, Uden eben Arnedwa chen tronsa tufso, he said, taking out his pipe and lighting it. Try this, but be warned, it's strong stuff. I took a sip and chalked, it tasted really sweet and bitter all at once. Owen el righteth? He asked, chuckling. You all right? I nodded and took another sip, it tasted better this time. After a couple hours, rain had come, pouring heavily down onto the muddy ground. The inn door opened and 4 hobbits came in. I nudged Aragorn, and pointed to them. Then 7 people came in after them, all soaking wet. I recognized them immediately. Carlisle, Esme, Rosalie, Emmett, Alice, Jasper and Edhim. I tensed and Aragorn notice. Hatwa Sian Tien, what is it? Odin Owen a Memberi Ian Old T Win Booteth Hedden Cullens. Do you remember I told you about the Cullens? Eden Ludby Ukers. Esient the Bloodsuckers. Yes. Elwu, Hata Use GMSA 9 Ehind ba Eden Abache. Well, they just came in behind the hobbits. Pain serried through my chest, as the wound that never fully healed, was ripped open. My right hand clutched at my chest. My breath came in short gasps. Hatwa, what? He looked at me. Reen Owen Oinga Odin Eben Elrideth, are you going to be alright? He asked. I just nodded again. I grabbed my mug and took a great gulp of ale. We watched as the Cullens sat at a table near enough in the middle of the room. After a few moments the hobbits joined then with mugs of their own. The hobbits were talking about their home and Bilbo's stories. One of the hobbits had disappeared, but soon came back with a big mug of ale. What's that? Said the one sitting next to him. This, my friend, is a pint, answered the with the pint. It comes in pints. I'm getting one. And he rushed off. You had a whole half already. The one opposite him shouted after him. Wypicled Hobbit, Aragorn said. I could hear the smile in his voice. Typical hobbits. After a couple minutes, the one who had shouted nudged the one sitting next to him. He gestured towards us. Them fellows over there done nothing but stare at us since we arrived. He said in a low voice. They both turned to look at us, then the one person I didn't want to see and yet at the same time I wanted nothing but stare at him, till the end of time itself. I gasped, Bella Reen Win El Righteth. Aragorn asked, his voice low and soft. Bella, are you all right? I didn't say anything, I just stared into his golden eyes as they searched my hood for any kind of face, but even a vampire couldn't see through the shadow. The barman walked past their table, one of the hobbits stopped him. Excuse me, those men in the corner, who are they? He said. The barman looks in our direction, then turns back to the hobbits saying. Some of them rangers. Dangerous folk they are, wandering the wilds. What their right names are I've never heard, the one on the right I've never seen before, but the one on the left, around here, he's known as Strider. He quickly walked away. Strider, the hobbit whispered. I look at Aragorn as if to say, that is what you call yourself. Baggins. Sure, I know a Baggins. He's over there. Frodo Baggins. I heard the hobbit at bar was saying loudly. Oi, I thought your name was Underhill. I heard Emmett shout. One of the hobbits ran from his seat into the bar. Enwa Ewan Aitjan Eden Hansis Rabgi Hedden Unningra Odin Hedden Arban, Aragorn whispered. When we get the chance, grab the running to the bar. Pippin, the hobbit called out, but he slipped and fell, and something golden flew into the air. The hobbit reached out to catch it, and as he did, he vanished. A gasp ran round the room. I saw the Cullens and hobbits looking around. The hobbit named Baggins or Underhill reappeared under a table looking around and gasping for breath. We made our move, we leapt from our corner. Aragorn grabbed him and said, you draw far too much attention to yourself, Mr. Underhill. Then hauled him up the stairs. I followed them closely. Aragorn threw the hobbit into an empty room. I closed the door behind us. What do you want? Frodo asked, his voice shaking. A little more caution from you. That is no trinket you carry. Aragorn said harshly. I carry nothing. Indeed. Aragorn walked over to the window, and put out the candles with his fingers. I can avoid being seen if I wish. But to disappear entirely, that is a rare gift. He said, taking down his hood, but I kept mine up. Who are you? Are you frightened? Yes. Not nearly frightened enough. We know what hunts you, Aragorn said, looking over to me. Suddenly the door burst open. Aragorn and I withdraw our swords. Sam, Merry, Pippin and the Cullens came rushing in. Sam had his fists clenched, ready to fight us. Let him go, or I'll have you, Longshanks. Sam roared. You have a stout-heart little hobbit, but that will not save you. Aragorn said, sheathing his sword. I followed suit. Your rooms will be no longer safe, you will have to stay in our room for the night, he said, then turned to Frodo. You can no longer wait for the wizard, Frodo. They're coming. I gasped out of the dark-framed window of mine and Aragorn's room. I looked over to the hobbits. Frodo was wide awake, sitting at the foot of the bed, while the other three were sleeping peacefully. The Cullens, I mentally flinched at the name, on the other hand, who did not need to sleep, were sat on the floor, backs against the wall. They sat in couples. Carlisle had his arm around Esme, Rosalie was sat on Emmett's lap, and Alice had her head on Jasper's shoulder, their hands entwined. Edward, I flinched at his name, was sat on his own, staring at me with his dark topaz eyes, trying to see through the shadow of my hood, which I still hadn't taken down. Aragorn noticed my sudden movement, so did the Cullens and Frodo. Reen Wyn Elridith, he whispered, are you all right, placing one of his battle-worn, but still smooth hands on my arm. I nodded. What are you saying? Rosalie asked rudely. We ignored her. An ear-piercing cry broke the silence of the night. Sam, Merry and Pippin jerked awake. The Cullens and the hobbits looked from the window, which I was staring out of, to Aragorn, who was staring at me, concerned. They're downstairs, Edward sighed. I flinch at the sound of his voice. What are they? Frodo asked. I felt Aragorn's eyes leave me as he answered him. They were once men, great kings of men. Then Sauron the Deceiver gave to them 9 rings of power. Blind by their greed, they took them without question. One by one, falling into darkness. Now they are slaves to his will. They are the Nazgul, ringwraiths, neither living nor dead. At all times they feel the presence of the ring. Drawn to it the power of the one. They will never stop hunting you. What, you're telling us those things were human? Emmett said loudly. Odin win ontwi Odin lt hemti, Roan halsi iron. Aragorn asked. Do you want to tell them, or shall I? Onan, Ian Ilwot no, I will. They all gasped at the sound of my bell-like voice. For God's sake, speak in a language we all understand. Rosalie snapped. They're speaking Elvish, Sam said amazed. Yes, Emmett, they were once human, I said in a low dead voice. How do you know my name? He asked astonished. I ignored him and turned my head to look out of the window again. The world is changed. I feel it in the water. I feel it in the earth. I smell it in the air. Much that once was is lost, for now none live who remember it. It began with the forging of the great rings. 3 were given to the elves. Immortal, wisest, and fairest of all beings. My voice sounding proud as I said those 3 things. 7 to the dwarf lords, great miners and craftsmen of the mountain halls. And 9, my voice growing dead again, 9 rings were gifted to the race of men, who, above all, desired power. For within these rings was the strength and will to govern each race. But they were, all of them, deceived, for another ring was made. In the land of Mordor, in the fires of Mount Doom, the Dark Lord Sauron forged in secret a master ring to control all others. And into this ring, he poured his cruelty, his malice and his will to dominate all life. 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. One by one the free lands of Middle-earth fell to the power of the ring. But there were some who resisted. My voice growing louder, a last alliance of men and elves marched against the armies of Mordor. And on the slopes of Mount Doom, they fought for the freedom of Middle-earth. But the power of the ring could not be undone. It was in this moment when all hope had faded that Isildur, son of the king, took up his father's sword. Sauron, the enemy of the free peoples of Middle-earth, was defeated. The ring passed to Isildur, who had this one chance to destroy evil forever. How can you destroy evil? Jasper asked skeptically, raising one of his eyebrows. I looked at him, and although he couldn't see me, he still fell silent. But the hearts of men are so easily corrupted. And the ring of power has a will of its own. It betrayed Isildur, to his death. My voice was no more than a whisper, and some things that should not have been forgotten were lost. History became legend, legend became myth. And for 2,500 years, the ring passed out of all knowledge. Darkness crept back into the forests of the world. Rumor grew of a shadow in the east, whispers of a nameless fear. There was an awkward silence as everyone processed the information I had just given them. I took down my hood and pulled my hair free. I heard gasps coming from the Cullens and the hobbits. You're an elf, Sam gasped. The other hobbits just stared. Bella, it was a pained whisper. I glanced over at the Cullens. They were all staring at me with expression of shock, most of them joy, Alice, hate, Rosalie, and pain, Ed him. Bella, is it you? Alice asked in disbelief. Yes, I whispered as my elven eyes took in their perfect faces that I had missed so much. Wait, you lot know each other? Pippin asked. I thought we knew her. Edward spat. I flinched at the hatred in his voice, it was like a white-hot knife being plunged into the open wound of the heart. The hobbits looked back and forth from Edward to myself and back to Edward. Aragorn had his hand on his sword, and if the phrase looks could kill Edward would have been nothing but a pile of ashes. Ah, I cannot believe that I didn't see this. Alice cried. I can't believe our powers do not work here. I thought as much, I said thoughtfully. What do you mean? Carlyle asked. Well, for example, we as elves are naturally graceful, nimble and coordinated, but on Earth we wouldn't be able to walk in a straight line without falling over, I said smiling, and in your world your powers came naturally to you, but you're not in your world anymore, you're in Middle-earth now. My world. There was silence. I looked out of the window again. How do you know them? Mary asked, looking at the Cullens then back at me. They are from my past, I said coldly. I felt someone's gaze on me. I looked up and met Edward's anger-filled eyes. What's your problem, Eachley? I sneered. Leech, who are you? He asked. You know who I am, I answered. No I don't, you lied to us, we thought you were Isabella Swan, a human from Phoenix, not Irian, who isn't even from our world. Anger destroyed my self-control. I moved so fast that I was probably a blur. I grabbed my elven dagger that was strapped to my right thigh. I leapt from where and sat so I was right in front of him, our faces inches apart, holding onto his shirt with my left hand and the blade in my right, pressed against his throat. I lied to you, I hissed. I lied to you. What about all the times you lied to me? Exclamation mark. Of all the times you told me that you loved me. All the times you told me you'd never hurt me. But that was all a lie. Every word, every breath that came out of that dead mouth of yours was as a lie. I pressed the blade harder, his breath caught in his throat. The only time you ever told the truth was the day you and your family left. The day you took me out into the woods and left me there. I pressed the blade down harder still, a tiny trickle of scarlet blood ran down his pale neck. Hatson Noffeth, Bella, Aragorn commanded. That's enough, Bella. I pushed away from him hard, his head smacked against the wall, and went back to sit by the window. What did you do? Rosalie shrieked as the Cullens stared at me in disbelief. Carlyle handed Edward a piece of cloth to place across his weeping wound. The hobbits stared at me, I fear, as if they made one wrong move, made one wrong sound and I would kill them. Don't worry, it won't kill him, it's only the illusion of blood, it might just weaken him. And like I said, you're not in your own world, here you're powerless, you can bleed, you may even sleep, eat and dream for all I know, I said coldly. I looked out of the window again. I couldn't bear to look at Esme's or Alice's faces. It's still a few hours till sunrise, Aragorn said to the hobbits. We should try and get some rest. The hobbits looked at me doubtfully. You're not going to kill us, are you? Pippin asked, who was brave or stupid enough to ask. No, I'm not going to kill you, I answered. A ghost of a smile played across my lips. Aragorn gently woke me at first light. The hobbits were harder to wake, but after a few minutes of vigorous shaking, Aragorn and I finally got them up. After a quick breakfast we, myself, Aragorn, the 4 little hobbits and the Cullens headed out in search of a horse that could carry most of our cooking supplies. But that proved to be more difficult, as nearly all the horses escaped in the night. We eventually found a half-starved beast that was being sold for 3 times its worth. Where are you taking us? Frodo asked, trying to keep up as Aragorn and I walked ahead, the Cullens walking steadily behind the hobbits. Into the wild, Aragorn answered, not looking back. I heard the hobbits talking amongst themselves. How do we know Strider and Irian are friends of Gandalf? Merry asked, keeping his voice low, but not low enough we could still hear him. I think a servant of the enemy would look fairer and feel fouler, Frodo said. He had point there. What you mean, like the Cullens? There's defiantly something not right about them. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Well, this Strider's foul enough. I couldn't help but let out a small giggle. Aragorn looked at me. Elway, Win Noku Herda Itru, Win Okla Isella Ain Cruffisa Warfdi, I whispered to him. Well, you know they're right, you look like a scruffy dwarf. We have no choice but to trust them, Frodo said. But where are they taking us? Sam asked, leading the horse he had named Bill. I turned around so I was walking backwards and said to Rivendell, Master Gamgee, to the house of Elrond, my home. Then I turned back to walk the right way. Did you hear that, Rivendell? We're going to see the elves. Sam said, sounding positively delighted at the thought. A few hours after leaving Bree, it began to snow. I pulled my cloak tightly around me to try and keep what body heat I had left from escaping. As we walked, the wet, cold morning turned into a wet, cold afternoon. I wondered how in hell were the Cullens supposed to survive when there wasn't that much game about. It turned out that the part where I said, you could sleep, eat or dream for all I know, was right. Well, the sleeping and dreaming part was wrong, but the eating part surprisingly was right. We found out that they still needed fresh blood, but when there wasn't any animals around they could eat our food. I was brought out of my thoughts by the sound of packs and cooking equipment being dropped onto the snowy ground. I looked and saw that the hobbits had suddenly stopped and were getting cooking supplies out of the packs. Gentlemen, we do not stop till nightfall, Aragorn said, who had turned around when I stopped. What about breakfast? Pippin asked. You've already had, I said, confused. We've had one, yes, what about second breakfast? He asked. I saw that the Cullens were looking amused. Aragorn and I looked at each other. I rolled my eyes and Aragorn walked off. I looked back at the hobbits. Merry walked up to Pippin and said, don't think they know about second breakfast, Pip. What about elevenses? Luncheon, afternoon tea, dinner, supper. They knows about them, don't they? He asked, frantic. I wouldn't count on it, he said sympathetically. I looked around for Aragorn. Where's he got to? Then an apple came flying through the air. Merry caught it, handed it to Pippin and patted him on the back. Another apple flew through the air. It hit Pippin square in the head. I had to put my hand over my mouth to stop myself from laughing at the bewildered look on Pippin's face as he looked up at the sky. We slowly made our way through the rough country that was getting rougher and rougher by the hour. It became darker and the forest gave way to flat marshland. All the hobbits went up to their knees in the sludgy mire. The Cullens, Aragorn and myself were a bit more lucky, it only came up to our shins. The conditions of the marsh were made worse by an army of midges which attack us unmercifully. Slaps echoed behind me as the hobbits desperately tried to kill the flying parasites. What do they eat, Slap, when they can't get hobbits? Slap, and why aren't biting you lot? Merry cried. I looked back. The Cullens looked like the rest of us, soaked through to our underclothes, but they were not getting harassed but biting things. Huh, maybe they didn't like the undead. Just then I tripped, spash. I got a face full of sludgy muck. I pushed myself up, shaking my wet hair. I heard laughing. I got up and looked around. Emmett was laughing and so was Aragorn, but they both stopped when I gave them my death glare. I'm supposed to a graceful elf, not clumsy like a human, I thought grumpily. We made camp for the night on the driest patch of ground we could find. By nightfall the air had become cooler and the midges had stopped attacking us. The hobbits, sat around the small fire that I had lit, were whispering quietly to themselves. The Cullens all sat together talking softly. I sat at the very edge of the camp, surveying the land surrounding us. I felt my eyes growing heavy, my vision becoming blurry. I woke to the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. I quickly drew my sword and leapt to my feet. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you, Aragorn said softly. He was knelt beside a huge deer, carving it up for rations. I put my sword back into its sheath. It's okay, supposed to be awake anyway, I said, rubbing my eyes. I looked around, the hobbits were fast asleep. After a few hours later, the moon had risen high in dark sky. Aragorn started to hum softly to himself. Tinuvil Elvenui, Eleth Alfire and Ethelhale, O Hun Ring Final Fuanui. A rank Gelibrin Thilial, he sing softy. I could hear the sadness in his voice. Tinuvil the Elven fair, immortal maiden elven wise. About him cast her night dark hair, and arms like silver glimmering. The Cullens looked sad even though they did not understand what he was singing about. Frodo woke having heard Aragorn's song. Who is she, this woman you sing of? He asked. Aragorn looks at him, his eyes filled with tears. 'Tis the Lady of Luthien, the elf maiden who gave her love to Beren, immortal. What happened to her? Edward asked. I was shocked he hadn't spoken to any of us apart from his family, since I'd held that knife to his throat. She died. Aragorn looked at me, then back at Frodo. Get some sleep, Frodo. I got up, and sat down next to Aragorn. I put an arm around him and whispered. You'll see her again. Soon. I knew how much he loved my sister, but I never thought being away from her for a few days would make him like this. We had been walking all day. We'd got out of the marshes by midday. By sunset we reached a ruined tower. This was the great watchtower of Aemon Sul. We shall rest here tonight, Aragorn said, heading towards the tower. Aragorn led us up the tower to a little crevice. The hobbits sat down, rubbing their aching feet. Aragorn took out a small pack which held 4 very short swords and hands then to the hobbits. These are for you, keep them close. Then turned to the Cullens who had also sat down and said. I don't have any for you, but from what Irian has told me your kind can take good care of themselves. I'm going to have a look around. Stay here, Bella, come with me. Aragorn and I walked for about 10 minutes when he turned to look at me. Bells, are you going to be okay with them traveling with us? he asked concerned. I sighed. I'm fine, it was just a shock seeing them again after all this time. Let's just get them to Rivendell and hopefully my father will be able to find a way of sending them back to Earth, I said quickly, too quickly. Bella, you can't lie to me, I see the pain it causes you just to be travailing with them, he said softly. I sighed again. I just can't take it anymore, Aragorn. I thought I left that world behind, I thought I left them behind. An ear-splitting wail cut off the rest of what I was going to say. Wraiths, Aragorn hissed. The hobbits, I cried. We ran back to the camp. They weren't there, not the hobbits or the Cullens, just the burnt embers of a small fire that they must have lit. I drew my sword, as Aragorn grabbed 2 pieces dry of wood and stuck them into the heart of the fire. Aragorn, what I began, but he cut me for saying Nazgul fear fire, then tossing me one and drawing his own sword. We heard a wild cry of fear which came from the top of the tower. When we got there the battle had already began, the Cullens were trying to keep the wraiths away from the frightened hobbits. We ran into battle, our swords and torches held high. I lunged at one creepy-looking wraith. I blocked, slashed, and lunged again with fire and steel. I meant to set it alight, but not before it sliced my right upper arm with its jagged, cold blade. I hissed in pain and dropped my sword. I pressed my hand against my open wound and watched as the Nazgul fled, one with Aragorn's torch sticking out of its hood. Blood seeped through my fingers. Strider! I heard a frantic Sam shout. Help him, Strider! I looked. The hobbits were gathered around Frodo, who was on the floor, his face contorted in pain. Bella, are you all right? I looked around to find Edward, his eyes almost black, probably from the smell of my blood, and the rest of his family looking at me with concern. I'm fine, it's just a flesh wound, not even deep. Besides, I've had worse. I quickly walked over to where the hobbits were huddled around. He's been stabbed by a Morgul blade, Aragorn said. The blade dissolved, hissing and giving off a foul-smelling smoke. Aragorn quickly dropped it. He picked Frodo up and slung him over his shoulder, saying, "This is beyond my skill to heal. He needs elvish medicine." Sam rounded on me. "You're an elf, can't you do something?" "No, we need to get him to my father," I said, walking fast to keep up with Aragorn. "Hurry," he called back to the others. "We're 6 days from Rivendell. He never make it," Sam shouted. "Hold on, Frodo," I heard Aragorn whisper to the pained little hobbit. "Gandalf," Frodo shouted. We ran as fast and for as long as we could hear the wraiths all around us. We stopped to rest of a bit. Sam was trying to get Frodo to take his mind off the pain by saying, "Look, Frodo." Trolls. Looking around, I realized that there were indeed 3 very large and very ugly looking stone trolls all around us. Sam placed a hand on Frodo's forehead. "Mr. Frodo, he's going cold," Sam called out to Aragorn, sounding panicked. "Is he going to die?" Pippin asked. "He is passing into the shadow world. He'll soon become a Ryath." "Look them," I said, my voice emotionless. The high-pitched cry of the Nazgul cut through the silence of the night, making us all jump. "They're close," Mary whispered. "Sam, do you know the Athelas plant?" Aragorn asked. "Athelas, Kingsfoil," I suggested. "Kingsfoil, aye, it's a weed. It may help slow the poison. Hurry," Aragorn said quickly to the hobbit, then turned to me saying, "Stay here, keep an eye on Frodo. I'll be back in a minute," before running off into the trees. I sighed, and waited. "So, Bella, do you always take orders from him?" Emmett asked. "If it means between living or dying, then yes, I do take orders from him, but only when he's right," I said, smiling at his expression. There was a new natural light coming from in between the trees, and the last person I expected to see came gracefully across the camp to where Frodo lay on the ground. "Frodo, I am Arwen, Telyn Lethaid, Lasto Beth Nin, Tolo Dan Na Ngalad," my sister said, kneeling beside Frodo. "I am Arwen, I have come to help you. Hear my voice, come back to the light." "Who is she?" Mary asked. "She's an elf," Sam answered. "Arwen," I whispered in disbelief. "Bells," she said, walking over to me and hugging me. Frodo let out a strangled cry. "Frodo," we both said in unison. "He is fading, he'll not last long. We must get him to my father," she said, picking Frodo up and placing him on Asphaleth. "I've been looking for you for 2 days. Where are you taking him?" Sam asked. Arwen ignored him. "There are 5 wraiths behind you. Where the other 4 are I do not know." "Dartho Gwyn Barian, Rykla Ad Toltathan," Aragorn said quickly. Oh, this was not going to go well. "Stay with the hobbits. I will send horses for you." "Hun Mabathan, Rashan Elend I am," Arwen said, annoyed. "I'm the faster rider. I'll take him." "Andalou Ivan, it is a dangerous road." "What are the saying?" Pippin asked. "Frodo Fur," I shouted. Ian Manain Asterfo Idaru Henta Oathbo Phone Win. Everyone looked at me. Athradan I hear, Turgwaith Nin Bariath a Hun, Frodo is dying. I'm a faster rider than both of you. If I can get him across the river, then the power of our people will protect us. Aragorn and Arwen looked like they weren't going to budge. I do not fear them, I added. Be wisest, Lyn, Aragorn said, helping me onto Asphalоth. As you wish. Bella, ride hard and don't look back, my sister said to me. I nodded, and took the reins. Nor Olim, Asphalоth, nor Olim. I whispered to Arwen's horse. Ride fast, Asphalоth, ride fast. We gallop away into the trees. What are you doing? Those things are still out there. I heard Edward shout. I rode on and on. The night turned into day, as the other 4 wraiths joined the 5 that was chasing me. I steered Asphalоth through a patch of trees, trying to throw them off my tail. Branches whipped at me face and hair. They were close now, almost drawing level with us. I felt a sudden sharp stinging just below my ribs. I looked and saw a dragger stick out of my side. I wrenched it out with a cry of pain. Gasping for breath, I could see the river. Asphalоth gave a bust of speed, and leapt into the water. The wraiths stopped at the water's edge. Give up the halfing, she-elf. Hissed a wraith. I drew my sword, my arm shaking. If you want him, come and clam him. They start to advance. I started to chant Nin o Chithaglir, Lasto Beth Deer, Rimo Nin Bruin and Dan in Uller. Waters of the misty mountains, listen to the great word, flow waters of Loudwater against the ringwraiths. The water rose and roared as it crashed through the river bed. The wraiths tried to escape, but the water was too fast. It drowned them and washed them away. The pain in my side grow worse, my vision become blurry. I felt myself fall off Asphalоth and hit the ground before my world went black. Oh www. I groaned as I slowly opened my bleary eyes. Frodo, I thought frantically. I bolted upright into a sitting position. Pain exploded in my side. I cried out and quickly placed a hand over the source of the pain in a desperate attempt to cool the flames. I felt a familiar hand on my shoulder pushing me back down. Onan Bella, Ianman Laj Oria Washith Utben Rightan Onan Odin Ovme Odin Uaklike, Tyan Ilwius G Asima Hedanaundwa Orsewe, my father said, standing by my bed. Now Bella, I'm glad you're awake, but try not to move too quickly, it will just make the wound worse. Herawas and Frodo? I asked quickly. Cian Elrideth, where's Frodo? Is he all right? My father put up his hand to stop me talking. Frodo sin Inefa, Aanis and Layuppings, Frodo is fine, he's sleeping. Aemon Ian Azan Imhan, I asked, wincing in pain as I tried to get out of bed. May I see him? Esyan Win Aemon, Footeroth Ian Alp T Odinau and Booteth Hedan Ariousness Phone Oria Injurieth, yes you may, after I talk to you about the seriousness of your injury. My father sighed. Isabella, Oria Oundwu Aemon Avea Ilda, Utben Tien Ilwi Orsase Win Difficulties Tfeen Win Veroth Orqui Win Elfs. Isabella, your wound may have healed, but it will cause you difficulties if you overwork yourself. Win Enmi Ian Onwianton Eben Bleeth Odinitva. I said, outraged. You mean I won't be able to fight? Awan Ilwe Veroth Amedu, Win Edene Odin Trengthens Oria Elfsa Erstfe, my father said pityingly. You will over time, you need to strengthen yourself first. Inef, Aemon Ian Azan Imhan Onan, I said bluntly. Fine, may I see him now? My father helped me off the white sheeted bed. I looked down and saw that I was wearing a white sleeping gown. Just then the doors burst open and my panic-stricken sister came rushing in. Hone Isabella Ian Manasan Ladgu Oria Washith. She cried. Oh Isabella, I'm so glad you're awake. She grabbed me by the shoulders and shook me as she spoke, not enough to course my pain but enough to get her message though. Evernay, Ian Apetri, Evernu Odin Nithingath San Tupadzi San Hadi Gaineth. Odin Win Irhe Emin, Win Kared Si Emin Alpha Odin Ethdu. She didn't shout or yell at me, she said it rather calmly, which was scarier than when she did shout. Never, I repeat, never do anything as stupid as that again. Do you hear me? You scared me half to death. She took a deep breath and looked me up and down. Onan, Awan Ansanton Ogan Yuto and Osinglo Isole Hadi, she said more gently, a small smile on her face. Now, you can't go out looking like that. Arwen dragged me to the washroom. 10 minutes later we came back out and I was fully dressed in a great blue dress, with long sleeves. I was glad these makeover sessions didn't take as long as the ones with Alice did. Ian Manoinga Odin Lt Aragorn Hate Aurye Washith, she said, leaving the room, then turned and said, Ondanton Oriwe Ianlan Asima Urisi Odin Ipsu Hoseti Ludsuckers Buwayeth, I'm going to tell Aragorn that you're awake, don't worry, I'll make sure to keep those bloodsuckers away. Then she was gone. My father helped me down the hall to where Frodo was. Frodo was lying in a bed, the same as mine was. He looked so peaceful as he lay there, nothing to trouble him as he healed. Father helped me into chair beside him. That's when I noticed an old man, with grey hair, and he was smoking a long wooden pipe. Mithrandir, I said, looking at the aged wizard. Just then Frodo woke up. Where am I? He mumbled, his eyes still closed. You're in the house of Elrond, and it's 10 o'clock in the morning, on October the 24th, if you want to know, he said, his usual manner. Gandalf. Bella. Frodo asked doubtfully. Yes, we're here, he said, and you're lucky to be here after all the absurd things that have happened to you since you left the Shire. A few more hours and you would have been beyond our aid, but you have strength in you, my dear little hobbit. Bella, are you all right? I remember you crying out in pain, and then when we crossed the river you fell off the horse. I thought they'd killed you, he asked, looking at me, concern written all over his little face. I'm fine, Frodo, it's nothing I can't handle, I assured him. There was no need to tell him about the seriousness of it, he had enough to worry about. Gandalf looked at me as if he was seeing through my tiny white lie. Frodo turned back to Gandalf and asked, what happened, Gandalf? Why didn't you meet us? Oh, I'm sorry, Frodo, I was delayed. I looked at Gandalf, he looked like his mind had wandered somewhere far, and I wondered what he was thinking. Gandalf, I asked. But before he could answer, the wooden doors burst open, and Sam came running as fast as his little legs would carry him. Frodo, Frodo, he cried, seeing Frodo was awake. Sam, Frodo said joyfully. Mr. Frodo, bless you, you're awake. Sam has hardly left your side, Gandalf said, grinning like a madman. We were that worried about you, weren't we, Mr. Gandalf? He said. By the skills of my father, you are beginning to mend, I said, smiling. Your father? Frodo gasped, looking up at my father. Welcome to Rivendell, Frodo Baggins, he said kindly. The next few days passed uneventful, training for as long as my body would allow without excruciating pain. I avoided the Cullens as best as I could. My father was not happy about them staying here in Rivendell, but he had no other choice. I spent most of the days in the library trying, and failing to find a way of sending them back from whence they came. God, I've been in this library far too long. As I made my way down the marble hall, I was stopped by two people standing in my way. Alice, Rosalie, I said, trying to walk past them. Bella, look, we need to talk, Alice said. There's nothing to talk about, Alice, your brother, I sneered. Made that quite clear. Bella, Edward the First flinched at the name. Is being an ass. Alice put a hand on my upper arm to stop me from trying to escape. Bella, please listen, let me explain why we left, why he left. Alice, I don't want to hear it. I snapped, not caring about the hurt look on her face. Bella, she stared, but she was cut off. Take your hands off my sister. Arwen said sternly from behind me. Alice immediately let me go, gaping. Your sister? She asked, looking from Arwen to me and to Arwen again. And don't you forget it. Arwen said, pulling down a hall towards the ancient library. Bella, he still loves you, although he may not show it, we can all see that he does. Alice called after me. I took a needed deep breath, a tear falling down my shocked face. Could he still love me? Could he have been lying? No, the look in his eyes when he told me he didn't love me was proof enough. Alice was probably playing some sick joke. I bet she got a kick out of playing with people's emotions, just like her brother. I was shocked out of me thoughts when Arwen pulled me into the library. She whirled me around, my side twinged painfully. Are you all right? She asked, worry clouding her face. Yeah, I said shakily, I will be. Later that day I was in my father's study, hiding just in case I meet any of the Cullens. It was Arwen's idea. I was listening to the conversation between my father and Gandalf as they watched the hobbits talking. His strength returns, my father noted. His wound will never fully heal, he will carry it for the rest of his life, Gandalf said. Huh, I thought, sounds like mine. And yet to have come so far, still bearing the ring, the hobbit has shown extraordinary resilience to its evil. It is a burden that he should never have had to bear. We cannot ask any more from Frodo. My father walked slowly over to his old bookcase. You could tell he was deep in thought. Gandalf, the enemy is moving. Sauron's forces are massing in the east. His eye is fixed on Rivendell. And Saruman, you tell me, has betrayed us. Our list of allies grows thin, he said. Gandalf sighed. He was hiding something, I could tell. His treachery runs deeper than you know. By foulcraft Saruman has crossed orcs with goblin men. He's breeding an army in the caverns of Isengard. An army that can move in sunlight and cover great distance at speed. Saruman is coming for the ring. I gasped. That's not possible. Unfortunately it is, Gandalf said gravely. This evil cannot be concealed by the power of the elves. We do not have the strength to fight both Mordor and Isengard. My father said, getting angry. Gandalf looked back out of the window. Gandalf, the ring cannot stay here, father said, trying to get Gandalf's attention, but Gandalf's gaze was fixed on something outside. I got up to take a look. I saw a group of newcomers in the vast garden. A man, a group of elves, one of which I recognized as Legolas, Prince of Mirkwood, and a group of dwarfs, all of them were looking around in awe. This peril belongs to all Middle-earth, and they now must decide how to end it, I said, looking back at father and Gandalf. The time of the elves is over, my people are leaving these shores. Who will you look to when we've gone? The dwarves. They hide in their mountains seeking riches, they care nothing for the troubles of others, my father said, annoyed. It is in men that we should place our hope, Gandalf said. Men, my father scoffed. Men are weak, the race of men is failing. The blood of Numenor is all but spent, its pride and dignity forgotten. It is because of men the ring survives. Do you have so little faith in men, father? I asked. For the first time in my life he ignored me. I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago, when Isildur took the ring. I was there the day the strength of men failed. I led Isildur into the heart of Mount Doom, where the ring was forged, the one place it could be destroyed. It should have ended that day, but evil was allowed to endure. Isildur kept the ring. The line of kings is broken. There is no strength left in the world of men. They're scattered, divided, leaderless. There is one who could unite them, one who could reclaim the throne of Gondor, Gandalf said. I liked what he was thinking. He turned from that path long time ago. He has chosen exile. But it does not have to stay that way, I said. It is his choice. I cannot make him decide his own destiny. There was an uneasy silence. How could my father, Lord Elrond, have so little faith in men, after what one did? Aragorn is not like that. You say that this peril belongs to all Middle-earth, I say you should invite the Cullens. Was he insane? My father cut him off before he could continue. They have caused more trouble than good, my father said sharply, quickly glancing at me. Gandalf noticed but didn't say anything. Gandalf, they do not even come from this world, my father added as if to knock some sense into the man. Elrond, why did they turn up at the precise moment? Why did they turn up in this dark hour? Because they have this uncanny notion of turning up when they're not wanted, I snapped at the old wizard. Be that as it may, have you found a way of sending them back? Gandalf asked my father. My father sighed. If they cause my daughter any more pain. Yes, you'd probably have my head on a spike, Gandalf said, amused. Great, just fan-bloody-tastic. That evening I went out into the beautiful garden, where I had seen the new arrivals come. I saw the Cullens looking my way. I sat down at the far end, as far away from the Cullens as possible. I looked down and played with a blade of grass. Isabella, I heard someone call. I looked up, and there stood Legolas, Prince of Mirkwood, my best friend. Legolas, I said before running up to him and giving him a very friendly hug, but he did something unexpectedly. He grabbed me around the waist and swung me around. I squealed and laughed in surprise, then gasped as I felt the familiar pain in my side. He gently put me down. Are you all right? He asked, concerned, his smooth hand slightly caressing my cheek. I heard a growl from one of the Cullens. I tell you later, I said, quickly glancing at the Cullens. Legolas glanced over too, his face hardened. What are they doing here? He spat. Later, I said again, then playfully hit him on the arm and said, anyway, how many times do I have to tell you to call me Bella? And it's wonderful to see you again. It's been too long. It has indeed. Come on, Aragorn's getting antsy about seeing you, I said, dragging him off. After taking him to Aragorn, told him about what happened with the wraiths and when the Cullens got here. The following morning, before the council, I took one of my early morning walks, but something was not right. I felt like I was being watched. I looked around. Something moved in the shadows. I carried on walking, but I bumped into Edward. I jumped back in surprise. Edward the First said as calmly as I could, but my heart gave it away, and I'm sure he could hear it. What do you want? When were you going to tell us? He asked through gritted teeth. When was I going to tell you what? I said in a sickly sweet voice. He grabbed my wrist. Don't play games with me. When were you going to tell us you were Elrond's daughter, or was that just another lie you forgot to mention? His iron grip around my wrist tightened painfully. God, I was going to get a bruise. It's Lord Elrond to you. And if I remember rightly, you were the one that lied. I hissed. I thought I saw his eyes soften, and just when I thought my wrist was about to break. My lady, you and, Mr. Cullen have been summoned to the council, said an elf. Edward immediately let go. The elf looked at my wrist, but I hid it under my sleeve. Thank you, I said politely, and I quickly walked on in the direction of the council. I followed Bella to the council, anger eating away at my thoughts. How could she not tell us she was an elf? How could she not tell us she was Elrond's daughter? Maybe she was going to tell us, but I was so caught up in thinking what was right for her when I should have been listening to her. No, but what's up with her and Legolas? Was she ever going to tell us about him? God, why can't I know what he's thinking? Does he love her? Does she love him? I growled under my breath and pushed those thoughts away, as I sat down with my family. As Bella sat down, her sleeve caught and revealed an angry red hand-shaped mark on her delicate wrist. I looked down ashamed at what I had done. Strangers from distant lands, friends of old, you have been summoned here to answer the threat of Mordor. Middle-earth stands upon the brink of destruction. None can escape it. You will unite or you will fall. Elrond paused. I took this chance to look around. Bella sat next to her father. Then there was Frodo and Gandalf, my family, then a group of elves including Legolas, and a group of dwarfs and same men and Strider. Each race is bound to this fate, this one doom. Elrond began, then said, bring forth the ring, Frodo, he said to the scared-looking hobbit. Frodo rose slowly from his seat and placed the ring on a pedestal on the center of the council. He sat down looking relieved. A murmur ran round the council. Edward, something whispered into my mind. Edward, it did it again. I looked around confused. Everyone was staring at the ring in awe. Even Bella was looking at it, a mixture of confusion and fear etched onto her beautiful face. Suddenly one of the men was on his feet and he addressed the council. In a dream, I saw the eastern sky grow dark. But in the west a pale light lingered. A voice was crying, your doom is near at hand. He reached out as if to take the ring. Isildur's bane is found. Elrond stood up and said in a warning voice, Boromir. Gandalf stood up slowly and began to chant in a harsh language. The ring echoed these terrible words. Thunder crackled overhead as the sky darkened. The council stared around them in fear and confusion. I looked wildly around. All the elves appeared to be in agonizing pain. I looked over at Bella, worried. Was she experiencing the same pain as the other elves? She was. She had her eyes squeezed tightly shut, her face contorted in pain. She was grasping her chair so hard I was afraid she was going to hurt herself. The words faded, and the skies cleared. The sunlight came out, drowning us in a warm glow of gold. My family and I looked at each other shocked. We were not sparkling, we looked, almost, human. Never before has any voice uttered the words of that tongue here in Imladris. Elrond said sharply, glancing quickly at Bella. She looked fine, a little shaken, but not harmed. Thank God. I do not ask your pardon, Master Elrond, for the black speech of Mordor may yet be heard in every corner of the West. Gandalf said, his voice harsh and raspy after speaking it that evil language. The ring is altogether evil, he said, sitting back down. But Boromir was not finished. No, it is a gift, he said, standing up again, a gift to the foes of Mordor. Why not use this ring? Oh, will you sit down? Bella said, exasperated. You're giving me a headache. What did you say to me? He said angrily. I said, sit down. You don't know what you're talking about. If you tried to use this ring for good, it would only wield a power that would destroy us all. She said harshly. Women, even female elves, should know their place. They should only speak when spoken to. He spat. I jumped to my feet. A snarl rippled through my chest. I sensed Carlisle, Emmett and Jasper on their feet as well. Legolas and Strider were also on the feet, looking murderously at Boromir, who was looking scared. Bella just looked slightly amused. Sit down, all of you, Elrond said sternly, glaring at us, then at Boromir. But Boromir did not. He still wasn't finished. Give Gondor the weapon of the enemy. Let us use it against him. You cannot wield it. None of us can. The One Ring answers to Sauron alone. It has no other master. Strider said, trying to reason with him. And what would a ranger know of this matter? Boromir sneered. Legolas and Bella, at the same time, leapt to their feet. This is no mere ranger. He is Aragorn, son of Arathorn. You owe him your allegiance, Legolas said quickly. Aragorn. This is Isildur's heir. Boromir said, sounding disgusted. And heir to the throne of Gondor. Bella said, glaring at Boromir with utter hatred burning in her deep brown eyes. What? Strider, a king? Wow, didn't see that one coming. Havo dad, Legolas, Bella. Strider said calmly. Sit down, Legolas, Bella. Gondor has no king. Gondor needs no king. I heard Boromir mutter as he finally sat down. Aragorn and Irian are right, we cannot use it, Gandalf said, looking around at everyone. You have only one choice, Elrond said. The ring must be destroyed. A dwarf suddenly stood up, raising its axe, growling, then what are we waiting for? He struck the ring full force with his axe but was repelled back by something, which threw him to the ground. His axe destroyed and the ring was untouched. The ring cannot be destroyed, Gimli, son of Gloin, by any craft that we here possess. The ring was made in the fires of Mount Doom, only there can it be unmade. It must be taken deep into Mordor and cast back into the fiery chasm from whence it came. Elrond said forcefully, looking around at everyone, making eye contact except for my family and I could see why I had hurt his daughter, emotionally and physically. One of you must do this. He continued. Silence followed, and I mean really silent, it was deafening. One does not simply walk into Mordor. Boromir said, shaking his head. Its black gates are guarded by more than just orcs. I wonder what an orc was. There is evil there that does not sleep, and the Great Eye is ever watchful. It is a barren wasteland, riddled with fire and ash and dust. The very air you breathe is a poisonous fume. Not with 10,000 men could you do this, it is folly. Legolas stood up in indignation, saying, Have you heard nothing Lord Elrond has said? The ring must be destroyed. Gimli then leaps to his feet, saying loudly to Legolas, And I suppose you think you're the one to do it? And if we fail, what then? What happens when Sauron takes back what is his? Boromir said, standing up. I will be dead before I see the ring in the hands of an elf. Gimli said. That was the last straw. Legolas had to put his arms out to stop the other elves. As the other dwarfs started as well, chaos erupted. Never trust an elf, Gimli shouted. I sat there stunned. I looked over to Bella and saw her having to be restrained by Strider. It looked like she was shouting every known curse on English and other languages she know. I heard Gandalf shouting now. Do you not understand that while we bicker amongst ourselves, Sauron's power grows? None can escape it. You'll all be destroyed. I looked over to Elrond, who had his head in his hands. I will take it, a small voice said. I saw Frodo standing up, looking determinedly at the arguing council. I will take it, he said again, a little more loudly. Everyone fell silent, all slowly turning to look at the little hobbit in astonishment. I will take the ring to Mordor. Though I do not know the way, he said, looking around at everyone. I will help you bear this burden, Frodo Baggins, as long as it is yours to bear, Gandalf said, putting a reassuring hand on his shoulder. If by my life or death, I can protect you, I will. Strider said, walking towards him. He kneeled so he was now eye level. You have my sword. And you have my bow, Legolas said, walking over to join them. And my axe, Gimli growled, and looked grimly at Legolas. You carry the fate of us all, little one. If this is indeed the will of the council, then Gondor will see it done. Boromir said, walking over to join them. Then Bella, my sweet Bella, walked gracefully over towards Frodo and kneels down in front of him. BPOV. I walked over to Frodo, aware that everyone's eyes were on me, and knelt down in front of him. I kissed him on the forehead and said, You carry a great burden, Frodo, but I'll give you what strength I can on this journey. I'll help to. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath and looked up into Edward's burning gaze. And you know, if Edward goes, we all go, Alice said. I looked at them. They were all nodding their heads in agreement. No, I said, standing up and shaking my head. You do not belong here. Your fate is not tied to the ring like the rest of ours is. Bella Carlyle said calmly, We do not know how to get back home. Even if we did, we wouldn't. We want to help. I sighed. Great, just great, I thought bitterly. Besides, Emmett said, smiling, I think we've all become quite fond of the hobbits. Hey, I heard someone shout. I looked around and saw Sam running to join us. Mr. Frodo's not going anywhere without me. No, indeed, it is hardly possible to separate you even when he is summoned to a secret council, and you are not, my father said, amused. Oi, we're coming too. I looked around and saw Merry and Pippin running out from behind pillars. You'd have to send us home tied up in a sack to stop us, Merry said, standing next to Frodo. Anyway, Pippin said cheerfully, you need people of intelligence on this sort of mission, quest, thing. Well, that rules you out, Pip, Merry said. I smiled. Hobbits, I thought to myself. 17 companions, my father said, looking around at us all. So be it. You shall be the Fellowship of the Ring. Great. Where are we going? Pippin asked. I smiled, roiling my eyes. Maybe this wasn't going to be as bad as I thought. EPOV. It was the night before we left. The elves had been very generous to us, considering I was now dressed in plain traveling clothes. I didn't have any weapons, neither did any of my family, seeing as we didn't need them. I was walking through the glorious trees, thinking of Bella. When I heard voices, I recognized them as Elrond's and Aragorn's. Our time here is ending. Arwen's time is ending. Let her go. Let her take the ship into the west. Let her bear away her love for you to the undying lands, there to be evergreen. Elrond said. But never more than a memory, Aragorn said dryly. I will not leave my daughter here to die. She stays because she still has hope, Aragorn Agued. She stays for you. She belongs with her people. And what about Irian? Are you going to leave her here to die? She has chosen her own path to take. So you'll let her chose. Why won't you let Arwen chose? Is it because Irian is in love with a creature not from this world? Because I see it every day, although it is hidden beneath a lot of pain. She is in love him. Are you ashamed of her? Is that it? Did he just say she loved me? After what I did, could she still love me? Of course I'm not ashamed of my own daughter. Arwen's fate's tied to the ring. If it is not destroyed, if its evil is allowed to spread, Arwen will die. What about Irian? Is her fate not tied to the ring also? Why are you so quick to let one daughter die and let another live? Do not speak of things you do not understand. Elrond spat and walked off. I held my unneeded breath, unsure of what to do next. Aragorn sighed. You can't find out here all night, you know. Edward, he said, quickly turned to look at me. I'm sorry, I began. Don't say you're sorry. Even without your super hearing, I'm not surprised you heard. I suppose you're wondering what that was all about? He asked. I just nodded, not knowing what to say. Lord Elrond wants Arwen to leave on the last of the ships to take her to Vanliner, where she can live out the rest of her long years away from pain and suffering. But that is not what you want? I asked, frowning slightly. No, it is not, he sighed, but if I do die in battle, she will not hear about it until it is too late. Aragorn, I said, choosing my words carefully, do not make a choice that is hers to make, it will only cause you both suffering. And what would you know, he snapped angrily. I made a decision that was Bella's to make. I wanted her to be safe, to have a nice normal human life away from magical creatures. I didn't wait to her opinion. I didn't know she was an elf. I didn't know. I didn't think that separating us would cause us such agony. I was a shell of nothingness. My family had to drag me out of the house to hunt. I was pathetic. At least Bella tried to move on, tried to get on with her life. You lied to her. You lied to her when you said you didn't love her. He said, shocked. Yes, I breathed. She wouldn't have let go if she had known the truth. So Aragorn, please do not make the same mistake I did. I cannot did this, he whispered and hurried off. God, I hope he wasn't going to do anything stupid. BPOV. The next morning, in the same glade beneath the old stone arch that Aragorn and I had set out from to go to Bree, the fellowship and gathered there to say our farewells to Rivendell. My father began to speak to us, gazing at us sternly. Frodo stood, listening, slightly apart from us. The ring-bearer is setting out on the quest of Mount Doom. On you who travel with him no oath nor bond is laid, to go further than you will, my father said. Farewell, hold to your purpose. May the blessings of elves and men and all free folk go with you. My father spread his arms, and Legolas, Aragorn and myself bowed our heads and placed our right hands over our hearts. The fellowship awaits the ring-bearer, Gandalf said. I watched as the timid little hobbit walked slowly out of the arch. Ahead of him the path winds to the left and to the right. Mordor, Gandalf, Frodo whispered softly. Is it left or right? Left, Gandalf replied just as quietly, trying not to smile. As we departed, I noticed that one member of the fellowship was missing. I saw Aragorn had stayed where he stood. He turned to my sister. Across the path between them I saw them gaze into each other's eyes. Arwen's face was still sorrowful. Aragorn smiled faintly, and nodded a farewell. He walked out to follow the rest. I saw Arwen break off her gaze, looked down. I caught my father's gaze and glared at him before I too turned and hurried to catch up with the fellowship. We had finally stopped for a proper rest, seeing as we had been walking for nearly 4 days straight. We must hold this course west of the Misty Mountains for 40 days. If our luck holds, the Gap of Rohan will still be open to us. From there our road turns east to Mordor, Gandalf had told us the day before. I looked around. Boromir, who to my dislike had taken it upon himself to look out for Merry and Pippin, was teaching them sword fighting. Aragorn sat on a rock nearby, smoking his pipe and giving the hobbits bit of advice such as move your feet. Frodo and Sam had very kindly made us all supper. Gandalf was perched on top of a rock also smoking a very long pipe. He was frowning slightly, deep in conversation with Carlyle, and Esme of course was with him. And the dwarf, who I also disliked, was sharpening that precious axe of his. The Cullen, children, were sat together talking earnestly. Legolas and I were the unofficial lookouts for the group. I was sitting down on a rock on the outskirts of the camp, while Legolas stood severing the area. I watched as the dwarf approached Gandalf and heard him say if anyone was to ask for my opinion, which I note they're not, I'd say we were taking the long way round. Gandalf, we could pass through the mines of Moria. My cousin, Balin, would give us a royal welcome. I snorted. Legolas looked down at me and smiled. I sighed and lent Agents his legs. Legolas was like a brother to me. I don't know what I have done if he hadn't been there for me. No, Gimli, I would not take the road through Moria unless I had no other choice. Gandalf replied gravely. Well said, I thought, that should shut him up. Legolas noticed something and took off to the other side of the camp. I ran after him. What is? I whispered, looking out onto the horizon. Then I saw it, a black mass coming towards us. What is that? Sam asked, also looking in our direction. Nothing, it's just a whiff of cloud. Gimli said dismissively. It's moving fast. Boromir said, his hands on Merry and Pippin's shoulders. Against the wind. Creebane from Dunland, Legolas shouted over his shoulder. Hide, I cried, jumping off the rock. Something hard and cold picked me up, and the next thing I know I was behind one of the taller rocks, staring into a pair of deep gold eyes. His face was close to mine, too close. My eyes widened as he leaned closer. I held my breath. He was too close, my broken heart couldn't take it. Bella, I heard Legolas called. Bella, Aragorn called. I couldn't answer. I was lost in his gold eyes, mixed emotions swirled around in them. I closed my eyes, and pushed him away as hard as I could. I quickly ran out from behind the rock. You okay? Legolas asked me, putting a confronting hand on my shoulder. Yeah, I replied, taking a deep breath. Spies of Saruman. Gandalf spat. The passage south is being watched. We must take the pass of Caradhras, he said, looking over to the snow-covered misty mountains. I looked over to the Cullens. Edward and Alice were having an almost silent argument, the others were staring up at the mountains. I was cold. Scratch that, it was freezing. It felt like I had become an icicle. But the great thing about being an elf is that you didn't sink in snow or anything like that, because we are so light. I saw Frodo falling and rolling back down the way came. Frodo, Aragorn said, helping him to his feet. Frodo frantically felt around for the ring. I looked back up the slope. Boromir stood there, the ring in his hands. Boromir, I said sternly. Everyone had stopped now, looking back at Boromir. I caught Edward's eye, but then quickly looked away as Boromir spoke to himself, but we all heard it. It is a strange fate we should suffer so much fear and doubt, over so small a thing. Such a little thing. Boromir, Aragorn said, his hand tightening of his sword. Give the ring to Frodo. Boromir walked over and handed Frodo the ring. As you wish. Frodo snatched it. I care not. Boromir jokingly tousled Frodo's hair, turned and resumed climbing. Frodo looked on suspiciously. Aragorn released his grip on his sword. I didn't realize that I had taken hold of my sword. I sighed and carried on walking. We were now walking on the side of the snow-covered mountain. Everyone, except Legolas and myself, were up to their chests in snow. Gandalf had to forge a path with his staff. Aragorn and Boromir were carrying the frozen hobbits. The icy wind whipped at our faces, and bits of snow felt like small rocks flying through the air. I heard something echoing around us. Legolas heard it too. Quiva Nawalka Carneris, Na Yarvashea Rassalia. Wake up, cruel Redhorn. May your horn be bloodstained. There is a fell voice on the air. Legolas said, looking out into the storm. It's Saruman. Gandalf shouted. With a creaking echo, a horde of icy rock, made of slabs and boulders, fell from the mountain side. Once again something hard and cold shoved into me, pinning me flat against the sheer cliff wall to avoid the onslaught of stone. I look up into Edward's eyes. What are you doing? I hissed. Saving your life, he snapped back. I pushed away from him, saying, I can take care of myself. He's trying to bring down the mountain. Gandalf, we must turn back. Aragorn cried out desperately. No, he shouted back. Gandalf, are you insane? If we don't turn back we'll all die. I shouted. Lost o Caradhras, Sedho, Hodo, Nuitho I, Ruth. He shouted, standing out on the edge. Sleep, Caradhras, be still, lie still, hold your wrath. Quiva Nawalka Carneris, Na Yarvashea Rassalia, Taltuva Nado Caraner. Saruman's voice echoed through the air. Wake up, cruel Redhorn. May your blood-stained horn fall upon enemy heads. Lightning flashed across the sky and it struck the top of Caradhras, sending a second avalanche of white ice to fall on us. Legolas snatched Gandalf from the edge, pulling him against the cliff just before the ice fall hits. Cold and dark, that's all I knew. I couldn't breathe, a tightness around my chest constricted any movement. Two cold hands grabbed hold of my upper arms and yanked me out of the snow and ice. I gasped and took much needed air. I looked up, and for the second time that day Edward, how unwillingly I wanted to say it, had saved my life. Thanks, I said breathlessly. I saw everyone else emerging from the tightly packed snow. We must get off the mountain. Make for the Gap of Rohan and take the west road to my city. Boromir shouted over the wind. The Gap of Rohan takes us too close to Isengard. Aragorn agued back. If we cannot pass over the mountain, let us go under it. Let us go through the mines of Moria. Gimli growled. I looked over to Gandalf, his eyes were shadowed with doubt, with the fear that lies unsaid. Let the ring-bearer decide. Gandalf said grimly. We cannot stay here, this will be the death of the hobbits. Boromir shouted through the snowstorm, holding up Merry and Pippin. Both were cold and looking extremely pale. Frodo, Gandalf questioned. We will go through the mines. He answered through his chattering teeth. So be it, he sighed. We made our way south, passing a ruined aqueduct. Frodo, Isabella, come and help an old man. Gandalf called to us. Frodo and I hurried and walked on either side of the wizard. How is your shoulder, and your side? He asked us. Better than before, Frodo muttered. I just nodded in agreement. And the ring? Gandalf asked, looking down and seeing the expression the hobbit's face. You feel its power growing, don't you? I've felt it too. You must be careful now. Evil will be drawn to you from outside the Fellowship. And, I fear, from within. Gandalf said, glancing swiftly at Boromir. Who then do I trust? Frodo asked. You must trust yourself. Trust your own strengths, I said quietly. Isabella, you are quite right, Gandalf said. What do you mean? Frodo asked. There are many powers in this world, for good or for evil. Some are greater than I am. And against some I have not yet been tested. Gandalf said wisely. The walls of Moria. I heard Gimli gasp. I looked up to see a gigantic rock face. We slowly made our way along the base of the wall. Dwarf doors are invisible when closed, Gimli said. He knocked his axe against a rock. We were all moving along the wall, searching for a door. Yes, Gimli, their own masters cannot find them, if their secrets are forgotten. Gandalf called over his shoulder. Why doesn't that surprise me? Legolas muttered, so only I heard. Well, at least I thought as I giggled. Gimli grumbled, and I had to literally stuff my hand in my mouth to stop myself from laughing. A splash echoed around us, my head snapped up. I saw Frodo quickly pulling his feet back from the water's edge. Gandalf stopped and traced his hand lightly over the rock face. He was murmuring to himself. As he looked up at the night sky, the moon appeared from behind the clouds. Silvery lines began to grow, outlining a door formed of two columns beneath an arch, with a star in the center. It was beautiful. What does it say? Carlyle asked. It reads, The Doors of Durin, Lord of Moria. Speak, friend, and enter. What do you suppose that means? Merry asked. Oh, it's quite simple. He said if you are a friend, you speak the password, and the doors will open. He placed his staff in the middle of one of the symbols, and in a loud, commanding voice. Anan Edhelen, Edrohi Amen. Gate of the Elves, open now for me. Nothing happened. He tried again. Fenaz Nogothrim, Lasto Beth Laman, doorway of the dwarf folk, listen to the word of my tongue. Nothing's happening, Pippin noted. I rolled my eyes. Gandalf looked down at him annoyed, and he tried a futile attempt to push the stone doors open. I once knew every spell in all the tongues of elves, men, and orcs. He muttered to himself. What are you going to do, then? Pippin asked. Knock your head against these doors, Peregrine Took. And if that does not shatter them, and I am allowed a little peace from foolish questions, I will try to find the opening words. Gandalf replied sharply. An hour or two had passed. We all got ready for a long night. Carlyle was trying to help Gandalf. The rest of us were just sitting around trying to think of something to do. I was sitting on a hard black rock. Legolas came and sat beside me. We were silent, having no need to speak in each other's presences. Ando Eldarinwa, Alasta Ketanya, Fenda Casarinwa, Gandalf tried again. Gate of Elves, listen to my word. Threshold of Dwarves, oh this is useless, he muttered. A splash echoed off the rocks. Merry had thrown a stone into the black waters in front of us and Pippin had followed suit. I quickly stood up and grabbed his arm to stop him. Do not disturb the water. I hissed. I watched, along with Aragorn and Boromir, the ripples along the water surface. It's a riddle, Frodo said suddenly, but I still kept my attention on the water. Speak, friend, and enter. What's the Elvish word for friend? He asked. Melon, Gandalf said quietly. The stone doors open, revealing a dark tunnel ahead. I took one last look at the rippling water before following the others into the mines. A bright light illuminated the passageway. I saw the source of the light was coming off from the end of Gandalf's staff. Soon, Master and Lady Elf, you will enjoy the fabled hospitality of the dwarves. Roaring fires, malt beer, ripe meat off the bone. This, my friend, is the home of my cousin, Balin. Gimli said proudly to Legolas and I. And they call it a mine. A mine. This is no mine, it's a tomb, Boromir said. This caused all of us to look around. Bodies, rotten corpses with arrows sticking out of them, cobweb-covered skeletons, scattered across the stone floor. I gasped, and fought the urge to be sick. Everyone around me took an intake of breath as the light of Gandalf's staff cast long shadows from the bodies around our feet. Oh, no, no, Gimli shouted, as he knelt beside a body of a dwarf. Legolas bent down and pulled out an arrow from a fallen dwarf, and examined it. Goblins, he hissed. At the same time we both grabbed our bows and pulled out arrows. Everyone else pulled out the swords. We make for the Gap of Rohan. We should never have come here. Boromir shouted. Now get out of here, get out. That's when I felt something thick and slimy grab me around the waist. I shrieked and heard Frodo cry out as well. Help, I cried as I was dragged out of the mine. I struggled against the thing suffocating me as I was pulled into the air. My side searing with pain. I heard a ferocious snarling roar. I looked at the ground and realized I was upside down. Edward was ripping and tearing at the tentacles. I looked down and screamed as a gigantic head of an octopus surfaced from the waters. It opened its mouth to swallow me whole. Frodo had already been rescued from its clutches. I saw Edward rip the tentacle clean in half. I felt myself falling through the air, too cold. Stone arms caught me and held me securely to a stone, cold chest. Into the mines. I heard Gandalf shout. I heard roars and splashes all around me. The sound of falling rocks filled my ears. Silence followed, then. Bella, are you all right? Edward whispered softly. Can you walk? I just nodded, not daring to speak. He gently placed me on my feet. Thank you, I whispered. We now have but one choice. Gandalf said, walking forwards. We must face the long dark of Moria. Be on your guard. There are older and fouler things than orcs, in the deep places of the world. Just then one of the hobbits tripped on some armor. Quietly now, it's a 4-day journey to the other side. Let us hope that our presence may go unnoticed. Gandalf said. I took a shaky breath and followed Gandalf into the unknown. We walked for what seemed like months in the gloom, but it had only been 3 days. We soon come to a great cavern. I watched in awe as Gandalf placed his staff on the rock wall. Tiny, silver lines crisscrossed along the wall. The wealth of Moria was not in gold, or jewels, Gandalf said, pointing his staff downwards towards the bottomless pit, but mithril. The light illuminated the rocks around us. I leant forward to look over the edge. A vast rock wall dropped into the depths below us. Row upon row of ladders and scaffolding disappeared into the mining shafts below. Bilbo had a shirt of mithril rings that Thorin gave him. Gandalf said, walking farther on into the mine. Gimli gave a gasp of surprise. Oh, that was a kingly gift. Yes, I never told him, but its worth was greater than the value of the Shire. Gandalf chuckled. I heard Frodo, who was walking in front of me, take a small intake of breath. I wonder why. We came to some stone steps that were so steep it was like climbing a stone ladder. At one point I lost my footing, but a warm hand grabbed my arm and stopped me falling. Thanks, I said to Legolas once I was sure I wasn't going to fall again. I heard a low growl farther down the stairs. I glared down at Edward and carried making my way up the cumbering steps. By the end of the day we had made it to the top. There were 3 passageways all leading in different directions, each one dark and gloomy. Gandalf stopped and glanced at one tunnel to the other, then back again. I have no memory of this place, he said quietly. Our POV, Rosalie's POV. I couldn't believe it. That nutty old wizard had gotten us lost. Great, just great. I can't believe we're even here. We not supposed to be here. I sighed in anger. I glanced over towards Bella. Legolas was sat beside her. Sometimes he would shoot a look over towards us. Are we lost? Pippin asked Merry. No, he said unconvincingly. I think we are. Shish, Gandalf's thinking, Sam hissed. Merry, Pippin asked. What? I'm hungry. I smiled slightly. Hobbits were funny creatures. I looked over to where Bella was. Why hadn't she told us what she was? BPOV. I noticed Frodo staring down the stone steps. I looked as well. I saw a small grayish-looking figure leaping from rock to rock. I gasped. What was that? I asked as I watched it disappear into the gloom. I don't know, but ever since we entered the mines I've had this feeling like we being followed, Frodo said quietly as he went over to where Gandalf sat, smoking his pipe, staring at each passageway. I went and sat back down. I heard someone sit next to me. What do you want, Edward? Sounding harsher than I meant to. He said nothing, he just sat there. I sighed and listened to Gandalf's and Frodo's convection. There's something down there, Frodo said quickly. It's Gollum, Gandalf said, not sounding surprised at all. Gollum, he's been following us for 3 days. He escaped the dungeons of Barad-dûr? Frodo asked. I gasped softly. It was near impossible to escape from there alive. Escaped, or was set loose? Gandalf said softly. He hates and loves the ring as he hates and loves himself. He will never be rid of his need for it. I sighed, remembering what Gandalf had told me about Gollum. Smeagol's life is a sad story. I said, barely audible. Edward looked at me in confusion. That was Gollum's name once. Before the ring found him, before it drove him mad. So that Gollum thing was he, human? Edward asked. He was once one of the river folk, a bit like a hobbit, but for 500 years it poisoned his mind. He can't eat hobbit food, he can barely stand going out into sunlight. It's a pity Bilbo didn't kill him when he had the chance. Frodo spat. Pity? Gandalf questioned. It was pity that stayed Bilbo's hand. But he deserves it, I hissed at Gandalf. Edward frowned as Gandalf tuned and looked at me, his eyes boring into mine. He would kill all of us just to get his hands on the ring. Many that live deserve death, some that die deserve life. Can you give it to them, Irian, Frodo? I keep silent. I bowed my head and brought my knees to my chest, so I was looking at my knees. Do not be too eager to deal out death and judgment. Even the very wise cannot see all ends. My heart tells me that Gollum has some part to play yet, for good or ill, Gandalf said softly, before this is over. The pity of Bilbo may rule the fate of many. I wish the ring had never come to me. I wish none of this had happened, Frodo said sadly. I felt for the hobbit, I really did. I wish many things in my life had never happened. Sometimes I wished I had never fallen in love, so I wouldn't feel this pain in my heart. Then I think of how Edward had made me feel. I remembered the lines from A Song on Earth. It's nice to know that you were there. Thanks for acting like you cared. And making me feel like I was the only one. It's nice to know we had it all. Thanks for watching as I fall. Avril Lavigne, my happy ending. So do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us, Gandalf said to Frodo. I looked up and saw Edward looking at my pained expression with pain in his own eyes. Could what Alice said be true? Could he still love me? I quickly looked away and rested my head on my knees. There are other forces at work in this world, Frodo, besides the will of evil. Bilbo was meant to find the ring. In which case you also were meant to have it. And that is an encouraging thought. Oh, and I was meant to fall in love and get my heart ripped out, was I? I wanted to say. Oh, it's that way, Gandalf suddenly exclaimed, startling everyone. He's remembered, Merry said happily. We all grabbed our things and followed Gandalf down the dark tunnel. No, but the air doesn't smell so foul down here, Gandalf said, putting on his pointed hat. If in doubt, Meriadoc, always follow your nose. We came out to an open space. Broken columns lie across the floor in front of us. Let me risk a little more light, Gandalf murmured to himself. The light coming from Gandalf's stuff lights up the space around us. Gigantic stone pillars were all around us and an 8-stone ceiling. It made me feel as small as an ant. Behold, Gandalf said magnetically, the great realm and dwarf city of Dwarrodulf. I heard gasps around me. Now there's an eye-opener and no mistake, I heard Sam say. It's beautiful, I breathed. We made our way forward. I would trip ever so often, much to the amusement of the others, because I would be looking up at the ceiling or pillars, instead of where I should be going. Ha! Gimli cried out. I whirled around and saw him running off to a chamber that was brightened by sunlight. Gimli! Gandalf called after him. We ran after him. Bodies were scattered everywhere. Gimli stopped and fell to his knees. No, 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 he cried. We gather round a white tomb, which had runes engraved on it. Boromir placed a hand on Gimli's shoulder. Here lies Barlin, Gandalf translated. son of Fundin, Lord of Moria, he is dead then. It is as I feared. Gandalf gave his staff and hat to Pippin, bent down, and took a large and battered book from a corpse that lay against the tomb. He opened it and cleared some dirt from its pages. Gimli began to chant softly in Dwarvish. We must move on, Legolas said quietly to me. We cannot linger. They have taken the bridge and the second hall. Gandalf said, reading from the book. We have barred the gates, but cannot hold them for long. The ground shakes. Drums, drums in the deep. We cannot get out. A shadow moves in the dark. These words send chills down my spine. We cannot get out, they are coming. Crash. I whirl around just in time to see Pippin looking sheepish standing next to an old stone well and a corpse missing its head. I watched as the rest of its body fell backwards down the well. With each echoing crash, Pippin winced. Gandalf snapped the book shut, making me jump. Fool of a took, Gandalf snapped. Throw yourself in next time, and rid us of your stupidly. He snatched his hat and staff back and turned to us. A deep boom can somewhere below us. Gandalf turned back and looked at Pippin, who was wide-eyed. More booms echoed around the small chamber. I looked over and saw Frodo's sword, string, was glowing blue. That meant only one thing. Orcs, I hissed. Boromir ran to the wooden door. I heard the sound of 2 arrows hitting the door, then a ferocious roar. Get back. Stay close to the Cullens. Aragorn shouted to the hobbits as he rushed over to the door to help barricade it. Legolas and I ran over to help as well. They have a cave troll, Boromir said, dazed, once the doors were shut. Hold your breath, I called to the Cullens. This is going to get bloody. I backed away, drawing my bow, and pulled out an arrow. The others pulled out their weapons. I looked back and saw Gimli standing on the tomb, both axes in hand. Arg, let them come. There is one dwarf yet in Moria who still draws breath. He growled. The orcs began to break through the door. Legolas shot an arrow through the break, a shrill cry of pain come from the other side. Aragorn and I both shot an arrow, each hitting its mark. My side twinged. Suddenly, the orcs broke through and the battle began. A wave of armor-clad orcs charged towards us. Soon there becomes too many and we had to switch to swords. I soon got lost in dodging, blocking and attacking, remembering all that I had been taught over the years. I ignored the twinge of pain in my side, it was like tiny needles stabbing me. A cave troll smashed through the doorway. I watched as Legolas shot the cave troll in the shoulder, the beast growled and clapped a hand to the wound. I, along with Aragorn, grabbed the troll's chains which was around its neck and tried to pull it back from the others. It grabbed the chains that I was holding and threw me across the room. I gasped as I hit the wall. Bella, I heard Edward shout. He was beside me faster than you could blink. Bella, are you all right? He asked frantically. Fine, I gasped as the pain in my back faded, leaving the stabbing pain in my side. An orc came up behind him, raising its ugly blade. Edward, I screamed just as it was about to strike. He whirled around, lightening fast, and gripped its thick neck. I heard a sickening crunch and watched the orc drop to the floor. Aragorn, Aragorn, I heard a frantic cry. I look up to see Frodo being dragged by the troll. Frodo, Aragorn shouted, picking up a spear and ramming it into the troll's side. It pulled it out and knocked Aragorn unconscious. I watched in slow motion as it trapped Frodo. His scared blue eyes searched frantically for an escape. I watched as the troll stabbed Frodo with the spear. Time stopped, I couldn't hear anything. Then suddenly it all came rushing back. Everyone started fighting madly and mercilessly. Merry and Pippin jump onto the beast back. The Cullens started ripping and tearing at every orc they could find, all of them, blurs. Boromir and Gandalf both give a yell and charged into battle. I pick up my fallen sword and leapt into the smashed tomb, and started yelling at the troll, trying to draw its attention. Hey, hey, I yelled and threw a rock at its head. Yeah, it's me you want, come and get it. Bella, what are you doing? Edward cried as he killed a very nasty-looking orc. Distracting, I called back, grinning. The troll turned and started to come my way, raising its club. The grin fell from my face. Oh Onan, I cursed. Oh no. I jumped out of the way as the troll made a swipe at me, but I was too late. I was thrown across the room, my back hit the wall, and I landed on my chest. I looked up and saw Legolas shoot the troll in its mouth. It groaned in pain, and brought its own hand to its mouth to feel the arrow sticking out the back of its head, then crashed to the stone, blood-covered floor. Everyone, but Edward and Legolas, rushed to Frodo's side. Edward and Legolas came over to help me up. They both grabbed an arm and helped me to my feet. We went over to where the others were. Aragorn rolled Frodo's body over, thinking he was dead, but Frodo gave a gasp. "He's alive," Sam cried happily. We all let out a sigh of relief. "I'm all right," Frodo gasped. "I'm not hurt. Not hurt. You should be dead," I said, wincing at the aching pain in my ribs. "That spear would have skewered a wild bear," Aragorn exclaimed. "I think there's more to this hobbit than meets the eye," Gandalf said, smiling. Frodo opened his shirt to reveal a beautiful silver medal. "That was made of mithril," Gimli gasped. "You are full of surprises, Master Baggins." I heard metal clanking and the horrible cries of orcs. "To the bridge of Khazad-dûm," Gandalf ordered. We ran out of the chamber and into the gigantic hall. Orcs were everywhere, some crawling like spiders, down the pillars, from the ceiling, others from cracks in the floor and walls. We were completely surrounded. I drew my sword as everyone else drew theirs. The Cullens were snarling and growling, they were in defensive crouches. Gimli gave yell. A fiery light appeared at the end of a hall, followed by a thunderous rumble. The orcs fled in all directions. Gimli laughed, thinking he had scared them off. Gandalf stared warily down the hall. "What is this new devilry?" Boromir asked. Gandalf didn't respond, he closed his eyes as if concentrating. "Another rumble shakes the ground around us." "A Balrog," Gandalf said, opening his eyes. "A demon of the ancient world." I gasped. Fear overtook me. I looked at Legolas, his face bore the same expression as mine and Aragorn's. Boromir and Gimli both had expressions of fear, but it was more of what they had heard, rather than knew about a Balrog. The hobbits and the Cullens had no clue what it was. "This foe is beyond any of you," Gandalf said. "Run." We ran fast. Then when the orcs were after us, every time the Balrog roared the world as trembled. We reached a small doorway, Gandalf shepherded us through. I took one last look behind me before running through. "Quickly," I heard Gandalf say. I saw Boromir suddenly stop. I ran forward and pulled him back as him was about to fall. "Lead them on, Aragorn," I heard Gandalf say to Aragorn. "The bridge is near." I watched as Aragorn moved forward to the Balrog. "Do as I say," Gandalf said harshly and pushed Aragorn away. "Swords are no more use here." The Balrog roars again. We ran down the steps as fast as we could, and then suddenly there was a sudden drop. There was a gap in the stone steps. It looked easy enough to jump across. Legolas jumped first and landed gracefully on the other side. "Bella," Legolas called to me. Even though I could have made it without his help, I knew he was just being polite. "Gandalf," he called, and caught the wizard. Arrows whizzed through the air. I saw orcs on a far ledge. I drew my bow and started shooting oars. 2 of them fell over the edge. Next the Cullens jumped gracefully across. Boromir jumped hanging onto Merry and Pippin. Aragorn grabbed Sam and tossed him across, and he was caught by Boromir. Aragorn turned to toss Gimli. "Nobody tosses a dwarf," he growled. He jumped across but didn't quite make it. He was saved by Legolas. All I heard was a cry of "Not the beard." The steps, which Aragorn and Frodo were standing on, crumbled and fell. Aragorn shoved Frodo out of the way. I heard the Balrog approaching from the other hall. Edward the First heard Carlisle call to him. I looked around and saw him nodding to the Aragorn and Frodo. Carlisle and Edward jumped across and grabbed them and jumped back across just as a huge hunk of rock smashed into the steps. We carry on running down the steps. We emerged into another long hall, and at the end was a narrow bridge. Suddenly a wall of fire appears behind us. All the Cullens shrunk back from the heat and flames. "Over the bridge! Fly!" Gandalf cried. I glanced back and saw a great form of black shadow leapt through the flames, its eyes of white fire, great ash-black horns curling around a bull-like head. It opened its jaw, rippling heat poured out with a rumble. Gandalf turned, running after us. We quickly run across the tiny bridge. Once I was across, I whirled around. Gandalf stood in the middle of the bridge. "You cannot pass," he shouted to the demon. "Gandalf, Frodo and I cried." The Balrog stood and unfurled its black wings, making itself look bigger. "I am the servant of the secret fire." Gandalf raised his staff. Wielder of the flame of Anor, a sphere of white light engulfed him. "The dark fire will not avail you." The Balrog raised its sword of fire. "Flame of Udin." It brought its sword down. I screamed. I thought it was going to kill him. But it didn't. The sword shattered and the light disappeared. It roared at Gandalf. I tried to run forward, but two cold hands grabbed my upper arms. "Go back to the shadow." Gandalf spat through clenched teeth. The Balrog stepped forward onto the bridge and brandished a whip made of pure fire. Gandalf raised both his sword and his staff together. "You shall not pass," and drove his staff into the bridge, causing a flash of blue light. The demon flared its nostrils and stepped forward again. The bridge collapsed from under it as it moved towards Gandalf, and broke before the wizard's staff. The demon fell backwards into the chasm, still wielding its fiery whip. Gandalf leant on his staff, exhausted, and watched the Balrog fall. He turned to follow us across the bridge. The whip lashed up from the abyss and wrapped about Gandalf's ankle and dragged him over the edge. He held onto the bridge but strained to keep his grip. I fought against the hands holding me. Gandalf! I screamed. The hands wound around my waist stopping me. I kicked and thrashed but it was no use. Fly you fools, Gandalf gasps, then falls. I screamed in horror as did Frodo. I felt myself being picked up. I heard voices and the others shouting. Shish, Bella, shish, I heard Edward whisper to me. I flung my arms around his neck and cried silently into his shoulder. I couldn't believe it. Gandalf, gone. That's just not possible. I felt Edward's hand stroking my hair, trying to soothe me. I opened my eyes and found we were outside of the mines. I looked around. Edward and I were sat on the ground. He was slowly rocking me. Boromir was holding Gimli, who was struggling to get back into the mines. Merry was crying and holding a sobbing Pippin. Sam had sunk to the ground, his head in his hands, tears running down his dirt-covered face. The Cullens looked like if they could they would be crying. Carlisle, Emmett and Jasper were each holding their mates as they dry sobbed. I looked over to Legolas, he in look shock and disbelief. Aragorn cleaned of his sword and tuned to us. Legolas, get them up, he called. I stared at him in disbelief. Give them a moment, for pity's sake. Boromir snapped. By nightfall these hills will be swarming with orcs. Aragorn glared. We must reach the woods of Lothlorien. Come, Boromir, Gimli, Cullens, get them up. I watched him, as Edward helped me slowly to my feet, pull Sam to his. On your feet, Sam, I heard him say. Frodo, Frodo, he called. I looked around and saw Frodo walk away from us. Aragorn moved to go after him. Aragorn, no, I said sharply. I walked over to Frodo and knelt down in front of him. I put my hand on his shoulder. I looked into his sad blue eyes. You'll miss him, we all will. Do not just remember his death, but remember him as he was, I whispered. Frodo cried into my shirt. I picked him up and turned back to the others, tears leaking from my eyes. It was twilight when we reached the forest of Lothlorien. I always loved it here. These woods made me feel calm and peaceful. But it was not like that for some others. You could feel the power floating through the trees. The Cullens could feel it as they were moving cautiously through the forest. After what happened at the mines, Edward had been staying close too. Against my better judgment, I let him. Stay close, young hobbits. Gimli whispered. I rolled my eyes. They say that a great sorceress lives in these woods, an elf witch, of terrible power. All who look upon her fall under her spell. Irian Isabella, it has been long since you were last here in my woods, granddaughter. I smiled slightly. Suddenly Edward jerked back, and I nearly walked into him. I do not like that these creatures are here. We shall meet soon. Well, here's one dwarf she won't ensnare so easily, Gimli growled. I have the eyes of a hawk and the ears of a fox, oh. Edward suddenly went into a defensive crouch, growling menacingly, in front of me. I peered over his shaking shoulder. Arrows surrounded us, pointing at our faces. The dwarf breathed so loud, we could have shot him in the dark. A familiar voice drifted over to me. We were led through the woods until we reached a wooden platform. Edward did not leave my side, God knows why. The hobbits and Cullens were farther back as Haldir spoke to us. May Govanen, Legolas Thranduil, Haldir said in greeting. Welcome Legolas, son of Thranduil. Govanas Vin Gwenenla, Haldir o Lorien, Legolas replied. Our fellowship stands in your debt, Haldir of Lorien. Irian Tien Sin na an honori Odin Ave win 9 Euroan Udswa Ensoth Orma, he said kindly. Irian, it is an honor to have you in our woods once more. Head an honor who sin yon iname, Haldir, I said, bowing my head slightly. The honor is all mine, Haldir. Aragorn in Dúnedain I stand in La Amen. Oh, Aragorn of the Dúnedain, you are known to us. Haldir was all he said, also bowing slightly. So much for the legendary courtesy of the elves. Speak words we can also understand. Gimli snapped. I glared at him. We have not had dealings with the dwarves since the dark days. Haldir said, glancing down at Gimli. And you know what this dwarf says to that? Ishkakwi I Durunil. Gimli spat. I spit upon your grave. I gasped. How could he be so rude? He should be grateful that they didn't shoot him on the spot. Aragorn grabbed Gimli roughly by the shoulder. That was not so courteous. He hissed at the ungrateful dwarf. Halder glances at Frodo. You bring great evil with you, then at Edward's protective stance and the rest of his family. Halder's eyes went cold. These creatures are not welcomed here, you can go no farther, he said to the rest of us. A few minutes later Aragorn and myself were arguing with Halder, trying to get him to let us through. Lispi Ewan Edna Win Elfi, I whispered angrily. Fin Ewan Ogan Naya and Teroth Odre Ewan Ilwi Iden, Hento Hedon Namieth Ilwe Avho Hedon Ingran Adine Edin Dwe Ilwe Alfe Entwith Arknistu. Please, we need you help. If we go any other road we will die, then the enemy will have the ring and the world will fall into darkness. Ian Ilwi Otnan Etlin Hedon Ingru Rowan Hoseti Reachers say Ojan Naya and Arthurf. He hissed back, I will not let the ring or those creatures go any farther. Lispo Halder, Edin Cullens Renithton Ayan Ongerdi, Hato Evan of Edsi Y Men Ifla. I snapped, please Halder, the Cullens aren't a danger, they've saved my life. Ian Ansenton Eliv Bioria Effending Demte. Footeroth had we hated and Odin win. I can't believe you're defending them. After what they did to you. Ian Nauchi Hatway hated and. Ian Odin Otnan Eden A Emendingray. Yaan Foan Soon Rayan Noan Hedon Ameze Ustke, Odin Estroidu Hedon Ingru. Win Ust Muetlan Soon Aspa. I pleaded, I know what they did. I do not need reminding. All of us are on the same quest, to destroy the ring. You must let us pass. Henio, Aniran Bo Aman Idululin. Aragorn whispered, please, understand, we need your support. Halder turned away looking less than happy. You will follow me, he said to us. Halder led the way through the golden trees. After several hours of walking over roots and leaves that covered the ground, we came to an opening, and there bellows as if a separate forest was the heart of Lothlorien. Karas Galadon, the heart of Elvendom on earth. Halder said, gazing out over the forest, where a tree stood taller than the rest. Realm of the Lord Celeborn and of Galadriel, Lady of Light. EPOV. Karas Galadon was beautiful. The golden trees were tall and thick, their golden, brown leaves flittered around us. I watched as Bella gracefully followed the elf named Halder. I didn't trust him, but then I didn't trust any of the other elves who lived in these woods, even though Bella seemed unfazed by it. The words that entrancing female voice had said still echoed in my mind. You have caused more suffering and pain than you'll ever know. I still couldn't figure out where that voice had come from. I couldn't hear anyone's thoughts, so where had that voice come from? In the blue glow of the moonlit night, we climbed a twisting staircase which spiraled upwards around the trunk of a tree. We passed glimmering lights of silver and blue. Far above us, the silhouetted shapes of the shadowy tree branches loom. We passed numerous platforms. We come to a great palace in the trees, lit with silvery lights. We gathered before the arch and Halder stepped to one side. A glowing couple, hand in hand, descend the stairs slowly and gracefully to meet us. I stared in awe. They were beautiful. I presumed they were Lord Celeborn and Lady Galadriel. The enemy knows you have entered here. What hope you had in secrecy is now gone. Celeborn said, 16 there are here, yet 17 there were, set out from Rivendell. Tell me, where is Gandalf? Galadriel's eyes flickered over us all. For I much desire to speak with him, Celeborn said. I can no longer see him from afar. Gandalf the Grey did not pass the borders of this land. Galadriel said slowly. I suddenly realized that she was the one that invaded my mind. He has fallen into shadow. He was taken by both shadow and flame, a Balrog of Morgoth. Legolas said, his voice filled with grief. For we went needlessly into the net of Moria. Needless were none of the deeds of Gandalf in life. We do not yet know his whole purpose. She glanced at Gimli, who had hung his head in shame. Do not let the great emptiness of Khazad-dûm fill your heart, Gimli, son of Gloin. For the world has grown full of peril. And in all lands, love is now mingled with grief. She turned her piercing blue eyes onto Boromir, who looked away. What now becomes of this fellowship? Without Gandalf, hope is lost. Celeborn said. The quest stands upon the edge of a knife. Stray but a little and it will fail to the ruin of all. Galadriel said, glancing over at Boromir again. Yet hope remains while the company is true. She smiled slightly at Sam and glanced over at my family and myself. Do not let your hearts be troubled. Go now and rest, for you are weary with sorrow and much toil. Tonight you will sleep in peace. You, Edward Masson, I will summon later. There is much we must discuss concerning my granddaughter. BPOV. I sat back against a tree trunk, gazing up at its branches. So much has happened, we all had lost so much. I heard the elves of Lothlorien singing sadly. Tears slowly ran down my face. How could Gandalf be gone? It's just not possible. Aloran Ayares, Maintainer Inume Harui, Tyrion I Ramanori. A Loren who once was, sent by the lords of the west, to guard the lands of the east. Melm Norin Sina, Nura Allah. Our love for this land, is deeper than the deeps of the sea. Edward come over and sat down beside me. What is it? He whispered. Everyone looked over at me. Legolas looked at me. I knew he had heard what the other elves were singing as well as Aragorn. The others just thought they were singing and did not understand. A lament for Gandalf, Legolas said, looking around slowly. What are they saying about him? Alice asked quietly. I have not the heart to tell you. For me the grief is still too near. Myern I Oyosela, Manan Eli Edivan, Nori I Malanely. Wisest of all Myar, what drove you to leave that which you loved? Ilfire and Narelma, Alum Nukuvalm, Nova I Nova, yet we will cast all away. Rather that submit, what should be shall be. I bet they don't mention his fireworks. There should be a verse about them. I heard Sam say. I glanced over to him, he got to his feet. The finest rockets ever seen. They burst in stars of blue and green. Snoring interrupted him. Gimli was fast asleep. If he'd been awake I would have glared at him. Or after thunder, silver showers, Sam continued. Gimli gave a rather loud snore, and Aragorn who was sat next to him turned and looked at the dwarf, annoyed, and hits him to wake him. I smiled slightly. Came falling like a rain of flowers. Sam trailed off, sitting back down. Oh, that doesn't do them justice by a long road, he said sadly. As I watched Aragorn walk over to Boromir, I heard more elves singing mournfully. You Reniathich, I Amar Galen, I Reniad Lin Namor, Nuithanen. What are they saying? Edward whispered sadly. No more will you wander the green fields of this earth. Your journey has ended in darkness. I whispered back, more tears falling from my eyes. Edward reached up and wiped them away. Tell me about Lothlorien, he asked softly. If you answer some of my questions, I said forcefully. Edward hesitated before nodding. I sighed. We are east of the Misty Mountains, beside the Silverlode which flows into the great river Anduin, is the Golden Wood, or Lothlorien as you know it, the heart of Elvendom in Middle-earth. The elves of Lothlorien are wood elves, like the elves of Mirkwood, which is where Legolas is from. It's beautiful there, and the elves here can pass through the wood quickly and quietly, and with their magical grey cloaks they are virtually invisible. The Lothlorien elves live high above the ground, as you know, on platforms built amongst the towering Malorn trees. They're said to be the most beautiful trees in Middle-earth. I paused and picked up a white flower. And on the forest floor grow beautiful star-shaped flowers, named Eleanor and Nifredel, with pale white petals. The silver trunk Malorns grow up into a canopy of golden leaves, and in the branches the elves build flets, their high houses. In the center of Lothlorien grows the mightiest Malorn in the city of Karas Galadon. This is where the Lord Celeborn and the Lady Galadriel's royal hall can be found, high off the ground. I sighed again. Now will you tell me why you left? I asked. The hole in my heart opened painfully. I was glad Jasper couldn't feel my emotions. I looked away from Edward. And don't tell me it was because you stopped loving me. I glared at him, before he could answer. You don't just wake up and stop loving someone. Hot angry tears fell down my face. And the way you've been acting the past couple of days, I trailed off, not knowing what else to say. Bella, let me explain. Oh, please do. I'm dying to know why you suddenly decided to rip my heart out. I snapped, jumping to my feet. Bella, I left to protect you, he said, also jumping to his feet. I never stopped loving you. Oh, I don't doubt you stopped loving me, but you expect to believe that you left to protect me. If you wanted to protect me, then where were you when Victoria was trying to kill me? Where were you when the wolves had to stop Laurent from killing me? I screeched, scaring some poor birds from the trees, and some elves too. EPOV, but you still don't leave the person you love. Bella screamed, then turned and ran away from me, disappearing through the trees. I sank to the ground, my head in my hands. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how long I sat there. My family tried to comfort me, but they didn't know what to say. I just sat there in silence. Soon the others, except myself and my family, were asleep. Edward, I jerked my head up. Galadriel glided through the trees. I followed her. She descended some leaf-covered steps. She filled a pitcher with water from a stream as I walked slowly down the steps, looking at an ornate stand which had a shallow silver basin upon it. Will you look into the mirror? She asked, stepping closer to the basin. What will I see? I asked her, looking up from the silvery basin. Even the wisest cannot tell. For the mirror shows many things. Galadriel poured the water into the basin. Things that were, things that are, and some things. She stopped and placed the pitcher down. that have not yet come to pass. I looked at her before I leant up and looked into the water-filled basin. Images flashed before my eyes. Bella and I were sat in our meadow back on Earth. She was trailing patterns on my arm. The image shifted. It was Bella's birthday. She was opening her present and got a paper cut. Jasper lunged for her. The image changed again. We were on some sort of battlefield. Blood-covered bodies were scattered everywhere. I was shouting Bella's name as I searched the bodies. I spotted her and ran over. I held her in my arms. Her face was cut and covered in dirt. She opened her eyes, barely. Edward, she choked out. Shish, Bella, shish, don't talk, save your energy, I whispered, dry sobs shaking through my body. Edward, she tried again. I love you, tears fell from her eyes. She slowly reached up and placed a hand on my cheek. I placed my hand over hers. I love you too, I whispered, placing a kiss on her cold forehead. Bella gave one last breath, closed her eyes and became limp. I gave a roar of pain. No, I roared and the image disappeared. I know what you saw, for it is also in my mind. Galadriel said if Frodo should fail, it will not only be Bella that dies, and if Sauron gains full power he will not only destroy this world, but yours as well. What must I do? How will I stop this from happening? I asked shakily. I would not let Bella die. The Fellowship is breaking, one will try and take the ring from Frodo. The time has come, Edward, for you to choose between what is right, and what is easy. BPOV. I slowly made my way back to the others. I was ashamed that I had run off like that. I sat down, not looking at the Cullens, and closed my eyes, wishing for sleep to suck me into the abyss. I woke the next morning to Legolas shaking me awake. I opened my eyes, and looked up at him. The sun was shining through the canopy above, casting shadows on the golden ground. His face was slightly pale. I didn't know how he could just be pale after Gandalf's death. I wanted to scream with the pain and anger inside me. Then I remembered the night before. I glanced over at the Cullens. Edward was talking hurriedly to them. I tilted my head slightly in confusion. What were they talking about? I looked back at Legolas. He shrugged and held out his hand for me to take, and hurled me to my feet. We have to go, he said softly. I nodded, and followed him. I heard the others' footsteps behind us. I followed Legolas through the trees until we came to the banks of Silverlode, and there on its calm waters were 7 beautiful white boats. A group of elves, including Celeborn, Galadriel and Haldir, came towards us carrying grey bundles of cloth. Never before have we clad strangers in the garb of our own people. May these cloaks help shield you from unfriendly eyes, Celeborn said, each handing us one. Then he took Aragorn aside and talked to him quietly. Galadriel steps forward and gives something to each of us. My gift for you, Legolas, is a bow of the Galadrim, worthy of the skill of our woodland kin. She said, handing him an elegant wooden bow. He gazed at it in awe. These are the daggers of the Noldoran. They have already seen service in war. She said, handing Merry and Pippin 2 elvish daggers. Pippin looked slightly scared. Do not fear, young Peregrine Took. You will find your courage. Galadriel said warmly. And for you, Samwise Gamgee, elven rope, made of Hithlane. She handed him some silvery rope. Sam looked gratefully up at her. And what gift would a dwarf ask of the elves? She asked, turning to Gimli. Nothing, he grunted, then looked up at her, except to look upon the Lady of the Galadrim one last time, for she is more fair than all the jewels beneath the earth. Galadriel laughed and Gimli looked away embarrassed. Actually, there was one thing. That's quite impossible. Stupid to ask, he muttered. Galadriel bent down so he could whisper in her ear. She smiled and turned around, then handed something to Gimli I couldn't see. I have nothing greater to give than the gift you already bear. Am Melith Din, I Ant Gil Arwen Undomiel, Palitha, Galadriel said to Aragorn, and touched the pendant that Arwen gave him. For her love, I fear the grace of Arwen Evenstar will diminish. I looked down at the ground. My sister and myself both knew the consequences of staying in Middle-earth, but it still hurt to know that if we fail, my sister would die. Bella, she said softly, walking over towards me, this is the blade my own father, Finarfin, used in battle, and she handed me a beautiful weapon. It was light yet firm in my hand. May it bring you the courage that is needed to make the right decisions. And for you, Edward, Alice and Jasper, I do not know how to give you back the powers that you have lost, but I know something that will be helpful to you and the rest of your family in the future. Now close your eyes, Galadriel said. They looked skeptically but closed their eyes. Galadriel slowly placed a hand on their foreheads, one by one, and muttered a few words under her breath. When she was done she stepped back. Okay, what did you do? Emmett asked, opening his eyes. I gasped. Emmett's eyes were a light hazel color. I took away your bloodlust, she said, smiling. She what? Can you even do that? And his eyes, were the rest like that? As the other Cullens opened their eyes, I felt my jaw drop slightly. I looked at each of the Cullens. Carlisle had dark blue eyes, Esme had light brown, Alice had greeny blue colored eyes, Jasper had a pale blue, Rosalie had an icy blue gaze, and Edward, I didn't want to look into his eyes to see what color they were, but my head slowly lifted up as if on its own accord and I looked into his beautiful emerald eyes. I gasped and quickly looked away. Carlisle bowed his head gratefully. Thank you. The others nodded and said their thanks, too stunned to say anything else. Farewell, Frodo Baggins. I give you the light of Rivendell, our most beloved star. Galadriel said softly as she handed Frodo a crystalline bottle shaped like a teardrop, filled with clear water and a shining light. May it be a light for you, in dark places, when all other lights go out. Some of the elves helped us pack the boats, before we set off. Legolas would chuck the packages to me and I would place them into the boats. Legolas put the last package in. Lembas. Elvish way bread, one small bite is enough to fill the stomach of a grown man. He said, biting a small bit. I glanced over and saw Merry and Pippin looking sheepish. Once he walked off, I confronted them. Okay, now tell me, how many did you two eat? I asked. They looked at each other, then up at me. 4, they said together. I just smiled and shook my head. Would they ever stop eating? I glanced over to the boats. Carlisle and Esme had a boat to themselves, just like Rosalie and Emmett, Alice and Jasper. Aragorn, Frodo and Sam had a boat, and so did Boromir, Merry and Pippin, and Legolas and Gimli. I sighed angrily. The only boat left would hold Edward and myself. Great. We sailed out down the river. Edward, being the gentleman that he was, took the only paddle and insisted that he rowed. I sat there, my arms crossed, looking around at the white-tipped mountains, the blue skies and the green trees, trying to ignore the fact that Edward was only inches away from me. I slowly turned around to look at him. I could not stop thinking about his eyes. They were beautiful, and they shone bright when the sun lit his face. Bella, stop. I mentally slapped myself. Remember what he did to you. Edward looked down at me. Our eyes met. I quickly turned around and looked out over the waters. As we carried on down the river, something black and moving quickly caught me gaze. It was moving fast through the trees. Cold dread crept slowly over me. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake of the feeling of being watched. Darkness fell swiftly over us as we made camp for the night. I sat with my back pressed against a rock, looking out over the water. Stones crunched next to me. I looked up to see Legolas holding 2 plates of food. Here, he said, you look like you need some food. I took the plate without question. I didn't feel like eating, but I also didn't feel like having an argument with Legolas about it. Gollum, he has tracked us since Moria. I looked up. Aragorn was talking to Boromir, who was looking out over the river. I heard a small splash. Great, another complication. Gollum, Boromir said softly. I had hoped we would lose him on the river. But he's too clever a waterman. Aragorn continued. And if he alerts the enemy to our whereabouts, it will make the crossing even more dangerous, Boromir snapped. I looked at the rest. Only Frodo, Legolas and myself seemed to have noticed anything. Gimli was asleep snoring, Merry and Pippin were eating again, and the Cullens were talking amongst themselves. I watched Sam walk over to where Frodo sat. Have some food, Mr. Frodo, I heard him say. No, Sam, was Frodo's response. You haven't eaten anything all day. You're not sleeping, either. Don't think I haven't noticed. Mr. Frodo. I'm all right, but you're not, Sam said, frustrated. I'm here to help you. I promised Gandalf that I would. You can't help me, Sam, Frodo whispered. Not this time. Get some sleep. Sam walked off and sat over with Merry and Pippin and picked up his own plate of food. Sometime later, I think it had just gone midnight, Boromir stated again. Minas Tirith is the safer road. You know it. From there we can regroup, strike out for Mordor from a place of strength, he said. There is no strength in Gondor that can avail us, Aragorn said sharply. You were quick enough to trust the elves. Have you so little faith in your own people? I jumped to my feet, and placed myself in between their verbal battle. Boromir, that's enough, I said calmly but forcefully. Yes, there is weakness. There is frailty, but there is courage also, and honor to be found in men. But you will not see that. Aragorn turned away, but Boromir grabbed his arm and turned Aragorn to face him. You are afraid. All your life, you have hidden in the shadows. Scared of who you are, of what you are. I said that's enough. My voice echoed off the rocks around us. I sighed when Aragorn turned to leave again but was shocked when he snapped back. I will not lead the ring within 100 leagues of your city. And stalked off. I sighed, why did they have to fight? We couldn't be divided, not now. The next morning, the waters had turned to a dull gray and the sky was a dull sort of blue. As we continued down the river, still in the same boats as last time, Boromir was giving Aragorn dirty looks. I heard Edward sigh a couple of times. I glanced back at him, it looked as if he wanted to say something. What? I snapped. He looked down at me, the color of his eyes still stunned me. Pardon. Why don't you just say what's bothering you? Because it's bothering me, you just sat there huffing. What was that fight about last night? He asked. Why should I tell you? I paused then started again. Look, I'm sorry, I'm just a little edgy today. I've noticed, he muttered. I pretended I didn't hear him. Boromir wants to use the ring as a weapon against the forces of Mordor, but he still does not understand that from the last time we tried to tell him. He thinks that we can get help from Gondor. He also hates the fact that Aragorn is the only heir to the throne of Gondor and that Aragorn hasn't taken that power, but Aragorn doesn't want that power, he doesn't want that responsibility, he would be far more happy spending the rest of his days in Rivendell with Arwen. I choked out my sister's name, I missed her so much. Edward's emerald eyes left mine and looked above us. Whoa, he whispered in awe. I whirled around and looked up, trying not to tip the boat in the process. Two majestic statues proudly stood on each side of the Anduin River towering above us. Their left arms were held aloft, their palms facing outwards in gesture of warning. The Argonath, I said aloud. Aragorn's kin. As we passed between them, the saying from the kings of old came to me. Et Arello Endor and a Utulian, Sino Maruvan Ar Hildinar 10, Ambar Meta, I whispered. Out of the great sea to Middle-earth I am come. In this place I will abide, and my heirs, unto the ending of the world. A great waterfall roared up ahead. As we disembarked into a sandbank, I glanced at Boromir. He looked troubled, but as we were all troubled I didn't take any notice. I grabbed some of the packs and started to help the others set up camp. We cross the lake at nightfall, hide the boats and continue on foot. We approach Mordor from the north. Aragorn said, placing down a pack. Oh, yes, it's just a simple matter of finding our way through Emon an impassable labyrinth of razor-sharp rocks. Gimli complained from where he sat. And after that, it gets even better. Pippin looked up in alarm. Gimli continued. Festering, stinking marshlands, far as the eye can see. That is our road, Aragorn said calmly. I suggest you take some rest and recover your strength, Master Dwarf. Recover my PHRRR, Gimli grumbled. I turned away to hide smile, but it faded when I saw Legolas walking over to Aragorn. We should leave, now, he said quietly. No, orcs patrol the eastern shore. We must wait for cover of darkness. It is not the eastern shore that worries me. A shadow and a threat has been growing in my mind. Something draws near, I can feel it. Has Legolas said that? I let my eyes wander through the trees, looking, searching for the things that had been following us. Gimli was still grumbling. No dwarf need recover strength. Pay no heed to that, young hobbit, he said to Pippin. The rustling of leaves startled me. Merry had come back with some firewood, and dropped them by the fire. He looked up. Where's Frodo? He asked. I looked around. Boromir's shield was felt with his pack. There was another missing from our group. Where's Edward? EPOV. I walked slowly through the trees. Pine needles softened my footsteps. Some birds flew overhead. Their wings flapped noisily. I was confused. What should I do? Bella confused me so. None of us should wander alone, you least of all. I stopped and moved behind a giant stone head. So much depends on you. Boromir continued. Frodo. I didn't hear his answer, but I knew he was there. I know why you seek solitude. You suffer. I see it day by day. You sure you do not suffer needlessly? There are other ways, Frodo, other paths that we might take. I know what you would say. And it would seem like wisdom but for the warning in my heart. Frodo said. Warning. Against what? Boromir asked. We're all afraid, Frodo. But to let that fear drive us to destroy what hope we have, don't you see, that is madness. There is no other way. Frodo said louder. I ask only for the strength to defend my people. I heard the sound of wood being thrown to the ground. If you would but lend me the ring. No, I heard Frodo say. I heard the crunch of leaves. I looked over the stone head. Boromir was slowly advancing on Frodo, who had stepped back. Why do you recoil? Boromir asked. I am no thief. You are not yourself. What chance do you think you have? They will find you. They will take the ring and you will beg for death before the end. Boromir shouted. Frodo turned and walked away. You fool, Boromir spat. Boromir runs after him and tackled Frodo to the floor. I jumped over the stone head and pulled Boromir off Frodo. I shoved Boromir to the ground as hard as I could without killing him. I smelt blood but the familiar ache at the back of my throat didn't come. I didn't stop to think about it as I looked around for Frodo. He was gone. I rounded on Boromir. What were you thinking? I shouted, my voice murderous. Was it that easy for the ring to manipulate you? Boromir was weeping slightly. Now we don't know where the hell he is. Edward d. My head turned to the direction of the noise. Bella, her name escaped my lips before I was bolting through the trees. Uruk-hai surrounded us. There were too many, even with the remainder of the Cullens with us. Frodo had managed to get away, I hoped, but Edward was nowhere to be seen. I knew the ring had taken Boromir and that Edward had saved Frodo from him. I was knocked out of my thoughts, literally, as an Uruk-hai hit me in the chest. I stumbled back winded. I ducked as it tried to behead me and I chopped its arm off and slashed it across the stomach. I heard a sickening snap from behind me. I turned to see an Uruk-hai, its head turned to the side farther than it should be. It fell to the ground, and Alice was standing behind it looking smug. I noticed she had a cut across her forehead, her lip was bleeding and she had a gash across her upper arm. Thanks, Alice, I said with a smile. Any time, she said, smiling back, but quickly became serious as more Uruk-hai came charging at us. Alice jumped onto its shoulders and proceeded to snap its neck. I slashed and beheaded several more Uruk-hai, before I noticed I had been separated from the others and had been driven back in the woods. Uruk-hai bodies lay everywhere. I tried to slice one's head but it grabbed my sword hand and gripped it tightly, making me gasp and drop my sword. It hit me across the face and threw me to the ground. It walked slowly to me. I crawled trying to reach my sword, but grabbed my ankle, stopping me from going anywhere. It loomed over me, raising its jagged and blood-stained blade. This was the end. I did the first thing I could think of. Edward d. I screamed and closed my eyes waiting for the final blow. But it didn't come. I heard a thud, the rush of wind, then a crunch. I opened my eyes. Edward stood over the now dead Uruk-hai, his back to me. Edward, I said so softly I didn't think he heard me at first. He took a deep breath and turned to me, his face a controlled mask of rage. His hair was wind-swept and had twigs and leaves sticking out of it. He had a smudge of black blood across his cheek. Bella, are you okay? He asked, his voice strained. Yeah, I breathed as he helped me to my feet. Where's Frodo? He asked forcefully. He's safe, he got away. Good, he said. Where's my family? Fighting, like I was cut off, but 3 horn blasts. The Horn of Gondor, I gasped. Boromir. Edward looked at me, then slung me over his shoulder before I had chance to release what he was doing. I kept my eyes open as we raced past the trees. I didn't have time to feel sick. I heard more horn blasts as we reached the top of a slope. I jumped of Edward's back to see Boromir on his knees, arrows protruding from his upper torso, blood seeping from the wounds. I saw the captain of the Uruk-hai, in all his ugliness, advancing on Boromir, but then, out of nowhere, Aragorn jumped out of the tress and knocked it out of the way. I tried to get to Boromir but Edward grabbed my arms, stopping me. I struggled and fought against him. Edward, let me go. He's still alive, I shouted. Bella, there's nothing you can do, he said softly. I don't care. I struggled some more and managed to get my arms free. I bolted down the slope, past Aragorn and the Uruk-hai, jumping over bodies in my way, and knelt beside Boromir, who was breathing shallowly. They took the little ones, he spluttered. Be still, I said quickly. Frodo, where is Frodo? He asked, panicked. Aragorn and I let Frodo go. Then you did what I could not. I tried to take the ring from him. But you didn't, I whispered. I would have if Edward hadn't stopped me. The ring is beyond our reach now. Forgive me, I did not see. I have failed you all. No, Boromir, you fought bravely, you have kept your honor. Just then Carlyle came and knelt beside him and reached out to pull the arrows out. Leave it, he said, stopping Carlyle pulling them out. It is over. The world of men will fall, and all will come to darkness, and my city to ruin. I grabbed his hand and gripped it tightly. I do not know what strength is in Aragorn's blood, but I swear to you I will not let him let the White City fall, nor your people fail. I promised. I watched as his eyes gazed over, the lights in them disappear as a flame in water. I touched my forehead with my hand, then my lips in respect. I placed my hand over Boromir's eyes and closed them so I couldn't see his dead gaze. Be at peace, son of Gondor, I whispered. I stood and turned away and looked over the dead bodies of the Uruk-hai. Esme, Alice and Rosalie, all covered in blood and dirt, looked if they could cry they would be. Jasper, Emmett, Legolas, Gimli and Aragorn, also covered in blood and dirt, looked on sadly. Carlyle placed 2 of his pale long fingers against Boromir's neck. He shook his head. Nothing, the last warrior had gone to his last home. The trees, encrusted in lichen and moss, towered over us, the warriors, 1 fallen, 11 standing. Mist and light shined through the wood like a vision, in a tapestry of long ago. Edward came forward and wiped away the tears now falling down my cheeks. He took his hand in mine and gave it a little squeeze. It comforted me a little. They will look for his coming from the White Tower. But he will not return, Aragorn said. He lifted his head and the sunlight played like the glimmer of water across his features. A tear glinted, falling down his cheek. For a moment, it seemed as though he had the dignity of a king. Come on, we have to get out of here, I said, letting go of Edward's hand and walking slowly back to camp. We laid Boromir to rest in one of the boats. His sword rested with him, his shield above his head and his cloven horn at his side. We watched as the boat slipped over the falls of Rhoros and then dropped into the mists below. Legolas shoved the 3rd boat into the water, saying, "Hurry, Frodo and Sam have reached the eastern shore." He glanced back at Aragorn, who said nothing. "You do not mean to follow them?" he questioned. Aragorn sighed. "Frodo's fate is no longer in our hands." "Then it has all been in vain," Gimli said gravely. "The fellowship has failed. Not if we hold true to each other. We will not abandon Merry and Pippin to torment and death. Not while we have strength left," Aragorn said, strapping his sword to his belt. "Leave all that can be spared behind. We travel light. Let us hunt some orc." Legolas and I looked at each other. I felt a grin spread across my face. He grinned back. I looked other at the Cullens. Each had a determined look. Aragorn looked over us once, then he turned and sprinted into the forest. "Yes, haha," Gimli shouted before he followed Aragorn. Legolas gave me a look that I had never seen on him before. He looked like he enjoyed the idea of killing. I puzzled me, but when I thought about it, I quite liked the idea of hunting some orc too. With a rush of wind the Cullens followed them, but Edward stopped just by the forest edge, looking back at me, his forehead creased with worry. I wanted to reach out and smooth them of his beautiful face, and for once I didn't care that I'd thought something like that. I looked behind me swiftly. I caught a glimpse of Frodo and Sam across the river. I smiled slightly. They'd be okay, I thought before turning back to face Edward. "Don't worry, they'll be okay," I said. He nodded. "I'm not just worried about them," he looked pointedly at me. "I'm worried at what's to come." "So are we all," I said before sprinted into the forest after the rest. Although I was scared at what we had to face, I was more scared at what would happen to the rest of us. Would any more of us be killed before the end of this? I shuddered to think of what would happen if we failed. Out of nowhere a black arm caught me around the waist, winding me. I screamed trying to get free, but something hit me across the head. Blackness suffocated me. EPOV. I stayed a bit longer at the edge of the forest, gazing across the water, to the other side, debating whether or not to follow Frodo and Sam, help them destroy the ring and save the world, or follow my family and help save Merry and Pippin from torture and death. What should I do? I roared up at the sky, and fell to my knees, releasing all the pain, anger and self-hatred that I had kept bottled up inside me. Some birds cried and took off in fright. A ear-splitting scream shattered the silence. I shot up and raced into the forest. I dodged and jumped over trees. I saw the others up ahead. What was going on? I skidded to a stop. The smell of death mixed with the scent of Frisia filled the air. Bella, her name escaped my mouth as I fell to the ground. If I wasn't a vampire I think I would have blackout. "We can only assume that they have now taken, along with Merry and Pippin," Aragorn said gravely. I glared up at him. "And what would you have us do?" I spat. "For all we know those things could have killed them." "Don't say that, Edward," Alice hissed. "Stop it. This is not going to help anyone," Carlyle said calmly. "We'll keep southeast as that's the way they seem to be heading," Aragorn said, walking over to me. He held out his hand. I took it, and he pulled me to my feet. "We will find them," he said. I nodded. Legolas brushed past, without even looking at me. Aragorn, Legolas and Gimli led the way and the others followed, running through the forest again. "I will find you, Bella, I promise," I thought as ran, following the others. I woke to the sound of someone calling my name. It sounded like Pippin. He sounded frantic and scared. I wanted to answer him but I couldn't force myself out of the black waters that surrounded me. "Bella, Merry," he called again. I tried to break the surface but something kept pulling her down. I could feel myself being jolted about, as though someone was running with me on their back. The movement suddenly stopped. Over Pippin's cries, I heard other, harsher voices that could only belong to Uruk-hai or orcs. "You're late," one sneered. "Our master grows impatient, he wants the Shire rats and the elf bitch now." "I don't take orders from orc maggots," another spat, probably one from the same group that captured us. "Saruman will have his prize, we will deliver." Mary, Bella, wake up." Pippin cried, trying to wake us. "My friends are sick, they need water. Please," he cried out to someone. "Sick?" I heard an Uruk-hai growl. "Give them some medicine, boys." He laughed. A disgusting, sticky liquid was poured down my throat. I choked, opening my eyes to blinding sunlight and trying to get it out of my mouth. I heard Mary choking too. "Stop it," Pippin cried. "Can't take their draft," and Uruk-hai laughed loudly. "Leave them alone," Pippin shouted desperately. "Why, you want some?" The Uruk-hai spat. Pippin looked scared. "Then keep your mouth shut." He turned and walked back to the front of the group. "Mary, Bella, hello." Mary breathed weakly. I tried to smile at Pippin, to reassure him, but it turned more into a grimace as my head started to throb. "You're hurt?" Pippin asked us. "I'm fine," Pippin, I said slowly, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm fine too, Pip, it was just an act," Mary lied. "An act?" Mary smiled, trying hard to make his lie believable, but I saw the fear he was trying to hide. "See, fooled you too, don't worry about me, Pip." "What is it?" An Uruk-hai growled from the front. "What do you smell?" "Man flesh," it spat. "And something sweet, it's sickly." I imagined wrinkling its nose. Realization dawned on me. I looked over to Pippin, he had the same expression of realization as I did. "They've picked up our trail." The Uruk-hai hissed at the others. Edward the First sighed in relief, as Pippin gasped, "Aragorn. Let's move." The same Uruk-hai roared over his shoulder. The Uruk-hai pack started running again and the Mordor orcs joined them, their little legs working overtime to keep up with the Uruk-hai. I watched as Pippin struggled to reach his elven brooch with his teeth. He ripped it off his cloak and dropped it onto the ground. EPOV. I stood, impatiently, waiting for Aragorn to tell us where the Uruk-hai had gone. Emmett thought it hilarious, when Aragorn dropped to the ground, his head pressed against the rock and closed his eyes. I growled in frustration, couldn't he hurry up, we were losing ground by the second. Aragorn opened his eyes and looked up. Their pace has quickened, he got to his feet. They must have caught our scent. Hurry, he sped off. Come on, Gimli, Legolas called, running after Aragorn. My family and myself followed them, as best as we could. We found that the longer we stayed in this land, the weaker we got. We couldn't run as fast and didn't have the same amount of strength as we did when we first came here. Carlyle thought it might have been a side effect of when Galadriel took away our lust for blood. He also thought it was because we hadn't fed in a while, but we didn't feel like we needed to feed, we didn't have the bloodlust, and our eyes didn't slowly turn black. As I ran on, I heard Gimli grumbling. 3 days and nights pursuit, no food, no rest, and no sign of our quarry, but what Bear Rock can tell. Come on, Gimli, Alice said kindly, running beside him. We carried on, running across the rocks and plain, with Aragorn in the lead. From time to time, Legolas would look back to make sure that Gimli was keeping up. Aragorn suddenly stopped and bent down to pick up a green and silver brooch in the shape of a leaf, like the ones we all had on our cloaks, from the ground. Not idly do the leaves of Lorien fall, Aragorn breathed. They may yet be alive, Legolas said, looking down at Brooch. Of course they are, Alice snarled. Less than a day ahead of us, Aragorn said, acting as if Alice had never said anything. Hurry. We began running, again. I heard a growl, then a thud. I quickly turned around. Gimli, who it looked like had rolled down the hill, was just pulling himself to his feet. Come on, Gimli, we're gaining on them, Legolas called over his shoulder. Gimli ran after us, panting. I am wasted on cross-country. We dwarves are natural sprinters. Very dangerous over short distances. As I ran over another hill, Aragorn stopped, gazing out over the plain below us. Gimli was leaning on his axe, catching his breath. I noticed as my lungs pulled in the air, that I needed to breathe more and more. I looked over to my family and saw that they need air too, after running for so long. Rohan, home of the Horse Lords. Aragorn said, looking out over the plain. There is something strange at work here. Some evil gives speed to these creatures, sets its will against us. Legolas ran ahead, his eyes wandering over the horizon. Legolas, what do your elf eyes see? Aragorn called. The Uruks turn northeast, they're taking the hobbits and Irian to Isengard. He exclaimed. Saruman Aragorn breathed. No, I growled, and sped off down the hill as fast as could. I could hear the others running after me. Keep breathing, Gimli panted. That's the key. Breathe. Ho. BPOV. Night had fallen, when I was dropped to the ground, hard. Many of the Uruk-hai and orcs were panting heavily with exhaustion. I opened my eyes, I stared up at the night sky, it was starless, but the moon shone casting a silvery light down on us. We go no farther, till have a breather, an orc panted. The lead Uruk-hai, who I found out, was called Uglik, shouted, get a fire going. I rolled into my side, to look around where I was, but pain like I'd never known it before erupted in my ribs. I buried my head into the glass to stop myself crying out. I quickly turned onto my back again, trying to breathe through the pain. I could hear the sound of axes chopping at trees, and the groans of protest as the trees came down. Mary, Mary, Pippin whispered. I turned my head and winced as pain shot through my spine and the base of my neck. Pippin shook Mary again, he opened his eyes and blinked. I think, Mary whispered hoarsely. We might have made a mistake leaving the Shire, Pippin. The trees in the forest started to groan and rumbled, deep and earthly, it sent shivers through me. I quickly pulled myself into a sitting position, I bit down on my tongue to muffle my cry of pain. I think I might have a broken or chipped rib. Bella, are you okay? Pippin asked frantically, crawling over to me. I noticed his hands were bound in thick rope. I tried to move mine, but I also had my hands bound, and so did Mary. Yeah, I think I just have a bruised rib, I lied. It was defiantly not bruised. What's making that noise? Pippin asked, looking back at the dark trees. Mary also looked. It's the trees. What? Pippin asked. Do you remember the old forest? On the borders of Buckland. Folk used to say that there was something in the water that made the trees grow tall, and come alive. Alive, I choked. You heard things about forests being magically able to grow taller than most, and that some people who went into the forests never came back out, but trees coming alive. There were the Ents, but no one had seen one since the Dark Ages, the last time when Sauron had power. Trees that could whisper, talk to each other, even move, Mary continued. I'm staving an Uruk-hai growl. We ain't had nothin' but maggoty bread for 3 stinkin' days. Yeah, why can't we have some meat? A Mordor orc agreed. He looked over to us, his eyes hungry. What about them? They're fresh, he spat. They are not for eating. Uglik growled menacingly. I felt a hand drag me to my feet, and away from the other orcs and Uruk-hai. What about their legs? Another orc asked, looking around Uglik. They don't need those. Ooh, they look tasty. He tried to get round Uglik, but he shoved the orc back. Get back, scum, he spat. The other orcs stared to fidget where they stood. The prisoners go to Saruman. Alive and unspoiled, Uglik continued. Alive, the same orc asked, looking around the Uruk-hai to get a better look at us. Why alive? Did they give good sport? They have something, an elvish weapon. The master wants it for the war. Uglik explained. But why do we have the elf bitch? Does the master think she'll be good in bed? He laughed. She has information that your master wants. I felt sick to the stomach. I knew what Saruman would do to me, and it was not what they thought. He would probably torture the information out of me, then kill me or torture me until I forget who I am and use me against my family and friends, against my own people. Pippin turned to Mary and myself and whispered. They think we have the ring. Shish. As soon as they find out we don't, we're dead. I hissed. Just a mouthful, a voice like a squished mouse said from behind us. A bit of the flank. I whirled around, as did the surprised Uruk-hai. A Mordor orc stood, its blade raised. I gasped and tried to maneuver myself in front of Mary and Pippin, but the ropes made it hard to block them from the oncoming orc. No, Uglik roared, jumping in front of us, and in one fell swoop, brought down his weapon and cleanly chopped the orc's head off, which landed at our feet. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. Uglik called. I closed my eyes, feeling sicker than I had before. I'd heard stories about orcs being cannibals, but I never thought they would eat their own kind. The Uruk-hai and orcs cheered and started tearing into the fresh meat, intestines flying. They took their eyes off us for a minute. Pippin, Bella, let's go, Mary said quietly. Our hands still bound, we tried to crawl away, but a foot came down on Mary's, and Pippin and I were turned onto our backs. An orc holding a blade close to Pippin's face go on, call for help. Squeal, no one's gonna save you now, he hissed. Suddenly, a spear pierced the orc's back. Mayhem broke out as riders on houses burst out of nowhere and attacked the unsuspecting orcs. We tried to escape from the pandemonium, to refuge in the forest, dodging bodies and houses. Suddenly Pippin cried out. I looked around from where I was on the ground. Pippin was on his back, a house above him, a pair of hoofs coming down on him. No, Pippin, I screamed. I watched with wide eyes as he rolled to the side, the horse's hooves just missing him. I crawled away, trying desperately to find something to cut the rope that bound our hands. I spotted a fallen axe in front of me. Merry and Pippin saw it too. I rubbed my bounds against the axe and the ropes broke. Merry and Pippin followed suit. Run! I screamed, running for the forest. Something grabbed my ankle. I screamed and kicked out, and my foot collided with something's head with a crunch. I scrambled to my feet, and looked frantically around. Men and orcs were everywhere, bodies falling, blood stained the ground. The belt! I heard Merry cry. An orc had hold of Pippin's belt. Pippin threw it off and ran for the trees. I ran to them, jumping over bodies and dodging fighters. Run into the forest! I screamed and punched an orc that got in my way. Run into the forest and don't look back. Bella, come on! Pippin cried, Merry pulling at his arm. They were at the forest edge now. No, go on, I'll be fine. I watched as they ran into the forest. I turned and ran in the opposite direction, running for Adora's. I ran all night long. My feet hurt, my ribs hurt, and my head hurt. Everything hurt. As the sun rose, it was greeted to a red sky. I stopped on top of a hill, breathing heavily, and looked down upon Adora's, the grand hall built high upon a hilltop, and thatched houses built along the side, and a wooden wall circled high around the city. I took a deep breath and started down the hill. I was too exhausted, and I couldn't run anymore. I walked, more like stumbled, through the gate and up the steps to the hall. People watched and stared as I tripped through their town and headed to the hall. I pushed the double wooden doors open and my strength failed me. I collapsed onto the cold stone floor. I heard footsteps, people shouting to get me into a room. I felt several people pick me up, before my world turned in darkness. EPOV. We had run all night. I think it was the first time in 90 years that I had actually felt physically exhausted. As we ran, the sun rose to greet us with the red sky. A red sky rises. Blood has been spilt this night, Legolas said softly, looking up at the sky. I heard the sound of hoofs thudding, hitting the ground. Aragorn heard it too and ran towards some rocks. We followed closely behind and hid in amongst them. A large group of horsemen appeared, galloped quickly with their banners flying. Aragorn ran out and called, riders of Rohan, what news from the mark? The rest of us came out of our hiding places. At a signal from one of the horse riders at the lead, the riders made a quick turn and head towards us, surrounding us in an ever-tightening circle. As they stop, they point their long spears menacingly at us. My family and myself all bared our teeth at them. Why was Aragorn stupid enough to get their attention? What business does an elf, a dwarf and 8 men have in the Rittermark? Speak quickly, the leader snapped. Give me your name, Horsemaster, and I shall give you mine. Gimli growled. The leader handed his staff to another rider, and got off his horse. Aragorn placed a hand on Gimli's shoulder. Jasper shifted uneasily. I knew even without our powers. He did not like the atmosphere that the riders were giving off. I would cut off your head, dwarf, if it stood but a little higher from the ground, the leader spat. I growled menacingly along with Alice, who considered Gimli a friend. Legolas, in a lightning-fast movement, pointed an arrow at the human who insulted Gimli. Even though Legolas and Gimli didn't like each other, they still looked out for each other. You would die before your stroke fell. Legolas hissed, his arrow pointing right in the human's face. Aragorn moved forward and lowered Legolas' bow. I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn. This is Gimli, son of Gloin, Legolas of the Woodland Realm, and these are the Cullen from across the seas. Éomer, we are friends of Rohan and of Théoden, your king. Théoden no longer recognizes friend from foe. Éomer took off his helmet, not even his own kin. He said with a sigh. The other riders, who had been getting more and more restless as the minutes went by, drew their spears. Saruman has poisoned the mind of the king and claimed lordship over these lands. Éomer continued. My company are those loyal to Rohan. And for that, we are banished. The white wizard is cunning. He walks here and there, they say, as an old man, hooded and cloaked. And everywhere his spies slip past our nets. We are no spies. Aragorn said we track a party of Uruk-hai westward across the plain. They've taken 3 of our friends captive. The Uruks are destroyed. We slaughtered them during the night. But there were 2 hobbits. Did you see 2 hobbits with them? Gimli asked, looking up at the leader. And an elf, she would have been with them too. I pleaded. They would be small, only children to your eyes. And the elf would be small-framed, she'd look more like young, maybe a few years younger than Legolas looks, Aragorn said. We left none alive, we piled the carcasses and burned them. Éomer said, pointing to a smoking pile in the distance. Dead, Gimli breathed. I growled, I was going to rip all their throats out. I stepped forward, but Carlyle grabbed my arm, holding me in place. The riders all pointed their spears at me, but I didn't care. I was going to tear them apart, every one of them. Edward, don't, Alice said sharply, but I could hear the pain in her voice. I'm sorry, Éomer said. Legolas put a hand on Gimli's shoulder, grief etched into both of their faces. I felt like if I could I would be crying. Bella can't be dead, I just got her back. Éomer turned and whistled. Hasufal, Arod, Wulfga, Balder, Dans, Fakur, he called, and 6 horse came through the crowd. May these horses bear you to better fortune than their former masters. Farewell. He climbed back on his horse. Look for your friends, but do not trust to hope, it has forsaken these lands. Then he called to his men. We ride north. We rode towards the pile of burnt corpses. Aragorn rode on Hasufal, Legolas and Gimli on Arod, Carlyle and Esme on Wulfga, Rosalie and Emmett on Balder, Alice and Jasper on Dans, and myself on Fakur. The smell of burning flesh was almost overpowering, and the sight of an Uruk-hai's head mounted on a spear would be enough to make any human's stomach turn. We all spread out, looking for any sign of the hobbits and Bella. I found it hard to keep myself together. I kept looking back at the pile of bodies. No one could have survived that. Gimli, who was sifting through the pile of charred bodies with his axe, suddenly gasped. He held up a strip of burnt leather, upon which still hung a sheath for a dagger. It's one of their wee belts, he said. Legolas put his hand on his heart and started speaking softly in Elvish. Hero Hyn he, Ab, Wanath, may they find peace in death. Aragorn kicked a helmet and yelled up at the sky, Aarrgghh. And he fell to his knees. I looked down at the ground, my mind completely blank. I just could not comprehend it. They couldn't be dead, they just couldn't. We have failed them, Gimli whispered. Aragorn looked down at the ground beside him. A hobbit lay here, and the other, and an Irian. They crawled. Aragorn started to follow the tracks that we had missed, with us behind him. Their hands were bound. Aragorn held up a broken length of thick rope. Their bonds were cut, and they ran over here. They were followed. The tracks lead away from the battle to that way. He broke into a run and then stopped, into Fangorn Forest. We looked up into a dense and dark forest. Fangorn, Gimli breathed. What madness drove them in there? Aragorn, you said only 2 went that way. What about the other tracks? I asked. Why did the spit up? The other tracks led away towards Adoras. I woke to a dimly light room. I shifted, my ribs ached, and my muscles felt like I had been trampled on by a herd of Oliphant. I pushed myself up and swung my legs over the side of the bed. I stood, but stumbled slightly as I headed towards the door. I opened it and looked out into the hall. A door opened at the other end. I jumped back and shut the door only a little. I heard the footsteps pass my door and open the one opposite me. I heard someone crying softly. Oh, he must have died sometime in the night. I heard a sneering voice say. He sounded like he was not sorry at all. What a tragedy for the king to lose his only son and heir. I heard some movement before he spoke again. I understand his passing is hard to accept, especially now that your brother has deserted you. Leave me alone, Snake. I heard a female voice snap. Oh, but you are alone. Who knows what you've spoken to the darkness? In bitter watches of the night, when all your life seems to shrink, the walls of your bower closing in about you. A hutch to trammel some wild thing in, so fair, so cold, like a morning of pale spring still clinging to winter's chill. Your words are poison, she spat. I heard footsteps running down the hall. I opened my door. I caught a glimpse of golden hair. I came face to face, a man with greasy black hair, pale greenish skin and wearing a black cloak. I almost laughed as I imagined Alice's face if she saw this guy. He looked at me as if I was a piece of dirt. Stay out of my way. He spat and walked off in the other direction. I sighed, and shut my door and laid back down on the bed and closed my eyes. I hoped Merry and Pippin were okay. Why was I worrying? They were safe in Fangorn. The Ents will look after them. There was a knock on the door and someone opened it. Oh, you're awake. Her voice sounded familiar. She sounded like the woman who was in the room across from me. I opened my eyes. A young-looking woman with long golden hair that fell down her back in wavy locks was standing in the doorway holding a bowl of different kinds of fruit. I'm Eowyn, she said kindly. I brought you some food. She looked at the food. I didn't know what elves ate, so I just brought some fruit. Thank you, I'm Isabella, but call me Bella, everyone does. I said, smiling at her kindness. Sitting up on the bed. Not to seem rude, but what brings you here? I mean, we've never had elves in our lands before, Eowyn asked, walking into the room and sat down on the chair next to the desk. I didn't know if I should tell her truth or not. I decided on the truth. I set out from Rivendell with 17 companions. One we lost in Moria. One was my kin, a dwarf there was also. And 4 hobbits. And 9 men, Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and Boromir of Gondor, who died saving our lives, and there was Carlisle and his family, Esme his wife and his children, Emmett and Rosalie, Alice and Jasper, and Edward, but 2 of the hobbits and myself were captured by Uruk-hai. I escaped but sent the hobbits into Fangorn, where they would be safe. Orcs are stupid, but they're not that stupid, they know not to go in there. Why did you not go with them? Eowyn asked. I couldn't, there was too many orcs and horsemen fighting around me, so I ran in the only way I could. Here, I said, remembering as I tried to get to Fangorn, but I couldn't, there was just too many, bodies fell to the ground everywhere, there was only one way I could go. Well, we will find them, but first you need to rest, she said, placing the bowl of fruit on the desk in front of her. As she left, I caught a look at her hair. I realized that she was the woman running from the room. Hey, Eowyn, I called, remembering that guy and what he had said. She turned around. If that snake guy gives you any more trouble, I'll be happy to gut him for you. She blushed and laughed. Thanks, but I can take care of myself, and left. I sighed and sat at the desk, reaching for the fruit. I had to admit it wasn't elven food, but it was pretty good. EPOV. We walked slowly and cursorily through the tall, thick trees. Gimli stopped and looked at a leaf. It was stained with a dark liquid that looked like blood. Gimli brought the leaf to his mouth and immediately spat it out in disgust. Blah, orc blood, he spat. Farther into the forest, Aragorn bent down to look at the ground. These are strange tracks, he said, standing up and looking around. The air is so close in here, Gimli complained as we continued through the forest. This forest is old, Legolas breathed, very old, full of memory and anger. The trees groaned and creaked, an especially loud groan made Gimli jump, and he raised his axe. The trees are speaking to each other, Legolas exclaimed, looking around at the trees. Aragorn looked over at Gimli and caught sight of his expression. He looked ready to chop the next thing that moved. Gimli, he whispered, lower your axe. Oh, Gimli breathed as he slowly lowered his axe, but still kept his hand on it. They have feelings, my friend. Legolas said to Gimli. The elves began it, waking up the trees, teaching them to speak. Talking trees, what do trees have to talk about? Gimli grumbled, except the consistency of squirrel droppings. I looked around. Was it me, or were the trees getting taller? Their branches seemed thicker than before, and on their trunks green moss seemed to grow out of nowhere. Suddenly, Legolas started forward, looking through the trees. Aragorn, Nad no Enas. He called. Aragorn, something's out there. Man Sennick, Aragorn whispered. What do you see? I couldn't tell what they were saying, but by the way they were looking through the forest I guessed there was something out there. The White Wizard approaches, Legolas said quietly. Do not let him speak. He will put a spell on us. Aragorn said, tightening his hand on his sword. I slowly slid into a crouch, as did my family. Legolas silently pulled out an arrow and Gimli raised his axe slightly. We must be quick, he hissed. With a yell, we all swung round to attack. Gimli's axe and Legolas' arrow were deflected. Aragorn dropped his sword as it became red-hot in his grasp. I lunged for Saruman, but was flung through the air and landed on my back. Myself and the others had to shield our eyes with our hands from the bright light streaming from the White Wizard. You are tracking the footsteps of 2 young hobbits, a deep, unearthly voice said. Where are they? Aragorn yelled, trying to see past the light. They passed this way the day before yesterday. They met someone they did not expect. Does that comfort you? Who are you? Aragorn shouted. Show yourself. The bright light dimmed, revealing Gandalf, dressed all in white, leaning on his now white staff. His hair was even white. I couldn't believe my eyes. Gandalf was here, he was alive. It cannot be, Aragorn breathed. Forgive me, Legolas cried, sinking to his knees. I mistook you for Saruman. I am Saruman, or rather, Saruman as he should have been. Gandalf sighed. But you fell, I breathed, not daring to believe it. Through fire and water, from the lowest dungeon to the highest peak, I fought with the Balrog of Morgoth, until at last, I threw down my enemy and smote his ruin upon the mountainside. Gandalf stared past us, like he was looking at something other than us. Darkness took me, and I strayed out of thought and time. Stars wheeled overhead and every day was as long as a life age of the earth, but it was not the end. I felt life in me again. I've been sent back until my task is done. Gandalf, Aragorn whispered, smiling. Gandalf. Yes, that was what they used to call me, Gandalf the Grey, that was my name, he said, smiling at us all. I am Gandalf the White and I come back to you now at the turn of the tide. Gandalf, Alice squealed, running up to the old wizard and throwing her arms around him. You're really back. Haha, yes I'm back Alice, and I'm not going anywhere just yet. We walked swiftly through Fangorn. Gandalf had thrown on an elven cloak covering his now white robes. One stage of your journey is over, another begins. Gandalf said quickly, we must ride to Adoras with all speed if we are to get to Isabella in time. Adoras, that is no short distance. Gimli called to Gandalf, who was leading the way. You know where Bella is? I asked, hopefully. Yes, and if we don't get there in time we'll be too late, Gandalf said. We hear of trouble in Rohan. It goes ill with the king. Aragorn said softly. Yes, and it will not be easily cured. Gandalf said thoughtfully. Then we have run all this way for nothing. Gimli growled. Are we to leave those poor hobbits here in this horrid, dark, dank, tree-infested? Once more the angry groans of the trees reverberated through the forest as the trees voiced their displeasure. I mean, charming, quite charming forest. He said quickly, looking wildly around at the trees. It was more than mere chance that brought Merry and Pippin to Fangorn. Gandalf said to all of us. A great power has been sleeping here for many long years. The coming of Merry and Pippin will be like the falling of small stones that starts an avalanche in the mountains. In one thing you have not changed, dear friend, Aragorn said softly to Gandalf. Gandalf asked confused. You still speak in riddles? Aragorn grinned as Gandalf laughed. A thing is about to happen that has not happened since the elder days. The Ents are going to wake you up and find that they are strong. Gandalf said, gazing around at the trees. Strong, Gimli gasped. Oh, that's good. So stop your fretting, Master Dwarf. Gandalf snapped, turning on his heel and continued to lead us out of the forest. Merry and Pippin are quite safe. In fact, they are far safer than you are about to be. As we followed Gandalf, I heard Gimli grumble, the new Gandalf is grumpier than the old one. We emerged from Fangorn, thanks to Gandalf's guidance, right by the pile of dead orcs. Our horses had not wandered far and came trotting up to us as soon as they saw us. Gandalf raised his head and let out a long, piercing whistle. He waited a moment and then did it again. After another moment, he was answered with a horse's whinny. A great white stallion was galloped towards us around the forest. That is one of the Miras, unless my eyes are cheated by some spell. Legolas breathed, sounding amazed. Shadowfax, Gandalf said, raising his hand to stroke the horse's neck. He's the lord of all horses, and has been my friend through many dangers. Night had fallen. Legolas and Gimli had fallen asleep and so, by the looks of it, had my family. It was strange watching them sleep, watching them dream. Yes, I was tired and I fought to stay awake, but I couldn't sleep. My mind was still reeling from all that had happened in the short space of time we'd been here. The veiling shadow that glowers in the east takes shape. I looked up. Gandalf was talking quietly with Aragorn. Sauron will suffer no rival. From the summit of Barad-dûr, his eye watches ceaselessly. But he is not so mighty yet that he is above fear. Doubt ever gnaws at him. The rumor has reached him. The heir of Númenor still lives. Gandalf said, looking at Aragorn. Sauron fears you, Aragorn, he fears what you may become, and so he'll strike hard and fast at the world of men. He will use his puppet, Saruman, to destroy Rohan. War is coming. Rohan must defend itself, and therein lies our first challenge, for Rohan is weak and ready to fall. The king's mind is enslaved. Gandalf shook his head. It's an old device of Saruman's. His hold over King Théoden is now very strong. Sauron and Saruman are tightening the noose. But for all their cunning we have one advantage. Gandalf looked at Aragorn again. The ring remains hidden, and that we should seek to destroy it has not yet entered their darkest dreams. And so the weapon of the enemy is moving towards Mordor in the hands of a hobbit. Each day brings it closer to the fires of Mount Doom. We must trust now in Frodo. Everything depends upon speed and the secrecy of his quest. Do not regret your decision to leave him. Frodo must finish this task alone, he said, looking at Aragorn's troubled look. He's not alone. Sam went with him, Aragorn said. Gandalf looked pleased. Did he? Did he indeed? Good. Yes, very good. BPOV. As I walked through a door which led to the main hall, something rushed past me. I caught a glimpse of golden hair. Eowyn, I called running after her. I nearly tripped over the death trap of a dress she had put me in. Eowyn, I shouted, getting angry stares from the servants as I passed. I found her, standing at the top of the stone steps, silent tears running down her face. Eowyn, I said softly, placing a hand on her arm. I knew that the past days had took their toll on her, and that she had kept it all bottled up inside her. She missed her brother, she was grieving for the loss of her cousin, and she was scared for the king. A great gust of wind came down and ripped one of the tattered flags off its pole. As I watched it, I saw 7 horses coming towards us. As I looked closer, I saw who they were. Edward, I breathed, and then quickly pulled Eowyn inside. EPOV. As we came up over a hilltop, we were greeted by a great city, built on a hill. A door is in the golden hall of Meduseld. Gandalf said, there dwells Théoden, king of Rohan, whose mind is overthrown. Saruman's hold over King Théoden is now very strong. Be careful what you say. He said sharply, do not look for welcome here. As I passed the entrance to Adoras, a flag floated down and landed near me on the ground. Adoras was silent and somber. Everyone was dressed in black and staring at us in a wary silence. I looked up at the hall and saw 2 ladies, one in white with long golden locks and the other who had her hand on the one in white was in green with brown curls blowing in the wind, standing on the steps. I looked around at more somber people again. You'll find more cheer in a graveyard, Gimli mumbled, looking around at the people as we passed. We dismounted and ascended the stone steps. When we reached the top, we were met by guards. They had their backs to us. Hama, one of the guards said, nodding at us. I cannot allow you before Théoden, king so armed, Gandalf Greyhame. Hama sighed. By order of Grima Wormtongue. Gandalf nodded in understanding and signaled for us to surrender our weapons, but of course my family and myself had none. Aragorn handed over his sword and knives. Legolas gave a little twirl to his knives before handing them over to the guards. Gimli handed over his axes reluctantly. Hama glanced at us slightly, his expression suspicious, before turning to Gandalf. Your staff. Gandalf glanced at his staff. Oh, you would not part an old man from his walking stick. He looked at Hama innocently. Hama hesitated for a second and then gestured that we should follow him into the hall. Gandalf, I noticed, gave Aragorn a tiny wink and entered the hall, leaning on Legolas' arm to make it look like he needed a walking stick. A short man, no taller than 5 feet, who had black hair and pale greenish skin, was leaning down and whispering to a man, who looked old and frail, and was sitting in a throne-like chair. My lord, Gandalf the Grey is coming. He whispered to the king, he's a herald of woe. The courtesy of your hall is somewhat lessened of late, Théoden king. Gandalf called. As Gandalf approached Théoden, the rest of us pulled back to survey the hall and its hostile occupants. I noticed a group of men started to follow our steps with hostility. He's not welcome, the man continued to whisper to the king. Why should I welcome you, Gandalf, Stormcrow? Croaked the king. A just question, my liege. Wormtongue hissed, standing up and walking towards Gandalf. Late is the hour in which this conjurer chooses to appear. Laugh spell I name him. Ill news is in ill guest. Be silent, keep your forked tongue behind you teeth. Gandalf spat, I have not passed through fire and death to bandy crooked words with a witless worm. He raised his staff to point at Wormtongue's head. His staff, Wormtongue gasped, backing away from Gandalf. I told you to take the wizard's staff. The guards attacked. We all jumped into action. I nearly laughed as I saw Alice knock a man, twice her size, backwards. Once all the men were down, I watched as Gimli threw Wormtongue down to the ground and planted his foot down onto his chest. I would stay still if I were you. Gimli growled. Théoden, son of Tengil, Gandalf said, striding up to the king. Too long have you sat in the shadows. The king looks away. Hearken to me. Gandalf snapped, I release you from the spell. Gandalf closed his eyes and held up his hand. I expected something to happen but nothing did. The king laughed menacingly, ha 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 ha. Gandalf opened his eyes in surprise. You have no power here, the king said madly. Gandalf the Grey. I stood there in amazement as Gandalf threw back his grey cloak and emanated blinding white light. The king was thrown backwards against his seat. Gandalf pointed his staff toward the king. The first will draw you, Saruman, as poison is drawn from a wound. He said, throwing the king back against his chair again. BPOV. Eowyn rushed down the corridor after we had heard the sounds of fighting, and I followed behind her. I saw her uncle being threatened by a white-haired man in a long white robe and a white staff. Eowyn tried to go to the king but I held back by grabbing her arm. That's when I noticed the others in the hall. All the guards were either on the floor or just getting up. I saw Aragorn, Legolas and Gimli. I saw Carlisle, Esme, Emmett, Rosalie, Alice, Jasper and Edward. I couldn't believe my eyes, they were all here, but none of them had noticed me. They were all looking at the man in white and the king. If I go, Theoden dies. The king snapped, gripping the armrests of his throne. The man in the white robes moved his staff sharply and Theoden flew back against the throne again. You did not kill me, you will not kill him. The man in white said. Rohan is mine. The king snarled. Be gone. The man in white threw his staff forward just as Theoden lunged for him. Theoden was thrown backwards into the throne chair again. Theoden let out a moan and slumped forward in his chair. Eowyn pulled out of my grip and ran to her uncle's side as he fell. Theoden's head rose again and his face began to change gradually into that of a much younger-looking man. Clarity and recognition returned to his eyes. Theoden looked closely at Eowyn. I know your face. Eowyn, Eowyn, he whispered. Gandalf. The king breathed. I stopped breathing. Gandalf. This man couldn't be Gandalf. Gandalf had died. Gandalf was gone. How could? Breathe the free air again, my friend. It was Gandalf. I should have recognized his voice earlier. Theoden stood up and looked around him. Dark have been my dreams of late, he said softly. He looked down at his trembling hands. Your fingers would remember their old strength better if they grasped your sword. Gandalf said, smiling. Hama ran up with the king's sword. Theoden reached for it with trembling hands. He wrapped his fingers around it slowly and then drew it, and gazed upon the shiny steel. In a corner, I noticed Grima trembling and trying to escape but was pulled back by Gimli. Suddenly, Theoden gazed turns to Grima. I watched as Grima was thrown out of the hall and down the stone stairs. The group in the hall followed the king, the others still not noticing me. Arg! Grima cried as he landed on the steps, then looking up, beseechingly to Theoden, he cried, I've only ever served you, my lord. Theoden advanced on Grima, holding his sword firmly in his hand. Your leechcraft, he spat, would have had me crawling on all fours like a beast. Grima, pleading now, begged, send me not from your side. Theoden raised his sword to kill Grima but Aragorn grabbed his arm to stop him. No, my lord, no, my lord, let him go. Enough blood has been spilt on his account. The king slowly lowered his sword and Aragorn offered Grima his hand, but Grima just spat on it, and scrambled to his feet, then pushed through the crowd to get to the gate. Get out of my way, he shouted. Hail, Theoden King, Aragorn shouted to the crowd. Gandalf. I gaped at the wizard. Yes, Bella, it is I, he smiled at me. Bella. I looked down the steps to where Edward was standing staring up at me, mouth open. Without thinking I ran down the steps and threw my arms around his neck, and buried my head into his chest, not caring about anyone around us. He hesitantly put his arms around me and returned the hug. It felt so good to be back in his arms, but something was odd. Edward was slightly warmer. That's when I heard a little thudding noise in my ear. I pulled away sharply, and looked at him in disbelief. He couldn't have. Could he? I slowly, ever so slowly placed my hand over his heart. There it was. I could feel Edward's heart beating. Edward the First said shakily. Your heart is beating. What? He gasped. Your heart is beating, I exclaimed, grabbing his hand and placing it on the pulse that was now in neck. He just stared at me in shock. I turned to Alice. Is your heart beating, Alice? She nodded. Carlisle, Esme, everyone, they all nodded. You're becoming human, I whispered. Where is Theodred? Where is my son? The king asked. Theodred's body was brought outside Edoras, carried by 6 men of the Rohan royal guard. People of Edoras, Theoden King, Gandalf, Aragorn and Legolas along with Carlisle, Jasper, Emmett and Edward slowly followed them. Eowyn, myself, Esme, Alice and Rosalie were waiting with the other women at the burial site. When Theodred's body was given to the other women, who took him into the tomb, Eowyn, crying silently, burst into an earthly chant. Vilaquelm hafa freon frecken forth onsended. Geedskilon singen gleom en sorgend. An evil death has set forth the noble warrior. A song shall sing sorrowing minstrels. King Theoden stared at the tomb like he was not really seeing anything. Eowyn's voice sounded eerie and full of sadness. Although I didn't know Prince Theodred, my heart felt heavy, my shoulders felt weighed down by some invisible weight, my eyes started to sting as I looked at everyone around me, all their faces were filled with pain and sadness. On medicilled et he ma no where. Et he ma nower is, nedig rest. In medicilled that he is no more. That he is nowhere anymore, for his necessary rest. I gazed up at Edward, who stood next to me as Eowyn finished the song. He smiled down at me sadly, and took me hand in his, squeezing it gently. And Megan Diorost, below, and that he is the dearest kinsman. An evil death took him. The harsh sound of the tomb doors shutting cut off the end to Eowyn's lament, making me bury my head into Edward's chest. I cried for Eowyn's loss, I cried for King Theoden's loss, and I cried for the Rohirrim's loss. EPOV. I looked down at the sleeping angel in my arms. Bella had cried herself to sleep at the funeral. I tried to place her gently down onto a fur-covered couch in the hall, but her tiny fist latched onto my tunic and wouldn't let go. I sighed and sat down at one end, my legs stretched out, Bella lying on my chest, her fist still clutching my tunic. I smiled down at her and placed a soft kiss on the top of her head. I must have fallen asleep. It was strange waking up, and I think I might have had a dream, but I can't remember it. I woke to the heavy wooden doors opening. King Theoden and Gandalf came in carrying 2 children, a little girl maybe about 6 or 7, and a boy who had to be a couple of years older than her, and placed them at a wooden table. Bella, I whispered softly. She moaned and shifted on my chest. Bella, you have to wake up. BPOV. Bella, you have to wake up, a musical voice said softly in my ear. My eyes flew open, and I met 2 beautiful green eyes. I gasped and quickly pushed myself off Edward, and stood staring down at him, my mouth slightly open. I was about to demand an explanation, when I noticed 2 children sitting at a table, Eowyn bringing them a bowl of soup each. The 2 children began to eat ravenously. They had no warning. They were unarmed. Eowyn said, turned to face the king, who was sat on the throne, his head in his hands. Now the wild men are moving through Westfold, burning as they go, every rick, cotton tree. Where is Mama? The little girl asked in a small and frightened voice. I walked over and sat down next to her, and placed my arm around her. She looked so scared and small. Shish, I said, I'm sure she's safe and wandering if you 2 are too, I assured her. I knew I was lying, but what else could I have done? Told her the truth. Sorry, I'm not sure where your mother is, she's probably dead. No, I couldn't have told her that. This is but a taste of the terror that Saruman will unleash. All the more potent, for he is driven now by fear of Sauron. Ride out and meet him head on. Draw him away from your women and children. He leaned forward and put a hand on Theoden's chair. Theoden looked at his hand warily. You have 2,000 good men riding north as we speak. Éomer is loyal to you. His men will return and fight for their king. Aragorn said from where he sat, his pipe in hand. They will be 300 leagues from here by now. Theoden said, standing on his feet, Éomer cannot help us. I know what it is that you want of me. But I will not bring further death to my people. I will not risk open war. Open your eyes and look around you, I hissed, striding up to the king and looking him right in the eyes. Or are you too blind to even do that? Orcs and Uruk-hai are everywhere, moving through all lands freely. Couldn't he see that he needed all the men he could get? Isabella, Aragorn hissed to me, warning me to keep my mouth shut. Then he turned to the king. Open war is upon you. Whether you would risk it or not. When last I looked, Theoden, not Aragorn or Isabella, was king of Rohan. He spat at us. Jerk, I muttered under my breath, making sure only Aragorn and the Cullens could hear. Aragorn gave me a warning look. Carlisle looked like he was agreeing with me, and so was the rest of them. Emmett looked like he was trying to stop himself from laughing, and Edward smiled at me, and I couldn't help but smile back. Gimli, who had been sat at a table, stuffing his face, but all the while listening to the conversation, took a great gulp of his drink and burped loudly. Disgusting, I thought, and looked away. Then what is the king's decision? Gandalf asked. By order of the king, the city must empty. Hama announced, we make for the refuge of Helm's Deep. Do not burden yourself with treasures. Take only what provisions you need. People were moving about, gathering their belongings and preparing for the move. I stared angrily at the people around me. They were so stupid. Didn't they realize that they would be trapped? Arg, I growled, whirling around to give the king another piece of my mind. When Legolas grabbed me by the arm. What you are about to do would not be wise, he whispered. I shrugged off his hand and stalked off in the direction I was going in before I decided to beat up the king. Helm's Deep, Gandalf exclaimed as he marched past, his white cloak billowing out behind him. They flee to the mountains when they should stand and fight. Gimli grumbled, walking after Gandalf. Who will defend them if not their king? He's only doing what he thinks is best for his people. Helm's Deep has saved them in the past, Aragorn said. I followed them into the stables to retrieve my horse. Gandalf was standing next to a beautiful white horse, talking to Aragorn. I saw Edward and Alice talking quietly together, but as soon as they saw me they stopped. Alice smiled and greeted me. "Hi, Bella." Before walking out of the stables, she gave Edward a very pointed look and sipped through the doors. I stared after. What in the world? I thought, then I turned to Edward and gave him a confused look. "Okay, you were either talking about something very important, or you were talking about me?" I asked, staring at Edward's face, waiting for an answer. "You are important, Bella, don't ever think you're not," he said softly. "No, I am not the most important thing that matters," I said. "Frodo and the ring is what matters, the safety of the people of Rohan is matters, the lives of the free people of Middle-earth is what matters. Edward, you have to see the bigger picture." "I see it, damn it. I see it, Bella, I see this world is on the brink of destruction, but I don't want to see you get hurt. You are more important to me than this world. This is my home, Edward," I said loudly, "and I'm just a figure out of thousands on the playing board, and if you don't think I'm not going to fight for it," then I said in a smaller voice. "Then you are wrong." I grabbed my horse's reins and quickly walked out as Gandalf said from the top of the white horse, down to Aragorn. "Look to my coming, at first light, on the 5th day. At dawn, look to the east. Go," Aragorn said. I would have laughed if I hadn't been in such a bad mood. As Gandalf spurred the white horse on and out of the doors, Legolas had to jump out of the way or he would have been trampled. EPOV. I stared after Bella's retreating back. God, I'm such an idiot. As soon as it looks like all is okay between me and Bella, or nearly anyway, I just mess it all up again. I growled and wanted to punch something. I watched as two men tried to hold a wild, brown horse. It snorted and reared. I saw Éowyn looking after her grey horse and turned to see what's happening. Aragorn, with a saddle, walked up to the horse. "That horse is half mad, my lord. There's nothing you can do. Leave him," one of the men shouted. Aragorn spoke in two languages, one I recognized as Elvish. I still didn't know all of what he was saying, but I caught a few words, and the other I had no clue to what it was. "Fest, stilly new, fest, stilly new. Lack is dreft, Gefragan," he said gently. "Fast, quiet now, fast, quiet now. A battle is stirred up," they heard. I watched amazed as the horse calmed down a bit, but was still snorting. Aragorn touched its neck and released one of the ropes. The horse was now standing still. "How did he do that?" "Wet Nemnae, Wet Nemnae," he said, his voice too gentle. "What is your name? What is your name?" "His name is Brago," Éowyn said. "He was my cousin's horse." "Brago, in Nama is Sindlik?" he asked the horse. "Brago, your name is Kingly." Éowyn moved closer to the horse as Aragorn began to speak in Elvish. "Man Latrasta, Brago. Man Sennick," he asked. "What troubles you, Brago? What did you see?" "I have heard of the magic of elves, but I did not look for it in a ranger from the north." Éowyn said, her voice full of wonder and questions. "You speak as one of their own." "I was raised in Rivendell for a time," he said, then turned to the men in the stable. "Turn this fellow free, he's seen enough of war." And he took a saddle from one of them. BPOV. I sighed as I walked into the hall, wearing my, now clean, traveling clothes. Why did I have to snap at him like that? If I was the most important thing to him, then why did he leave? Arg, I was so confused. Did I hate him? No. Did I love him? I didn't know. My heart was telling me one thing and my brain was telling me another. I shook my head, trying to clear my mind. Now wasn't the time to be thinking about that. War was upon us. I watched as Éowyn opened a chest in which lay a sword. She unsheathed it, brought it to her face and began to practice with it. Aragorn walked silently up to her, his dagger drawn. Éowyn swung her sword around and was met by Aragorn, who blocked her parry. She looked startled. "You have some skill with a blade," Aragorn said. Composing herself, Éowyn, with a swift move, swung her sword and rendered Aragorn vulnerable, gaining the upper hand. I smiled, she knew her stuff. Éowyn stepped back and sheathed her sword. Women of this country learned long ago, those without swords can still die upon them. She said, "I fear neither death nor pain." "What do you fear, my lady?" Aragorn asked. "A cage," she said, her warm-looking face now a cold mask to stay behind bars until use and old age accept them and all chance of valor has gone beyond recall or desire. Aragorn looked at her as if he was trying to read her mind. "You are a daughter of kings, a shield maiden of Rohan." He sheathed his dagger. "I do not think that would be your fate." He bowed to Éowyn and she gazed after him as he walked away. I started clapping. It made her jump and look my way. You were really good, I said, walking over to her. I think you could have given Aragorn a run for his money, there. She smiled. Thank you. The mass of people from Adoras slowly made its way to Helm's Deep, through the mountains. I watched as they passed. From where I stood, I saw the Cullens coming along the trail, and quickly hurried to catch up with Éowyn, who was talking to Gimli. It's true, you don't see many dwarf women, Gimli was saying, from where he sat upon a horse. And in fact, they are so alike in voice and appearance, that they're often mistaken for dwarf men. I had to bite my lip to stop myself from laughing as Éowyn and I looked back at Aragorn. He mouthed, it's the beards. And this, in turn, has given rise to the belief that there are no dwarf women. And that dwarves just spring out of holes in the ground. Gimli continued. Éowyn and I bust out laughing, and fortunately the dwarf joined in with us. Which is of course ridiculous. Ah! The horse Gimli was on suddenly reared up and galloped away as Éowyn lost her hold on the reins. Gimli fell off after a short distance and landed with a loud thump. Éowyn ran after him, helping him up. It's all right, Gimli said quickly, struggling to get up. It's all right, nobody panic. That was deliberate. It was deliberate. I laughed and looked back at Aragorn, smiling. He had a troubled look on his face. I frowned, then the king said something to him. I haven't seen my niece smile for a long time, he said, looking at Aragorn. She was a girl when they brought her father back dead, cut down by orcs. She watched her mother succumb to grief. I looked away. I didn't know that. Éowyn never spoke of her past. She reminded me of myself sometimes. Then she was left alone, to tend her king in growing fear. The king continued, doomed to wait upon an old man, who should have loved her as a father. I looked back at Éowyn, she smiled back at Aragorn. I stopped breathing. I knew that look, it was the one that Edward used to give me and still sometimes now, gives me. Éowyn loved Aragorn. I felt sorry for her. She didn't know he could never love her and that he was in love with my sister. Later on we had all stopped for a rest, and have something to eat and drink. Éowyn had made some sort of soup, and was walking around, offering it to the hungry. Unfortunately the Cullens were the first to try this soup. I laughed at the look on their faces when they tried it. Luckily Éowyn had moved on to the next person, so she didn't see the pouring it onto the ground. She walked over to Gimli and offered him some, but he politely refused. I sat down next to Aragorn, just as Éowyn was walking over with the soup. I made some stew, she said, filling a bowl and handing it to Aragorn. It isn't much, but it's hot. Bella, would you like some? She asked, looking at me. I shook my head. I already had some, but thanks anyway. Thank you, Aragorn said. He put some strange white meat into his mouth and swallowed, looking up at Éowyn, who looked a bit disappointed and waited eagerly. He looked at me out corner of his and I just looked back at him, innocently. Aragorn nodded at Éowyn, and said unconvincingly, it's good. Really? She asked, sounding relieved. Aragorn nodded and Éowyn began to walk away. Aragorn tried to pour out the stew onto the ground, but Éowyn turned around. He quickly recovered, but he spilled some of the scalding soup on his hand. I smiled slightly, trying not to laugh. My uncle told me a strange thing, she said, smiling nervously. He stated that you rode to war with Tengil, my grandfather. But he must be mistaken. Aragorn nodded. King Théoden has a good memory. He was only a small child at the time. Then you must be at least 60. Éowyn said, kneeling down so she was at eye level. Aragorn looked a bit embarrassed. It's funny that people don't think to ask elves how old they are, but when it's a human, people are amazed that a human could nearly be 100 and look about 35 to 40. 70. Éowyn continued. You cannot be 80. Aragorn looked even more embarrassed. 87. Éowyn looked astonished, but then realization spread over her face. You are one of the Dúnedain, she said, standing up, looking down at him. A descendant of Númenor, blessed with long life. It was said that your race has passed into legend. There are few of us left, Aragorn said quietly. The Northern Kingdom was destroyed long ago. I'm sorry, Éowyn said. Please, eat. And then walked off, handing out more other the stuff she called soup. Aragorn grimaced, looking at the soup before tipping the rest of it onto the ground. I couldn't hold it in any more. I burst out laughing. The look on your face, I managed to say between laughs. You knew, he hissed. You knew that soup was bad and you didn't tell me. Oh come on, you have to admit it was funny, I said, grinning. If you'd told me then I could have politely refused it, instead of wasting it, he said. Anyway, how did you know not to eat it? I'm guessing you didn't taste it. The Cullens were the first to suffer, I said, still grinning. Arwen was lying on her bed, deep in thought, when Lord Elrond came into her room. Arwen, Arwen sat up, looking at him directly. Talon Ilu, he said gently, I chair Guanar na Valinor. Si Bado, no Sarar. It is time, the ships are leaving for Valinor. Go now, before it is too late. I have made my choice. Arwen said in a whisper, that floated on the air. He is not coming back. Lord Elrond said harshly, why do you linger here when there is no hope? There is still hope, Arwen argued. Lord Elrond walked towards window and looked out. If Aragorn survives this war, you will still be parted. If Sauron is defeated, and Aragorn made king and all that you hope for comes true, you will still have to taste the bitterness of mortality, whether by the sword or the slow decay of time, Aragorn will die. Lord Elrond continues, seeming to not notice his daughter crying, and there will be no comfort for you, no comfort to ease the pain of his passing. He will come to death, an image of the splendor of the kings of men in glory undimmed before the breaking of the world. Lord Elrond looked out over Rivendell bathed in sunlight. But you, my daughter, you will linger on in darkness and in doubt. As nightfall in winter that comes without a star, here you will dwell, bound to your grief, under the fading trees, until all the world is changed and the long years of your life are utterly spent. Lord Elrond tuned to Arwen, saying, Arwen, there is nothing for you here, only death. Arwen wept with sadness and fear. Lord Elrond came and sat beside his daughter, raising a hand to her cheek. I am, you, Aaron Velith-Lin? He asked. Do I not also have your love? Arwen was crying and moved into her father's embrace. Garrick Velith-Nin, Ada. She said thickly, you have my love, father. Elves, cloaked and carrying a lantern each, were setting off from Rivendell on their journey to the west. Lord Elrond looked on as Arwen left with them. Arwen turned back to look at her father one last time before she departed. Lord Elrond continued to stare after her with an expression of resigned sadness. Lord Elrond was standing by a window. Galadriel's voice echoed around him. I amar prestar ein han mathan ne nen, han mathan ne chaya han nostan ned, willeth, she said. The world has changed. I feel it in the water, I feel it in the earth, I smell it in the air. The power of the enemy is growing. She continued. Sauron will use his puppet Saruman to destroy the people of Rohan. Isengard has been unleashed. The eye of Sauron now turns to Gondor, the last free kingdom of men. His war on this country will come swiftly. He senses the ring is close. The strength of the ring-bearer is failing. In his heart, Frodo begins to understand. She paused. The quest will claim his life. You know this. You have foreseen it. It is the risk we all took. She continued. In the gathering dark, the will of the ring grows strong. It works hard now to find its way back into the hands of men who are so easily seduced by its power. The young captain of Gondor has but to extend his hands, take the ring for his own, and the world will fall. It is close now, so close to achieving its goal. For Sauron will have dominion of all life on this earth, even unto the ending of the world. The time of the elves is over, she said. Galadriel's eyes flashed in the dark. Lord Elrond was in his library, looking at the painting of Isildur facing down Sauron with the broken blade of Narsil. Do we leave Middle-earth to its fate? Do we let them stand alone? Galadriel asked. I woke with a start. It was still dark. I breathed deeply, trying to make sense of my dream. Was it just a dream? Or was it real? If so, did my father care so little about me that he would let me go off and probably die, while he persuades Arwen to take the last ships into the west? And my grandmother? Was what she said true? Was the ring growing stronger? If that was true, then we had work to do. The next morning we continued our journey to Helm's Deep. I was silent, still thinking about my dream, but was it only a dream? Or something more? I knew my father had the gift of foresight, but I couldn't, could I? When I was younger I could remember Arwen saying she had seen things, but I never did, so why would it start now? Where is she? I heard Eowyn ask. I looked behind me. She was staring at Aragorn, waiting for an answer. The woman who gave you that jewel? She asked. Aragorn smiled, saying nothing. I didn't have to be a mind reader to know what he was thinking. My lord. Eowyn looked at him questioningly. Aragorn smiled sadly. She is sailing to the Undying Lands, with all that is left of her kin. I noticed Eowyn's eyes had a slight gleam. I didn't want to hurt Eowyn, but I couldn't let her fall any more in love with Aragorn, I just couldn't. I knew my sister, she would come back before she even made it to the docks. I sighed, and carried on walking. Why couldn't anything just be simple? I saw Hama and another soldier named Gamling ride out over the hill in front of us, Legolas following them. Where were they going? That's when I heard it, snarling and pained yelling. I rushed up the hill along with Aragorn. Legolas had his knife out and killed the orc that had been riding a big bear wolf thing. Wargs, I breathed, just great. Arg, Legolas shouted to Aragorn, a scout. There'll be more of them, I said, looking around, trying to see where they would be coming from. I could hear Aragorn telling the villagers to get out of here. All riders to the head of the column. The king ordered. Come on, get me up here, I'm a rider. I looked behind me. Gimli was trying to get onto his horse. Come on, Arg. I ran up next to Legolas, gazing over the plain. Wargs and orcs were racing towards us, kicking up dust behind them. I looked at Legolas, asking silently what to do. He nodded his head, and pulled out his bow and nocked an arrow. I did the same. I watched as Legolas took aim at a distant target and killed a warg rider. He drew another arrow and killed another one. I did the same, but just as was reaching for a second arrow, I saw Théoden, Aragorn and the Cullens approaching with the rest of the guards. Legolas quickly ran and mounted Arod with a smooth leap and joined in the fray with Gimli behind him on horseback. I saw my horse and jumped on, drawing my sword as I did. We and our enemy crashed together and the battle had begun. EPOV. I hacked and chopped with the sword I took from the armory in Adoras. I hadn't had time to practice much with it, but I still managed to kill some wargs and orcs. A warg without a rider took a snap at my face, knocking me off my horse and sending me flying to the ground. I groaned as I hit the ground. The warg lunged at me, trying to tear out me throat, but I brought my knees up to my chest and kicked it off me. I scrambled to my feet, looking desperately for my sword which had fallen from my grasp. When I hit the ground, I saw it and grabbed it just in time to turn around and drive the blade into the creature's skull, as it took another snap at me. Breathing heavily, I looked at the carnage around me. The few remaining orcs and wargs were quickly disposed of. I heard someone cursing in a gruff voice. I saw a pile of bodies, 2 wargs and an orc, and, was that Gimli? Gimli, I called at the pile. Don't just stand there. Get Theses off of me. Gimli's voice was slightly muffled from the weight of the bodies on top of him. I heaved the heavy bodies off the dwarf, and helped him up. Looking around, I saw Carlisle checking the bodies for survivors. Alice, who had a nasty gash on her head, was leaning on Jasper as she walked. Emmett and Rosalie looked fine. Emmett looked like he had had fun. Esme was helping the wounded. So many dead, I just couldn't believe it. Aragorn, Legolas shouted, looking around. He was nowhere in sight. Aragorn, Gimli called. I scanned the area. My, now beating, heart leapt into my throat. Bella, I shouted. My family started calling as well. A wet gurgling cackle of a laugh made me look to the cliff. An orc was coughing up blood but still laughing. Gimli leaned in close to it, saying, "Tell me what happened and I'll ease your passing." "They're cough dead," it said, laughing. Took a little tumble off the cliff. I went to snap its neck, but Legolas got there first, grabbing the orc by its shoulders and shaking it. "You lie," he spat. The orc cackled once more before it died. Legolas looked down at its fist and saw the pendant Aragorn wore. He took it, staring down sadly. I couldn't think, I couldn't move. Bella couldn't be dead. No, she just couldn't. Hey! An annoyed and panic-sounding scream made us all rush to the cliff edge. There was Bella, hanging on for dear life, as the river crashed below her. Could I get some help? BPOV. My hair whipped at my face and shoulders as the forceful gusts of wind tried to knock me off the cliff face. My arms ached with the weight of my body, my feet dangling useless below me. I couldn't feel my fingers, but I knew my knuckles were white from clinging to the jagged rock. I looked above me. I saw Edward leaning down, over the cliff, his hand outstretched. "Bella, take my hand," he urged, sounding panicked. "I can't," I cried. I couldn't move. If I did, I would fall. "Yes, you can," he said, looking at me with those beautiful green eyes, reaching farther with his hand. If he reached any farther, he would fall. If I let go, I'll fall. "No, you won't. Take my hand." I braced myself on my left arm and reached up to grasp Edward's hand. There was a cracking sound and the rock I was holding on to started to crumble. The rock broke. I started to fall, but a hand grasped hold of mine. I watched as the rocks hit the water below me. I looked up at Edward. He grabbed my other hand and dragged me up onto the cliff top. Edward fell back onto the ground, closing his eyes, breathing deeply. I slumped onto the ground next him, looking up at the sky. "Don't do that, Avaragain," he gasped, opening his eyes to look at me. "Bella." I looked up at Legolas, his eyes sad but his hair wild. I knew he was silently asking me about Aragorn. Oh, God, Aragorn. He didn't make it. I watched him fall into the river. No one could survive that, I said, my eyes stinging with unshed tears. The king looked at me for a moment, before looking away as saying loudly so everyone could hear him. Get the wounded on houses, the wolves of Isengard will return. He paused looking at the cliff edge. Leave the dead. I stood up glaring at him. You can't just. He turned angrily to face me. You said it yourself, Isabella, no one could have survived that fall. The king placed a hand on Legolas' shoulder, who looked down at it and gave him a dirty look. Come, the king said, walking back to the bodies, checking if some were alive or not. We rode in silence, not one of us knew what to say, so many dead, and Aragorn, it was my fault, I had fallen off the cliff at the same time as he did. If I had just reached out I could have saved him, but no, I had been a coward, I had saved my own life and let Aragorn fall to his death. I was so selfish. Helm's Deep is a solid stone fortress, there are lower levels which go right back into the mountains around it. Nothing can get in, and that means nothing can get out without being slaughtered. Riding through the big doors, I heard shouts of make way for the king, make way for Théoden. As I dismounted from my horse, I saw Éowyn rushing towards us, her eyes looking relieved and hopeful. So few, she said looking at all the faces. So few of you have returned. Our people are safe, the king said dismounting. We have paid for it with many lives. Gimli walked slowly up to her. My lady, Lord Aragorn, where is he? She asked looking at me then back to Gimli. He fell, Gimli said lowering his head. Wah, it was my fault, I whispered, I could have saved him, but I didn't. Looking into her teary eyes, I could see pain and anger at me. She glared at me before walking away, my eyes stung and I blinked the tears away. I was in the courtyard, just wandering around trying to find something to do but also not bump into any of the Cullens. That's when I heard people shouting he's alive. I ran down to the gate, I saw Gimli pushing his way through the crowd. Where is he? Where is he? Get out of the way. I'm gonna kill him. I caught sight of him, Aragorn, he was alive. You are the luckiest, the canniest and the most reckless man I ever knew. Gimli continued and he hugged him. Bless you, laddie. Gimli, where is the king? Aragorn asked sounding urgent. Gimli gestured towards the hall. Aragorn started to make his way in, but I stepped in front of him. I stared up at him, he smiled, and I smiled back before I slapped him. He turned to look back at me shocked. Do you know what would have happened if I had to tell my sister? I hissed at him. Do you want her to kill me? I went to slap him again but he grabbed my raised arm and smiled down at me. Before pulling me into a hug, I buried my head in his chest. I thought you were dead. I cried. But I'm not, he said gently, stroking my hair softly. I'll let you fall. And I forgive you, he whispered, holding me at arm's length, looking into my eyes. Only if you forgive yourself. He let go of me and continued towards hall, with me following closely behind. We both nearly ran into Legolas. Abdallan, he said smiling at Aragorn. You're late. He paused and looked at Aragorn's wounds which I hadn't noticed before. You look terrible. He continued. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Éowyn about to run towards us, smiling joyously and with relief. Legolas took Aragorn's hand and gave the Evenstar pendant that Arwen gave him. Aragorn looked down at the Evenstar and clapped Legolas on the shoulder. Hananla, he said softly. Thank you. Éowyn looked on and smiled even as tears filled her eyes. I felt for her, I really did, but she had to learn that he loved my sister and only my sister. Aragorn pushed the doors open dramatically and enters, with me following him in quickly before the doors closed behind us. The king, who had been in a deep conversation with Carlisle when the doors burst open, looked up, shocked as did everyone else in the hall. He opened his mouth and then closed it again. He looked like he was imitating a goldfish. How? He managed to say. No is not the time, Aragorn said quickly, cutting off the king from saying anything else. A great host of Saruman's Uruk-hai march towards us as we speak. I have seen them. A great host, you say? The king asked. All Isengard is emptied, Aragorn said. How many? Aragorn sighed. 10,000 strong at least. 10,000, I gasped, looking from Aragorn to Théoden and back again. It is an army bred for a single purpose. Aragorn continued to destroy the world of men. They will be here by nightfall. Let them come, the king declared, walking away stubbornly. Aragorn hurried after him as did I out of the keep. I want every man and strong lad able to bear arms to be ready for battle by nightfall. Théoden said to Gamling. Gamling nodded and went off around a corner, just as Alice, Jasper and Edward came into view. Théoden stood at the gate of Helm's Deep, looking out over to the horizon before speaking to us. We will cover the causeway and the gate from above. No army has ever breached the Deeping Wall or set foot inside the Hornburg. Thank you, Gimli, who seemed to be the only one seeing sense. This is no rabble of mindless orcs. These are Uruk-hai, their armor is thick and their shields broad. He said. Theoden glared at him. I have fought many wars, Master Dwarf. I know how to defend my own keep. Gimli grumbled something probably very rude under his breath. Legolas clapped a hand on his shoulder as he followed us back in. They will break upon this fortress like water on rock. Saruman's hordes will pillage and burn, we've seen it before. The king continued. Crops can be re-sown, homes rebuilt. Within these walls, we will outlast them. They do not come to destroy Rohan's crops or villages. I said angrily. They come to destroy its people. Down to the last child. The king drew close to my face. What would you have me do? Look at my men. Their courage hangs by a thread. If this is to be our end, then I would have them make such an end as to be worthy of remembrance. Who would there be left to remember them? Edward spat, to my surprise. Send out riders, my lord. Aragorn said. You must call for aid. The king now turned to Aragorn, and who will come? Elves, dwarves. We are not so lucky in our friends as you. The old alliances are dead. Gondor will answer. Aragorn said. Gondor. Theoden hissed. Where was Gondor when the Westfold fell? Where was Gondor when our enemies closed in around us? Where was Gon? He paused, taking a deep breath. No, my lord Aragorn, we are alone. He walked away, calling out orders as he went. My hand balled into a fist and I took step forward after him. But Aragorn grabbed my upper arm in a vice-like grip. That is not a wise more, he said into my ear. Why doesn't he see that he's being a Utinu en Lokiram? I hissed. Son of snakes. Because he's only doing what he thinks is right. But what he thinks is right is going to get us all killed. Aragorn just nodded. A surge of people all pushed past trying to get into the caves. Aragorn, Legolas and myself and Jasper, who was surprising good at strategy, were making our way through the sea of people in the opposite direction. We'll place the reserves along the wall, Jasper said, looking around at the people pushing past us. I agree, Aragorn said. They can support the archers from above the gate. Aragorn, you must rest. Legolas said. You're no use to us half alive. My lord, I around to see Eowyn rushing towards us. Aragorn. I'm to be sent with the women into the caves. She said, sounding displeased. Aragorn sighed. That is an honorable charge. To mind the children, to find food and bedding when the men return. She said. What renown is there in that? My lady, Aragorn said firmly. We did not have time for this, I thought. Looking around I noticed the Jasper had disappeared. Where had he gone? I caught sight of the Cullen males trying desperately to get Esme, Rosalie and Alice into the caves. I rolled my eyes. It was for their own safety. They weren't trained and they were not vampires anymore, so they were as weak humans. A time may come for valor without renown. Aragorn continued. Who then will your people look to in the last defense? Let me stand at your side. She begged. It is not in my power to command it. Aragorn said before turning away. You do not command the others to stay. She shouted, and Aragorn turned back. They fight beside you because they would not be parted from you. Because they love you. They looked at each other before Eowyn looked down, murmuring, I'm sorry. Eowyn looked a bit embarrassed and left, walking past Legolas and Gimli into the glittering caves, where the refugees were already trying to find a proper place for themselves to stay. Old men and young lads were being drafted for war at the same time. The women and children said their tearful and reluctant farewells as their fathers, husbands and sons were led away by soldiers. I felt a warm hand grab my arm and pull me over to a corner. Looking around, it was Edward, his expression serious. Bella, I want you to go into the caves with the others, he said, looking at me in the eyes. Edward the First can protect myself. I am not a weak human, I said, getting angry. Elves, even female ones, are still more deadly than the most skillful human. Before I stormed away to find Aragorn. In the armory, weapons were being distributed. Aragorn picked up a battered sword, looked at it and tossed it back onto the pile. Farmer, farriers, stable boys. Aragorn said, looking around. These are no soldiers. Most have seen too many winters. Gimli growled. Too few. Legolas said, looking at a group of boys no older than 14, 15. Look at them. They're frightened. I can see it in their eyes. Everyone in the room stopped what they were doing and looked at him. Boahyn, Neltarain dan Saarmenig. Legolas said angrily. And they should be 300 against 10,000. See Barriator Hyn Ammeg non Edidoras. Aragorn said. They have more hope of defending themselves here than at Adora's. Aragorn, Nedan Dagor Hen Yu, Arier, Orthiri. Natha Dag Dur, Legolas said loudly. Aragorn, they cannot win this fight. They are all going to die. Then I shall die as one them. Aragorn shouted. He paused and then walked away. Legolas made as if to go after him. Gimli put a hand on Legolas saying, "Let him go, lad. Let him be." Théoden Pav. The villagers were handed their weapons. An oversized helmet was placed on a wide-eyed boy. Another stared at the axe that he was handed with frightened eyes. Another child wearing oversized chain mail took up a huge shield. I stood inside the main hall of the keep, my back to the entrance where a bright white light was streaming through. Every villager able to wield a sword has been sent to the armory. Gamling said, "My lord." "Who am I, Gamling?" I asked. "You are our king, sire," he said. "And do you trust your king?" Gamling placed my armor on me saying, "Your men, my lord, will follow you to whatever end." "To whatever end," I murmured. "Where is the horse and the rider? Where is the horn that was blowing?" "They have passed like rain on the mountains. Like wind in the meadow. The days have gone down in the west. Behind the hills, into shadow. How did it come to this?" After the argument with Aragorn and Legolas I wandered around feeling useless. There was nothing to do. Every preparation had been made. All the women and children and the ones unable to fight had been moved into he caves. Every soldier had been given weapons and had been placed ready to defend. I walked up some cold stone steps, looking down at my feet, my falling over my shoulders. "The men are saying we will not live out the night." I looked up and saw a young boy, no older than 15, 16, speaking to Aragorn. "They say it is hopeless," he trailed off, looking scared. "This is a good sword, Haleth, son of Hama," Aragorn said, handing him a battered-looking sword. He leant in close to the boy, placing a hand on his shoulder. "There is always hope," he said softly. I walked with Aragorn back to the armory in silence. We both know this battle was hopeless, and that we would be slaughtered. We both knew it would be a miracle if any of us got out of this alive. We knew this, but we didn't voice it. There was no need. Grabbing my weapons, I looked up to see Jasper and Emmett examining their battle-worn swords, and Edward glanced at me before quickly looking away, down at his own sword. I took this moment to study him. His messy hair looked wild in comparison to what it usually was. His eyes were still bright emerald but looked tired and wary. He wore the clothes he was given, but I could see he wore chainmail under that. Carlyle, I saw, was staring at the weapons on the wall opposite to him, his eyes glazed over. I knew they didn't want to leave their mates, but it was safest for them in the caves. I didn't want them to lose each other. They were all they had. I knew what it was like to lose the one you loved, and I didn't want Esme, Rosalie or Alice to go through what I did. Aragorn pulled his normal ranger tunic over his chain mail. Reaching out to take his sword, he realized that it was being held out for him. I watched as he looked Legolas surprised, who was holding the weapon. Aragorn accepted the sword with a nod, strapping it to his belt. "We have trusted you this far. You have not led us astray. Forgive me, for I was wrong to despair," he said with a small smile. "You moe Daved, Legolas," Aragorn said, clasping his old friend on the shoulder. "There is nothing to forgive, Legolas." Gimli, hold still. It doesn't fit. Keep still. Grr. If we had time, I'd get this adjusted. The door opened, and Alice, Rosalie and Esme came in, struggling to get a chainmail shirt over the dwarf's head. It fell to the floor with a clink, and Gimli looked up, standing stiffly. "It's a little tight across the chest," he growled. Emmett took one look at him and burst out laughing. I started to shake with silent laughter. I couldn't help myself. In this dark hour you needed a little laughter. "Esme, girls, what are you doing here?" Carlyle asked, staring at them. "Well," Alice said, smiling, "do you really think that we were going to let you have all the fun?" Carlyle sighed and closed his eyes, like he was praying to God. "Besides," she continued, "we found theses," she said, gesturing to their clothes. Alice wore boots, dark brown trousers and a pale green tunic, a chainmail shirt over the tunic. Also a sword was strapped to her hip. It seemed too big for someone that small. Esme was wearing all brown with a chainmail shirt and a sword on her hip. And Rosalie, with her long blonde hair tied back with a black ribbon, wore black trousers, boots and a deep red tunic and chainmail over that. Also she had a sword on her hip, and a bow slung over her back along with a bunch of arrows. I raised an eyebrow skeptically, looking at the wooden weapon. "You seem surprised," she stated, looking at me, but it was not the glare like she was itching to rip my head from my body. It was me of a, "I can do what you do and better kind of why." No, I answered truthfully. I just didn't expect you to know what a bow was, let alone how to use one. I smiled. Oh, she said, also smiling. There are a lot of things I know that you don't. Try, I was about to say, but Carlyle cut me off. You three are supposed to be in the caves, he said. Do you think we would just sit in there, knowing that our family and friends were fighting and we couldn't do anything to help? Rosalie snapped at her father figure. Carlyle looked at each of them in turn before signing again. He seemed to be doing that a lot, I thought, watching them silently. No, he said softly. No, I don't. A shrill horn sounded outside. My breath caught in my throat. It was not possible, I thought, looking at Legolas, then at Aragorn. It couldn't be. That is no orc horn, Legolas breathed, before running out of the armory and to the battlements, me and Aragorn close on his heels. I heard shouts of, "Send for the king! Open the gate, and open up the gate!" An army of Lothlorien elves, cloaked in dark hooded cloaks, each holding beautifully carved bows, marched up the causeway into the Hornburg. They were led by Haldir, who wore golden armor and a blood-red cloak. And I couldn't have been happier to see him. The Rohirrim soldiers looked upon them in wonderment and delight as they passed. How is this possible? I saw the king standing close by, his mouth open. I bring word from Elrond of Rivendell. Haldir said to the king. An alliance once existed between elves and men. Long ago we fought and died together. He looked up to see Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli and myself running down the steps, and he smiles. We come to honor that allegiance. May Govanen, Haldir, said Aragorn. Welcome, Haldir. Haldir bowed respectfully, but Aragorn wasn't having it. He embraced the elf tightly. Haldir was stunned at first, but cautiously returned the hug. Aragorn grinned. You are most welcome. I was next. I bowed slowly before beaming and pulling him into a tight hug, which he returned without hesitation. It's good to see you again, I said, stepping back. But I wish it was under better circumstances. As do I, he said, looking around us. We are proud to fight alongside men, once more. Men and elves were in their positions on the battlements of Helm's Deep. The sound of a marching army moved closer and closer. I looked out into the darkness, which was lit by the thousands of torches carried by the huge advancing Uruk-hai army and the light bouncing off their armor. Boom, boom, boom. I fingered the arrow I was holding nervously, tightening my hold on my bow. I looked to my left. Several rows of archers, men and elves, stood next to and behind me. I saw the Cullens standing not too far from me, all holding their weapons tight. Edward caught my eye and gave me a slight nod. I nodded back. It wasn't a silent conversation, more of a mutual feeling. We both would try to stay alive, for our families and friends. To my left, Gimli was standing beside Legolas, only the top of his helmet visible from over the wall. Straining to look above the wall, Gimli grumbled. You could have picked a better spot. I noticed out of the corner of my eye Legolas smirking. Something told me that he had picked this spot on purpose. Aragorn walked over silently. Well, lad, Gimli said. The luck you live by, let's hope it lasts the night. Your friends are with you, Aragorn, Legolas said, gazing out to the Uruk-hai. Let's hope they will last the night, Gimli grumbled. Good God, Gimli, could you be any more depressing? I groaned, looking down at the dwarf. He just growled something unintelligible. Rolling my eyes, I looked up at the sky. Least it can't get any worse, I sighed. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled overhead and thick raindrops began to fall slowly and then more steadily, finally a downpour. You had to open your mouth, Legolas sighed, irritated. An Uruk-hai leader stepped up onto a rock outcrop, while the Uruk-hai army continued to march at the fortress. On the deeping wall Aragorn gave commands to the elf warriors. Aruchin, Udano I Phalis Ahyn and Ubantanatha Lephalis. Aragorn shouted. Show them no mercy, I shouted, translating for all those who could not understand Elvish. For you shall receive none. The Uruk-hai leader raised his sword and commanded his army to stop with a terrifying animalist cry. The Uruk-hai stopped and growled in anticipation of the upcoming battle and slaughter. Gimli started jumping up and down, straining to see over the wall. What's happening out there? Shall I describe it to you? Legolas said, looking down at Gimli with a grin. Or would you like me to find you a box? Gimli looked up at him, almost glaring, before his face broke into a wide grin and he laughed good-naturedly. The Uruk leader cried out twice, which was the signal for all the other Uruk-hai to start roaring and thumping their spears furiously into the rain-soaked ground. Suddenly, an old man not too far from us, lost his grip and released his arrow prematurely, shooting an Uruk-hai in the neck. The Uruk-hai army stopped their roaring and thumping. Dartho! Aragorn shouted. Hold! I screamed, panic leaking into my voice. With a hollow groan, the Uruk-hai that was shot collapsed to the ground. The other Uruk-hai bared their teeth and roared with anger. With a cry, the Uruk leader thrusted his weapon in the air and the Uruk-hai army started charging forward. So it begins, I breathed. Tangado Ichadad, Aragorn shouted to the elves. Prepare to fire, I shouted to the humans. The elves and humans notched their arrows and aimed. Fegaivarvdin na lance a new rank. Legolas called, staring down his arrow. Their armor is weak at the neck and beneath the arm. I translated, doing the same. Lethio I Philin, Aragorn roared. Release the arrows, I cried, feeling the arrow slip through my fingers. Wind rushed by my head, tugging at my hair, as 100 more arrows whistled past. I watched as they soared through the air and hit their marks. Arrows rained down on the Uruk-hai below, killing many. But more just replaced them. Did they hit anything? Gimli asked, trying and failing to look over the wall. I heard more cries of, fire! And more arrows were released. But the Uruk-hai army kept advancing, with more replacing those fallen. Ribbed Bant, Aragorn shouted to the elves waiting on the ground behind the deeping wall. Full volley, I shouted back, send them to me, come on, Gimli whispered impatiently. I stopped thinking altogether, thinking was what got you killed. Draw, aim, shoot, was all that went through my head. The Uruk-hai with crossbows managed to take several elves down from the deeping wall, while other Uruk-hai started to load ladders onto the walls, pushing them up with their long spears. Pendraith, Aragorn roared, ladders, I shouted hoarsely, my voice cracking slightly from all the shouting. Good, Gimli cried, happily, who can that be good? I cried incuriously. Swords, swords, Aragorn shouted, drawing his sword. I drew my swords, adrenaline pumped through my veins, as my body began to shake with anticipation. The first ladders were almost reaching the walls with big nasty-looking Uruk-hai on top of them. Close combat was about to begin as the Uruk-hai climb over the wall. The elves instantly dropped their bows and drew long shining blades. Gimli caught one in midair with his axe as it leapt from its ladder. He slid on his back through the legs of another and killed it. As he stood, I swung my swords killing 2 Uruk-hai at once, and then another that took a swung at me with its jagged blade. Legolas, 2 already, Gimli shouted, holding up 2 fingers. 16, I called, counting the ones I had with my bow and the 3 just now. I'm on 17, Legolas shouted back. Arg, Gimli growled outraged, I'll have no pointy ears outscoring me. He turned to a Uruk-hai that was just climbing over the wall, whacking it in the groin with his axe and killing it as it fell. Legolas fired 2 arrows, killing the Uruk-hai they hit. 19, he cried. Aragorn slashed his way through several Uruk-hai and even managed to push down one of the ladders, but the flood of Uruk-hai storming the deeping wall seems to be unstoppable. EPOV, I had lost count of how many Uruk-hai I had killed, I got lost in the slashing, blocking and dodging. I don't know how long we had been fighting, it seemed like hours had passed since I heard Aragorn shouting commands in Elvish and Bella shouting the translation. I ducked as a blade flew towards my head, swinging my own and killing the Uruk-hai in seconds. I had lost track on my family in the crowd of humans, elves and Uruk-hai. I prayed to whatever god was out there that we would make through this alive. Gimli was standing on the wall between 2 ladders, hacking away at the Uruk-hai as they came up. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, he cried as he killed them. A group of Uruk-hai was advancing on the causeway towards the gate in a tortoise formation, using their broad shields to block off attacks. Aragorn, I cried, pointing down towards them. Aragorn looked down before shouting causeway. Na Fenez, Hado ribbed, Hado. That's when I heard Bella shouting the translation. Causeway, hurl to flow, hurl, her voice was so hoarse, it was cracking. Aragorn directed the elf archers to aim at the Uruk-hai column. The elves released their arrows. The Uruk-hai at the sides were shot and fell down the causeway. But the column kept advancing. At the bottom of the deeping wall, 2 spiky bombs were lodged in the sluice gate. The Uruk-hai opened a path and an Uruk-hai, carrying a torch, started to run towards the sluice gate. I spotted the Uruk-hai, out of the corner of my eye. Aragorn, I cried again, the Uruk-hai. The one with the torch. Kill him, before we're all dead. Togo Hundad, Legolas. Aragorn roared to Legolas. Bring him down, Legolas. Legolas shoots at the Uruk-hai, it hit him in the shoulder but the ladder kept going. Dago Hun, Aragorn roared. Kill him, kill him. I watched as Legolas shot at the Uruk again. It stumbled and then threw itself and the torch it was carrying at the bombs. An enormous explosion was set off, blowing away a large part of the wall. I felt like I was flying as the ground beneath me disappeared. Edward, I heard someone scream. Rock, debris and bodies were thrown up, and came back down, a second or two after I landed face first in the rain-soaked and mud-covered ground. Groaning, my head pounding, I struggled to my feet. Aragorn was also thrown back by the force of the explosion and was on the ground, knocked out. Brace the gate, I heard Theoden yell. The Uruk-hai was charging in with Aragorn in their path. I heard a growling cry and looking up I saw Gimli jumping down from the wall and landed on the Uruk-hai army, taking them out as he stood. Aragorn, Gimli roared. Arg, Aragorn, Gimli, I cried trying to get to them through the sea of Uruk-hai. I duck as another Uruk-hai took a swing at my head. Arg. I yelled as I threw myself out the way, swinging my arm and slashing it across the stomach. Gimli, Aragorn yelled, then shouting to the elves behind him, Hado I Fillin. Hurl the arrows. The arrows flew past me and took out the first group of Uruk-hai coming through the gaping hole in the wall. Hario, Aragorn roared. Charge. Aragorn led the elves in a charge towards the Uruk-hai streaming in. He rushed to Gimli's side and picked him up. I quickly killed several more, big nasty-looking Uruk-hai, one after another. At the top of the battlements, I saw Legolas grab a shield and sent it sliding across the ground. He then hopped onto it and surfed down the steps, releasing 3 arrows as he went, and kicked the shield to stab an Uruk-hai as he landed at the bottom. Show off. But still more and more Uruk-hai broke through the gap in the deeping wall. BPOV, Aragorn, I heard someone yelled, fall back to the keep. Get your me out of there. Nan Barad, Haldir, Nan Barad, Aragorn roared to Haldir. I looked down over the wall and saw Edward dragging a struggling Gimli to the keep. I raced to the keep killing Uruk-hai as I went. As I flew down the steps, a cold shiver swept over me. Whirling around I saw Edward on his knees, an Uruk-hai standing over him. Time seemed to slow, as it raised its arm, its jiggered blade dripping with blood. Edward, his name gushed out of me as if the wind had been knocked out of me. Rushing forward I shoved people out of the way, whether it was ours or theirs, I didn't care. Edward looked up at the Uruk-hai, his hand pressed against his side, dark blood dribbling through his fingers and running down his hand and onto the ground. No, I screamed as the Uruk-hai brought down its blade. I leapt over a body, raising my swords. Yelling I swung my swords, topping the Uruk-hai's head cleanly from its shoulders. Its head thudded to the ground and its body fell backwards. No, Edward, no, I cried, cradling his shoulders, tears pouring down my face. Somebody help me, I screamed looking wildly around, my hand pressed against his bleeding wound. People were running past me and into the keep and caves. Edward groaned, his breathing becoming shallow, his face deathly white, and a cold sheen of sweat covered his forehead. A wall of Uruk-hai marched towards us, all growling and snarling. They stopped a few feet short of us. I slowly raised my head and stared up at them. Rain pounded down on us, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed overhead. You have taken everything away from me, I whispered. My home, my family, and my heart. I looked down at Edward, placing my blood-covered hand on his cheek. I forgive you for leaving, I forgave you a long time ago, I breathed. I kissed him softly on the forehead, and looked at his closed eyes. You hear that, Edward Cullen? I forgive you and I love you. Breathing heavily I looked back up at the Uruk-hai, gently laying Edward down on the ground. I picked up my fallen sword and stood. I raised my sword and gave a warrior's cry. I got lost in the sea of Uruk-hai around me, killing all that I could. EPOV. Pain. Blinding pain pumped through my body as I lay on the cold ground. The sound of blades meeting, cries of pain, and the thud of bodies hitting the ground surrounded me. I tried to move, but had to bit my lip to stop myself from crying out. Rain pattered down onto my face. Bella, my voice cracked, and my chest hurt. I couldn't think straight. Bella forgave me and loved me, then why did it sound like she was saying goodbye? I heard more sounds of fighting, more swords clashing, and more shouts. Over there, everyone down there, someone shouted, they sounded so far away. I felt someone kneel beside my head. A hand went to my hair and face, stroking them lovingly. The other pressed down on my wound. I gasped as pain rippled through my body. I'm sorry, Edward, I'm so sorry, Bella whispered. I felt her grip my arm and drape it around her neck. Now come on Edward, you're gonna have to help me here and sit up for me. I could the stained amusement in her voice. I grunted and she pulled me into a sitting position. Hot, white hot, throbbing pain rushed through me. Bella hauled me to my feet. She took most, no nearly all me weight. BPOV. I took as much of Edward's weight, as I dragged him to the keep. I moved as quickly as I could. When I had charged at the Uruk-hai, I hadn't expected a group of elves and humans coming to my aid. I bust through the doors, calling to anyone, to everyone that I needed. Edward needed help. Carlisle came rushing over and helped me place Edward on a cot at the side of the room. I felt people's stares as Carlisle tried to save his son. I knew I was there, sat down on a bench in that room. I was there as Alice and Rosalie had to hold Esme back. When she saw her son, I was there as Emmett and Jasper bombarded me with questions, but I could not hear them. I didn't feel as though I was in that hall. People were moving around me but I could not see them. All I could see was Edward's eyes boring into mine. People were shouting but I could not hear them. All I could hear was Edward's shallow breathing. I couldn't move, I couldn't do anything. I didn't look up as Legolas came and put his arms around me. I didn't say a word as Aragorn came and knelt down in front of me, asking me something. I watched as his lips moved but no sound came out. I came to me, I knew how to save him, like my father had done to me I would done to him. Standing up, I pushed past Aragorn and Legolas, who looked shocked. And walked up to Carlisle. Carlisle, out of the way, I said calmly. I still felt detached from my body but I had more control over it. What? He said, looking at me like I was mad. It's all right, I said, placing a hand on his shoulder. It's going to be okay. His lips moved as he said something else, but I couldn't hear him. I looked down at Edward's form. If I was to compare him to now and the first time I saw him, I would not have recognized him. I placed one of my hands on his damp forehead and the other over the wound on his side. His breathing hitched as I did this. Drawing on the power of the elves, I whispered, what grace is given me, let it pass to him, let him be spared, save him, Lasto Beth Nin. Tolo Dan Na Ngalad, hear my voice, come back to the light. I breathed a shuddering breath and continued. Lasto Beth Nin. Tolo Dan Na Ngalad, hear my voice, come back to the light, I repeated before being swallowed by the darkness. In the darkness I heard voices. I could not see who they belonged to but I could hear. I can't do this, Sam. I heard Frodo say slowly, his voice filled with despair. I know, Sam said softly, it's all wrong. By rights we shouldn't even be here. But we are. He sounded like he was going to cry but he continued anyway. It's like in the great stories, Mr. Frodo. The ones that really mattered. Full of darkness and danger they were. And sometimes you didn't want to know the end. Because how could the end be happy? How could the world go back to the way it was when so much bad had happened? He paused. But in the end, it's only a passing thing, this shadow. Even darkness must pass. A new day will come. And when the sun shines it will shine out the clearer. Those were the stories that stayed with you. That meant something, even if you were too small to understand why. But I think, Mr. Frodo, I do understand. I know now. Folks in those stories had lots of chances of turning back, only they didn't. They kept going because they were holding on to something. What are we holding on to, Sam? Frodo asked quietly. That there's some good in this world, Mr. Frodo. And it's worth fighting for. I groaned and opened my eyes. Why do I keep having these sorts of dreams? Isn't my life confusing enough? Blinking, I tried to focus on what I was seeing. Turning my head to the side, I saw blurred shapes moving back and forth. I blinked again, squeezing my eyes shut then opening them. Bella, Bella, Carlisle's face came into focus. Bella, are you all right? I nodded, hulling myself up. Carlisle grabbed my arm and helped me into a sitting position. Thanks, I breathed. Looking up I saw it was Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, Emmett and Jasper all grabbing what they could and piling it up against the door of the hall. What's going on? I asked in a quiet voice. The Uruk-hai have broken through our defenses, Carlisle said, looking to the barricaded door. Bella, he said, turning back to me. How do you do that? Not to sound ungrateful, but how did you save my son's life? I smiled weakly at him. Now that would be telling. In all honesty, I didn't know how I did it. It just seemed the right thing to do. I had asked Father how he had healed Frodo, and he had said that when the time was right I would know what to do. The fortress is taken. It is over, Theoden said, watching as Aragorn and the others rushed back and forth. You said this fortress would never fall while your men defend it. Aragorn shouted, carrying a table with Legolas to the door of the hall. They still defend it. They have died defending it. Haldir died defending it. Edward and Bella both nearly died defending it. Theoden refused to meet his eyes and instead turned to look at Esme, who was sat on the floor beside Edward, his hand in hers. He was deathly white, but he was breathing, and his wound was bandaged. He was alive, that was the main thing. Clearing my throat, I asked, is there no other way for the women and children to get out of the caves? There is no answer. Is there no other way? I asked again, my voice slightly raised. There is one passage, Gamling answered. It leads into the mountains. But they will not get far. The Uruk-hai are too many. Send word for the women and children to make for the mountain pass. Aragorn shouted and barricade the entrance. So much death, Theoden said suddenly. What can men do against such reckless hate? Something. I looked around, as did everyone else. Edward was getting unsteadily to his feet, swaying slightly. Esme held onto his arm, keeping him up. We have to do something. We can't just sit on our asses and do nothing, he said, his eyes glinting dangerously. Ride out with us, Aragorn said suddenly, looking up. Ride out and meet them. For death and glory, Theoden asked. For Rohan. For your people, Aragorn said. The sun is rising, I said, as a faint stream of light came through the window. Yes, Theoden said. Yes, the horn of Helm Hammerhand shall sound in the deep, one last time. Yes, Gimli cheers and dashed up the steps which led to the tower. Theoden clasped a hand on Aragorn's shoulder. Let this be the hour when we draw swords together. Fell deeds awake, he said. Now for wrath, now for ruin, and a red dawn. He mounted his horse and put on his helmet. The sound of the horn rumbles through Helm's Deep as Gimli blew with eagerness. Standing to my feet, I grabbed the nearest horse's reins, and pulled myself up, much to the protest of Carlyle, who thought it best for me to stay where I was. I shook my head, moving the horse over to the others. Edward pulled up beside me, determined not to be left behind. Carlyle looked between us and sighed before getting onto a horse himself. I glanced around me, the last remaining soldiers, the king and my family, the Cullens, Aragorn, Legolas and Gimli, were by my side. I smiled as I drew my sword. Fourth Eorlingas. The king roared. Theoden lead us out of the keep into the Hornburg. I slashed away at the Uruk-hai as we went and Gimli blew the horn. Without pause, we storm out of the gate and down the causeway, right into the column of waiting Uruk-hai. In the midst of battle, I noticed Aragorn looking to east. I saw a white rider against the rising sun. Gandalf, I breathed. Then I cried out his name in joy. Gandalf. I saw another join him, and then a whole army of men on horses. We weren't doomed. For the king, they roared. The Rohirrim and the White Rider charged down the slope. Half of the Uruk-hai army turned to face the challenge, bearing their spears down towards the riders. As the riders drew closer, the sun raised behind them, momentarily blinding the Uruk-hai, who raised the hands and spears to shield their eyes. The riders crashed right into the Uruk-hai and engaged them in battle. An Uruk-hai snarled at me and tried to pull me of my horse. I kicked it in the head before stabbing it in the chest with my sword. Victory! We have victory! The king yelled. The remaining Uruk-hai at Helm's Deep tried to escape the wrath of the Rohirrim and fled into the forest. That had not been there yesterday night, I thought. Éomer rode in front of his men and shouted, "Stay out of the forest. Keep away from the trees." We all watched the trees of Fangorn, who had come to our rescue, taking care of the Uruk-hai. As soon as the last one disappeared in the forest, the trees started to move and shake and the Uruk-hai could be heard screaming for their lives. But not a single one could escape their fate. Back in the castle, the women and children welcomed the men as they returned. Éowyn ran up to Aragorn and embraced him, crying tears of relief. Then she pulled me into a hug. "I am sorry," she whispered. "I'm sorry that I was angry with you." "It doesn't matter, we both thought he was dead," I said as I pulled out of her death grip and smiled at her. I looked over and saw Carlyle and Aragorn talking to Gandalf. Walking over, they all looked at me. I stopped and gave them a confused look. "What?" I asked. "Do I have blood on my face? 'Cause I'm sure I wiped it all off." They looked away sheepishly. I narrowed my eyes at them. "Gandalf, can I talk to you?" Moving away from the other two, I hugged him before speaking. "Where did you go? And why did not you tell us?" "Not that I'm ungrateful or anything," I babbled. "My dear Isabella," Gandalf sighed. "I told Aragorn where I would be going and I told him that at first light on the 5th day, at dawn, look to the east, and as I recall you were there when I told him. Or were you too busy arguing with young Edward?" I opened my mouth to deny it, but as I thought back to that day I found I was mistaken. "This is my home, Edward. I said loudly, and I'm just a figure out of thousands on the playing board, and if you don't think I'm not going to fight for it, then I said in a smaller voice. Then you are wrong. I grabbed my horse's reins and quickly walked out as Gandalf said from the top of the white horse, down to Aragorn. Look to my coming, at first light, on the 5th day. At dawn, look to the east. Go, Aragorn said. Sorry, I mumbled, looking down at my feet. I was distracted. A Rohan soldier dropped a dead Uruk-hai as I walked past. I followed Legolas as he walked towards Gimli, who was sat on a dead and bloody Uruk-hai smoking his pipe. Looking at his bow, Legolas said, final count. 42. Gimli looked up at him amused. 42, he said. Oh, that's not bad for a pointy-eared elvish princeling. I myself am sitting pretty on 43. Suddenly Legolas knocked an arrow and shot the Uruk-hai between Gimli's legs, making myself and the dwarf jump. Legolas, looking pleased, said, 43. I smiled to myself. Legolas would not want to be beaten by a dwarf, even though the Uruk-hai was dead. He was already dead, Gimli exclaimed. He was twitching. He was twitching, Gimli stated, because he's got my axe embedded in his nervous system. Gimli moved his axe, causing the dead Uruk-hai body to move, proving his point. That night the men that had survived were celebrating their victory and feasting in the hall. The stone hall was now filled with torches, and a roaring fire, which over the top hung a wild boar, people coming up and caving what they wanted. How they even got a boar, I don't know. There was music, some of the women had found some instruments in the caves, it was a lively and victorious song. I leaned against a wall, watching the happenings around me, the light of the fire bouncing off the ceiling, walls and floor casting long moving shadows. Thinking over the last couple of days, I released what a roller coaster of emotions and thoughts had passed through my head. I had been scared for the lives of others and myself. I had been relieved and thankful that Aragorn had been alive and had not died at the hands of the rushing water, and, however strange it may be, with what had happened, I felt complete. I had to him, Edward, how I felt. I had told him those emotions that I had kept locked up inside me. But how were we supposed to act now? I had opened so many doors, and I had no way of closing them. Did I want to close? I asked myself. So a voice said from beside me. I jumped and looked up to see Edward standing there beside me, leaning his shin against the stone wall, his feet crossed at the ankles. I couldn't help but stare at his closely. His clothes were now clean and less crinkled. He wore a fitting dark green tunic, and I couldn't stop myself from staring at his arms, chest and shoulders. Oh my God, am I drooling? I feel like I'm drooling. But look at those muscles. He also wore dark brown trousers with boots. His hair was a bright bronzen, gold, in the light it looked to be almost glowing. I looked at his face, his pale skin becoming more and more tanned, a light dusting of stubble was now on his once smooth face. He had a cut above his right eye that could possibly leave a small scar. And his eyes, bright green flames, stared back at me, dancing in the firelight. What? I asked when he looked at me strangely, and I realized that he was speaking to me and waiting for my answer. I asked if you were enjoying yourself and if you wanted to dance. He said quietly. I am enjoying myself more now, I said, smiling up at him. Then my eyes widened as I realized what I had said. What was the second question? I asked sheepishly, looking down. Edward's smile grew as he took my hand in his and said, Bella, do you want to dance? Oh, I said uncertainly, as I was dragged to the middle of the hall. And don't say you can't dance, because you can. I saw you dancing with Legolas earlier on, Edward said, placing one hand on my hip, while the other was clutching my hand. The way he said Legolas' name made me look up at him again. Edward, are you jealous? I asked. I couldn't help but smile at the thought. Well. He looked down at his feet, a hint of pink colored his cheeks. Would you be mad if I said yes? He asked, looking into my eyes. I thought for a moment, would I be mad if he was jealous? No, Edward, you don't have to be jealous of Legolas. He's more my brother and my friend than anything else, there's nothing more to it. He spun me around, and stared into my eyes again. Good, he said softly, then he won't mind me doing this. My heart stuttered and began to race, as Edward leaned down towards me. It was like time had stopped. I couldn't hear the music or the raucous the partying people. It was like it was just the two of us. When his warm lips finally brushed against mine, my hands and body had a mind of their own. My hands went straight to his hair, and my body pressed against him. His tongue brushed ever so lightly against my bottom lip, making me gasp. It was like time sped, sound rushed back into my ears. We both pulled away at the same time, both gasping for breath. I didn't say anything, but grabbed his hand and pulled him to the door. Bella, where are we going? Edward asked, smiling. I turned to look at him, walking backwards, and giggled, smiling at him. Catching sight of the room I had been assigned, I pulled him in. As soon as the door was closed, I pushed him up against it, kissing him hard. Edward moved his hands up and down my back. The last thing I remembered was my shirt coming off and Edward moving us towards the bed. The sun streamed in through the window of my room, the light heated my skin and the reflections danced behind the lids of my eyes. I frowned slightly, not wanted to wake up. I was warm, so warm. And comfy, the bed was so soft, that I was slowly drifting off back into the haze of between awakened dreams. Shifting, I felt a warm arm tightened around, pulling me closer to the body next to me. The memories of last night came flooding back to me, making my cheeks redden. I opened my eyes with a start, and looked up. Edward was smiling down at me, the smile was that beautiful crooked smile of his, and it reached his eyes. The glow of the sun shone on his face making his hair shine. He looks like an angel. I mused. Why are you blushing, Bella? He asked in a whisper, a hand coming up to stroke my cheek. I suddenly felt very shy, when I realized that we both didn't have any clothes on. Not looking at him I buried my face into his chest, so he couldn't my now glowing cheeks. His chest vibrated deeply as he chuckled softly. You don't have to be shy, Bella, not with me he murmured into my hair and kissed it gently. Knock, knock, Bella, oh, God, I thought, looking up at the door. Aragorn. Yes, I said, and winced as I answered too quickly. Please don't come in, please don't come in. Gandalf wants to see all of us, now. Bella, you all right? Yeah I'm fine, thanks for telling me, please go away now, please. Be out in a minute. I called to him. Okay then, Aragorn trailed off. I breathed out a sigh of relief as I heard his footsteps echoing down the hall. I smiled up at Edward softly, then sat up, taking the sheet with me, swinging my legs over the edge of the bed. Bella, Edward whined, wrapping his arms around me and pulling me back against him. Where are you going? Edward the first giggled, we have to get up. Gandalf said he wanted to meet with us, so we have to go. I quickly pulled a tunic over my head and put on some trousers. Sitting on the edge of my bed I stuffed my feet into my boots. Standing up I turned to see the Edward was only just pulling his tunic over his own head. Not so fun without that vampire speed and only being able to go as fast as a mere mortal, is it? I giggled, walking out the door. A small group of us moved through the forest on horseback. Éomer, Théoden, Gandalf, Legolas, Aragorn, Gimli, Carlisle, Emmett, Jasper, Edward and myself. Esme, Alice and Rosalie had wanted to stay at Adora's and help where they could. I looked around warily and noticed the others doing the same, as the low sounds of lumbering trees were heard around us. Sauron's wrath will be terrible, his retribution swift. The battle for Helm's Deep is over. The battle for Middle-earth is about to begin. All our hopes now lie with two little hobbits. Somewhere in the wilderness. Gandalf's words from earlier as we were looking down onto the trees swirled around inside my head. As we continued on through the trees, we soon came to Isengard. I looked up at the rubble of its gates, and sat on top of it were two very small figures. It's good, I heard Merry, blowing a smoke ring out. Definitely from the Shire. Longbottom Leaf. Pippin nodded agreeing and took a bite out of the salted pork in his hand. I feel like I'm back at the Green Dragon, he sighed. The Green Dragon. Merry said, a mug of ale in my hand. Pippin continued, putting my feet up on a settle after a hard day's work. Merry arched an eyebrow looking at Pippin disbelievingly, his eyes glassy. Only, you've never done a hard day's work. They both started to laugh madly. I shook my head and carried on towards them. Merry stood up almost drunkenly to greet us. Welcome my lords, and lady he said waving a pipe around, to Isengard. I noticed Aragorn ginning, and Emmett and Jasper shaking with silent laughter, and I myself couldn't stop a small giggle escape my lips. You young rascals, Gimli exclaimed, a merry chase you've led us on, and now we find you feasting and smoking. We are sitting on the field of victory, enjoying a few well-earned comforts. Pippin said slightly inebriated and touched by the leaf the salted cork is particularly good. Salted cork? Gimli asked, it looked like his mouth was watering. Hobbits, Gandalf grumbled under his breath. We're under orders from Treebeard who's taken over management of Isengard. Merry said, we'll take you to him now. Merry climbed up behind Aragorn, and Pippin behind me, as we made our way through the rubble and water. As we came nearer to Orthanc, I looked up and saw a gigantic tree man. Whoa, I breathed, so this was Treebeard. Whom? The Ent growled. Young Master Gandalf, I'm glad you've come. He said slowly. Wood and water, stock and stone I can master, but there is a wizard to manage here locked in his tower. Show yourself, Aragorn muttered, looking up at the tower. Be careful, Gandalf warned. Even in defeat, Saruman is dangerous. Well, let's have his head off, and be done with it, Emmett grumbled, also glancing up at the tower. No, Gandalf said. We need him alive. We need him to talk. A voice called out from above, and Saruman came into view, standing on the top of the tower. You have fought many wars and slain many men, Theoden king, and made peace afterwards. Saruman called down, leaning on his staff. Can we not take counsel together, as we once did, my old friend? Can we not have peace, you and I? I was seething. This wizard was why so many people were suffering, why so many of my people and other races were now dead. Riding forward, I felt Pippin squeeze me around the middle. Glancing up, I shouted. Why should we give you anything? You have caused nothing but pain and suffering to all races in Middle-earth. We should kill you, but you deserve so much more than death. I felt Pippin shaking slightly from the volume of my voice. Ah, Isabella Everstar, the one who felt this world, I wondered, how could you lower yourself to these creatures? Saruman spat. What, like how you lower yourself to Sauron? And the orc and Uruk-hai, I answered back. We shall have peace. Theoden spoke forward, cutting across mine and Saruman's argument with anger in his voice. We shall have peace when you answer for the burning of the Westfold and the children that lie dead there. We shall have peace when the lives of the soldiers whose bodies were hewn even as they lay dead against the gates of the Hornburg are avenged. When you hang from a gibbet for the sport of your own crows, then we shall have peace. Gibbets and crows, dotard. Saruman spat. What do you want, Gandalf Greyheim? Let me guess. The key of Orthanc, or perhaps the key of Barad-dûr itself, along with the crowns of the 7 kings and the rods of the 5 wizards. Your treachery has already cost many lives. Gandalf said, looking up at the tower. Thousands more are now at risk, but you could save them, Saruman. You were deep in the enemy's council. Saruman grinned. So you have come here for information. I have some for you. From his robes, Saruman pulled a glowing palantir, and stared at it intensely. Something festers in the heart of Middle-earth. Saruman said. Something that you have failed to see. But the Great Eye has seen it. Even now he presses his advantage. His attack will come soon. Gandalf moved Shadowfax forward, and I also moved forward, Pippin holding on to the fabric of my tunic. You're all going to die. Saruman snarled. But you know this, don't you, Gandalf? Saruman sneered down at Aragorn. You cannot think that this ranger will ever sit upon the throne of Gondor. This exile, crept from the shadows, will never be crowned king. He continued. Gandalf does not hesitate to sacrifice those closest to him, those he professes to love. Tell me, what words of comfort did you give the halfling before you sent him to his doom? I grounded my teeth together, to stop myself from speaking my mind. The path that you have set him on, can only lead to death. Saruman said finally. I've heard enough. Gimli growled to Legolas. Shoot him. Stick an arrow in his gob. Legolas reached for his quiver, as did I, careful not to hit Pippin in the head though, but we were stopped by Gandalf. No, he said. Come down, Saruman, Gandalf pleaded, and your life will be spared. Save your pity and your mercy, I have no use for it. Saruman spat. He conjured a ball of fire and shot it from his staff. The flames engulfed Gandalf and Shadowfax, making my horse whinny and rear back, nearly making myself and Pippin fall off and into the murky water, but I held my balance and so did Pippin. The flames died out, revealing an unscathed Gandalf, much to Saruman's surprise. Saruman, your staff is broken, Gandalf stated. Saruman's staff shattered in his hand. From behind him, the hunched figure of Grima Wormtongue appeared. Grima, you need not follow him. Theoden pleaded. You were not always as you are now. You were once a man of Rohan. Come down. In my mind though, think anyone who followed some of the other side should be left with an arrow sticking out of their gut, but I could hear exactly what Gandalf would say. Isabella, you of all people should know about the importances of second chances. I watched as Grima bowed to Theoden. A man of Rohan, Saruman sneered. What is the house of Rohan but a thatched barn where brigands drink in the reek and rats roll on the floor with the dogs? Victory at Helm's Deep does not belong to you, Theoden, Horsemaster. You are a lesser son of greater sires. Not rising to the bait, Théoden said. Grima, come down. Be free of him. Free? Saruman's deep voice sounded amused. He will never be free. No, Grima answered back. Get down, cur. Saruman spat, and slapped Grima, which sent him falling to the ground. Saruman, you were deep in the enemy's council. Gandalf said, trying to get information. Tell us what you know. I saw Grima draw a dagger from his robes. I tightened my grip on my bow. You withdraw your guard. Saruman deals. And I will tell you where your doom will be decided. Grima lunged towards Saruman. I will not be held prisoner here. Saruman said. I watched as Grima stabbed Saruman in the back, twice. Before I shot an arrow at the same time as Legolas shot one, they both hit Grima, who fell down, dead. Saruman fell forward off the tower and was impaled by the spike of a large wheel. I gasped, turning away, not wanting to look. Sighing, Gandalf said, send word to all our allies, and to every corner of Middle-earth that still stands free, the enemy moves against us. We need to know where he will strike. The wheel turned, sliding Saruman's body under the water. The Palantir dropped from the sleeve of his robe and into the shallows. The filth of Saruman, Treebeard growled, is washing away. Trees will come back to live here. Young trees, wild trees. I saw something glowing in the water. I felt Pippin dismount and jump down towards the glowing light, for a closer look. Pippin, I called. Pippin picked up the orb. It was one of the Palantir. Bless my bark, Treebeard exclaimed. Peregrine took, Gandalf said, riding up to him. I'll take that, my lad, quickly now. Pippin reluctantly handed Gandalf the orb. Gandalf covered it up, and with a sidelong glance at Pippin, turned away. Helping Pippin back up onto my horse, I turned and followed Gandalf and the others, but not before I shot a look at Edward and smiled slightly, seeing as I had completely ignored him through the confrontation with Saruman. Edward returned the smile and rode beside me back to Edoras. At Edoras, everyone who had fought and lived was now there in the Golden Hall of Medical to respect those now of the dead. From where I sat next to Edward and Aragorn and Legolas on the other side of him, I watched as Éowyn brought Théoden a cup. Théoden raised it and prepared to address as all of us. Aragorn stood leading the rest of men to stand. Edward took my hand and gave it a comforting squeeze. Tonight we remember those who gave their blood to defend this country. Théoden called, Hail the victorious dead. Hail, we all called back and drunk from our mugs. I noticed Aragorn hesitate, before he drank from his mug. The Rohirrim party in the Great Hall. Everyone was drinking and feasting. I stood with Edward, next to Legolas as Éomer instructed a group of men, including Gimli and Legolas. No pauses, no spills. Éomer said, handing Legolas and Gimli mugs of ale. And no regurgitation, Gimli said, already sounding drunk, as he took a gulp from his tankard. So, it's a drinking game? Legolas asked, looking down at the dwarf. Aye, last one standing, wins. He replied. Edward leant down and whispered in my ear, I bet you 5, Legolas goes down first. Legolas took a small sip from his drink, but I watched in amazement as Gimli chugged his drink. Leaning up I whispered back, all right, but I raise your 5 to 10, Gimli goes first. After a few minutes Gimli and Legolas had got through several drinks each. Gimli grabbed for another drink, and leant forward to pass some very loud wind, which brought riotous laughter from the crowd. Here, it's the dwarves that go swimming with little hairy women. Gimli laughed drunkenly. I tried not to laugh, as Legolas examined his fingers, looking worried, but failed as I saw the look on Edward's face. I feel something, Legolas said, a slight tingling in my fingers, I think it's affecting me. That comment caused me to bust out laughing again. What did I say? Gimli slurred, he can't hold his liquor. And with that his eyes crossed and he fell backwards off his chair, passed out. Legolas looked at me smugly, then said game over. I was bent over double laughing, tears running down my face. At the look of Edward's horror-stricken face, I couldn't catch my breath. Edward had to hold me up. You, ha ha ha, oh me, ha ha, 10, ha ha ha, I said between laughs. I laughed along with the crowd as Merry and Pippin danced on a tabletop to the amusement of us. Oh, you can search far and wide. You can drink the whole town dry. But you'll never find a beer so brown as the one we drink in our hometown. The men at the table had to quickly grab their mugs, or have them kicked into their laps as the hobbits did their jig. You can keep your fancy ales. You can drink 'em by the flagon. But the only brew for the brave and true. Pippin stopped singing, catching Gandalf's gaze. Pippin, Merry scolded. But the only brew for the brave and true comes from the green dragon. They finished by clinking their mugs together and downing the drink in one. Come on, someone else sing us a song. Mary called to the crowd. You, he pointed to a long-bearded man, leaning back in his chair. You, he pointed to another man, who had passed out, and was slumped over the table, or not. Pippin caught sight of me standing against the pillar I was leaning on. He whispered something to Mary, who looked at me and smiled. Bella, come on up, and give us a song. He shouted. No, I called back blushing. The crowd cheered, some calling out, yeah, come on. And get the elf up. I put my hands up, surrendering. Fine, fine, I called, getting up onto the table. Taking a breath to calm my nerves, the crowd was silent, waiting for me to start. I thought back to an old melody that my sister had taught me. Taking another breath, I began. Lay down, your sweet and weary head. Night is falling, you have come to journey's end. Sleep now. Dream of the ones who came before. They are calling from across a distant shore. Why do you weep? What are these tears upon your face? Soon you will see, all of your fears will pass away. Safe in my arms, you're only sleeping. My voice grew more powerful. What can you see? On the horizon, why do the white gulls call? Across the sea, a pale moon rises. The ships have come to carry you home. Dawn will turn to silver glass. A light on the water. All souls pass. Hope fades into the world of night. Through shadows falling. Out of memory and time. Don't say, we have come now to the end. White shores are calling. You and I will meet again. And you'll be here in my arms. Just sleeping. What can you see? On the horizon, why do the white gulls call? Across the sea, a pale moon rises. The ships have come to carry you home. My voice softened as I neared the end. And all will turn to silver glass. A light on the water. Gray ships pass into the west. I bowed my head in mourning for all of those who had died, men, women and children, my people, my friends and my family. Everyone around me erupted into cheers, whistles, claps and stomping of the feet. I bowed before hurriedly jumping lightly of the table and into Edward's arms, who had been one of the loudest cheering and clapping, along with Emmett, Alice and Aragorn, Legolas, and Merry and Pippin. Kissing me on the head, Edward lifted me up and we spun in a circle. You're amazing, he whispered into my ear, causing me to giggle. EPOV. It was night. Myself and Legolas were standing silently next to each other, gazed out over to Mordor. I heard Aragorn walking outside from the Golden Hall, his pipe in his hand. He made his way over Legolas. The stars are veiled, Legolas suddenly stated. Something stirs in the east. A sleepless malice. The eye of the enemy is moving. BPOV. Sighing softly, I turned over onto my side, my eyes still closed. I heard sheets rustling, then soft bare footsteps on the stone floor. What are you doing? I heard Merry whisper harshly. Pippin, Pippin. Silently I sat up. The blanket fell onto my lap. Looking up, I saw Pippin edging his way over to Gandalf, and Merry was sat up too. Pippin, I asked sleepily, what are you doing? Pippin stopped in front of Gandalf, and waved a hand in front of his face. What? I thought. Oh, yeah, Gandalf sleeps with his eyes open. Pippin took the palantir from Gandalf, and replaced the space in Gandalf's hands with a chamber pot. Pippin, Merry whispered harshly. Are you mad? I just want to look at it. Pippin said. Just one more time. Pippin, I said, more awake now. That thing is dangerous, put it back. Pippin put the bundle on the floor in front of him and Merry and unwrapped it. I crawled out of my blankets, quickly throwing a glance over to the Cullens. The couples were snuggled together, Carlisle and Esme, Rosalie and Emmett, and Edward. That was the first time I noticed Edward's warm body wasn't beside me. Crawling forward, I knelt where Merry and Pippin were. Pippin, no, Pippin, Merry called. Pippin ignored him, smiled and placed his hands on it. Pippin's smile turned to a frown and an orange glow emerged from the palantir with a black pupil showing. Pippin's hands fused onto the palantir and he began to shake. Pippin, I hissed. No, Pippin, Merry cried. Merry and I watched, scared, as our friend struggled with the glowing palantir. Pippin suddenly screamed and stood up with the palantir stuck in his hands. His mouth was open in a soundless scream. Then he collapsed to the floor, convulsing. I rushed forward, and grabbed the palantir out of his hands. Pain coursed through my hands and up my arms, then throughout my entire body. I felt a presence forcing its way into my mind. I suddenly saw a white tree and building. The tree was dead and burning. Who are you? A voice boomed in my mind, in the black speech of Mordor. What is your name? Answer. The pressure and pain increased tenfold. I screamed, begging it to stop, the speech of Mordor ringing painful in my head, like bursts of fire. You will answer me. Where is my? Suddenly it stopped, the pain and noise, it stopped. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't get air into my lungs, darkness took me. Ashnazg Thrakatulik. EPOV. Suddenly the peaceful silence was broken when Legolas turned to look at Aragorn, alarmed. He's here, he said, just before a blood-curdling scream sounded from where the others were sleeping. Aragorn, Legolas and I stormed into the room. Help her, Merry yelled, from beside an unconscious Pippin, as Esme, Rosalie, Emmett and Jasper were beside them. Someone help her. I watched as Bella convulsed on the stone floor, her back ached in pain, and her mouth open in a silent scream. I couldn't do anything but watch as Carlisle and Alice crouched next to her, trying to stop her movements. Aragorn snatched the palantir from her hands but fell to his knees, taken over by its power. Legolas tried to help his friend and hold him still. The stone dropped from Aragorn's hands and rolled across the floor, still blazing. Gandalf grabbed a cloth and tossed it over the palantir. I rushed to her side, taking her cold face in my hands. Her eyes stared unseeingly up at me. Bella, I whispered, moving a strand of hair away from her face. Be Bella, Pippin sobbed, crawling towards her, Merry by his side. Fool of a Took, Gandalf rounded on him. Pippin visibly flinched. And you are no better, Isabella. What were you thinking? Gandalf looked startled to see Bella lying limply in my arms, her eyes open, staring into nothingness. He rushed to her, pushing me aside. The wizard took Bella's hand into his own and pressed his other hand on her forehead. He whispered quietly and stroked Bella's cheek. We all watched with concern. Finally Bella responded, her eyes drifted open. Suddenly she gasped, her back aching, then she became limp again. Silent tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Pippin, she cried, lunging forward. Bella, I'm okay, well, Pippin said, crawling over to her. His hand still on her face, Gandalf commanded. Look at me. Bella focused on his face. More tears running down her face, as she begged. Gandalf, forgive me. Bella tried to close her eyes again, but Gandalf wouldn't let her. Look at me, he commanded again. What did you see? Bella was distraught, you could see that on her face, but she still managed to speak. A tree, she gasped. There was a white tree, in a courtyard of stone. It was dead, the city was burning. Minas Tirith, Gandalf asked. Is that what you saw? Bella swallowed, fear creasing her brow. I saw him, I could hear his voice in my head. And what did you tell him? Speak, Gandalf sounded alarmed. He asked me my name, I didn't answer. She said, her voice shaking. He heard me. What did you tell him about Frodo and the ring? Gandalf asked. Bella shook her head. Oh Gandalf, he thinks, Pippin and I, have it. BPOV. There was no lie in Pippin's or Isabella's eyes. Gandalf said, as we were gathered in the hall the next day, Gandalf retelling the events of the previous night. Fools, but an honest fool they remain. They told Sauron nothing of Frodo and the ring. I looked down at the ground from where I sat, Edward's arms around me, and Legolas holding my hand, in a comforting way. We've been strangely fortunate. Isabella saw in the palantir a glimpse of the enemy's plan. Gandalf continued. Sauron moves to strike the city of Minas Tirith. His defeat at Helm's Deep showed our enemy one thing, he knows the heir of Elendil has come forth. Men are not as weak as he supposed, there is courage still, strength enough perhaps to challenge him. Sauron fears this. He will not risk the peoples of Middle-earth uniting under one banner. He will raze Minas Tirith to the ground, Gandalf said sharply, before he sees a king return to the throne of men. If the beacons of Gondor are lit, Rohan must be ready for war. Tell me, Theoden asked. Why should we ride to the aid of those who did not come to ours? I looked up to see, Aragorn tuned to look at the king. What do we owe Gondor? Theoden continued. I will go. Aragorn spoke up. No, Gandalf said. They must be warned. Aragorn Agued. They will be, Gandalf assured. You must come to Minas Tirith by another road. Follow the river and look to the black ships. Understand this. Things are now in motion that cannot be undone. I ride for Minas Tirith. Gandalf concluded. Looking over to me and Pippin he said, and I won't be going alone. Outside, Gandalf, followed by Merry and Pippin, and myself and Edward, swiftly made his way to the stables of Edoras. Of all the inquisitive hobbits, Peregrine Took, you are the worst. Hurry, hurry, Gandalf called over his shoulder. Ahead of myself and Edward, Merry and Pippin were having a heated argument. Sighing, I knew what was coming. Edward was going to scold me on how I put myself in danger, yet again, and how I needed stop doing that, and I was going to be the death of him. But the scolding never came. As we came to the inside of the stables, Edward pulled me into a hug, and lightly kissed me on the top of the head, saying I love you, then leaned down and kissed me on the lips softly. Pulling me back into another hug, he whispered in my ear, I thought I'd lost you, don't ever do something like that again. Stepping back, he gave me the reins to my horse and helped me on. Goodbye, Bella, he said. I smiled at him. Don't say goodbye, Edward, that sounds like I'll never be coming back, let's say, I'll see you later. He smiled, and nodded. I saw his eyes wet with unleashed tears that threatened to fall, but he held them back, except one, that escaped down his cheek. Gandalf lifted Pippin up on Shadowfax's back. How far is Minas Tirith? Pippin asked. 3 days' ride, as the Nazgul flies. Gandalf replied. And we better hope we don't have one of those on our tail. Merry handed Pippin a pouch, saying, here. Something for the road. Last of the Longbottom leaf? Pippin asked. I know you've run out. Merry said. You smoke too much, Pip. He said, trying to lighten the mood. But we'll see each other soon, won't we? Pippin asked. Merry glanced at Gandalf, saying, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Merry started to cry silently, and Edward placed an hand on Merry's shoulder as a small gesture of comfort. Merry, Pippin called. Run, Shadowfax, Gandalf commanded. Show us the meaning of haste. Merry, Pippin called again as Shadowfax galloped out of the stables, with me close behind them. EPOV, Merry ran after them, with me hot on his heels. We climbed up to a watchtower. Aragorn caught sight of us and followed us. Merry, Edward, he shouted. From the tower, Merry and myself watched as Shadowfax and Bella's horse run towards Gondor. Aragorn joined us. He's always followed me, Merry said, thinking aloud. Everywhere I went, since before we were tweens. I would get him into the worst sort of trouble. But I was always there to get him out. And now he's gone, and so is Bella. Aragorn put his hand on Merry's shoulder. Just like Frodo and Sam, Merry said. One thing I've learned about hobbits and elves is that they are most hardy folk. Foolhardy maybe, he's a took, Merry said, but I know Bella will make sure she keeps him in line. Oh, I don't know about that. Bella's a magnet for danger, Aragorn said, smiling. That she is, I sighed, staring out into the distance. She'll be fine, Edward, Aragorn said reassuringly. I hope so, I thought, watching them riding out of my visual sight. A beautiful and tranquil forest where elves were on their way to the Grey Havens. The only sound in the background was the song of the birds and the light swish of the elven robes. Arwen, rode Asphalloth. My father's voice drifted over the scene. Take her by the safest road. A ship lays anchored in the Grey Havens, it waits to carry her across the sea. The last journey of Arwen Undomiel. The party of the elves moved on. No sounds were heard. Suddenly, a little boy in a white shirt appeared from nowhere. He ran as if in a dream into the woods. Arwen turned to look at the boy. Suddenly a vision of a grey-haired Aragorn appeared, running to the little boy, Eldarion, their son. Aragorn took Eldarion in his arms and spun him around. Both were laughing. Arwen watched, tears forming in her eyes. Aragorn kissed their son, then turned his face in Arwen's direction, meeting her eyes. I saw that Eldarion was wearing the Evenstar around his neck. Eldarion continued to stare at his mother, and finally a single tear rolls down Arwen's cheek and she closed her eyes. There is nothing for you here, only death. Arwen opened her eyes again, but the vision was gone. One of the elf escorts walked to Arwen. Lady Arwen, we cannot delay. He said. From the ashes a fire shall be woken, a light from the shadow shall spring, renewed shall be blade that was broken. The crownless again shall be king. Ada. Arwen said. Father. Without saying a word, Arwen made Asphalloth turn back, intent on returning to Rivendell. My lady, I watched as Arwen arrived, in the now deserted Rivendell, where our father sat alone, writing something with a quill. He turned and watched as Arwen threw her velvet robe to the ground and hurried up the steps to our father. Tell me what you have seen, she demanded. Arwen, you have the gift of foresight, what did you see? I looked into your future and I saw death. My father said gravely. But there is also life. She agued back. You saw there was a child. You saw my son. My father turned his back at his firstborn and leant against a railing and looked at the silent Rivendell. That future is almost gone, he said, but it is not lost, Arwen said. My father sat down, a dark expression on his face. Nothing is certain. As Arwen knelt before him she said, some things are certain. If I leave him now, I will regret it forever. It is time. I saw a hooded Arwen, walking to the shards of Narsil. Arwen's voice drifted to me. Reforge the sword. Our father turned away and Arwen sat down on a bed, holding a book in her hands, her breathing suddenly loud in my ears. She stared as the book in her hands dropped to the ground. Our father picked up the book, and took Arwen's hand in his. Your hands are cold, he said. The life of the Eldar is leaving you. This was my choice, she said. Ada, whether by your will or not, there is no ship now that can bear me hence. I choose immortal life, I gasped, straightening from my slouch on my horse. Why do I keep having these dreams? Shaking myself into awareness, trees whipped past as we rode through the night. I glanced sideways at Gandalf and noticed Pippin was asleep, his head lolling with the motion. As we rode across a plain, dawn was breaking over the horizon. We have just passed into the realm of Gondor, shouted Gandalf. Suddenly, as they rode up over a hill, they saw it. Minas Tirith, City of Kings, said Gandalf. I knew Pippin was in awe as was I, though I had seen the city from a distance once before. The city itself was built at the end of a chain of mountains and was raised 7 levels high, each level surrounded by thick walls of white stone. A tall white tower rose from the top, like a spike of silver in the morning sun. The guards let us in without question when they saw Gandalf. We didn't slow our pace, as Gandalf led us up and around each level. Gandalf shouting, "Make way." I dismounted as did Gandalf and Pippin at the top level and walked hurriedly across a courtyard. In the middle stood a white tree, it was dead. Scenes flashed before my eyes, fire, the place burning, the tree burnt. Blinking rapidly I caught up with Gandalf and Pippin. It's the tree, Pippin called to Gandalf. Gandalf, Gandalf. Yes, the white tree of Gondor, the tree of the king. Gandalf said, Lord Denethor however is not the king. He is a steward only. A caretaker of the throne. Gandalf prepared to enter the throne room of Gondor, but hesitated. Listen carefully, Lord Denethor is Boromir's father. To give him news of his beloved son's death would be most unwise. Gandalf warned, and do not mention about Frodo or the ring. Gandalf moved to go in the stop to say. And say nothing of Aragorn either. Gandalf again turned to enter, but stopped and glanced down at Pippin. In fact, it's better if you don't speak at all, Peregrine took. I smiled and laughed quietly to myself, then headed in with them. Gandalf slowly approached Denethor, who sat on the steward's throne, his face lowered, looking at something in his hands. Hail, Denethor, son of Ectelion, lord and steward of Gondor. Gandalf spoke. I come with tidings in this dark hour, and with counsel. Denethor looked up, handling the broken horn that was split clean down the middle. Perhaps you've come to explain this, he said, showing us the broken horn of Gondor. I heard Pippin gasp softly next to me. Perhaps you've come to tell me why my son is dead. Pippin pushed past me and walked in front of Gandalf to face Denethor. Pippin knelt down and said, Boromir died to save us, my kinsman and me. He fell defending us from many foes. Pippin, Gandalf said sharply, I offer you my service, such as it is, in payment of this debt. Pippin continued. What was he thinking? This is my first command to you. How did you escape and my son did not? So mighty a man as he was. The mightiest man may be slain by one arrow, and Boromir was pierced by many. Pippin answered. Get up, Gandalf said, knocking Pippin aside with his staff. My lord, Gandalf said carefully. There will be a time to grieve for Boromir, but it is not now. War is coming, the enemy is on your doorstep. As steward, you're charged with the defense of this city. Where are Gondor's armies? You still have friends. Gandalf tried to reason. You're not alone in this fight. Send word to Théoden of Rohan. Light the beacons. You think you are wise, Mithrandir, Denethor said coldly. Yet for all your subtleties you have not wisdom. Do you think the eyes of the White Towers are blind? I have seen more than you know. My hands clenched at my side, as I silently prayed for him to die. With your left hand you would use me as a shield against Mordor. Denethor continued. And, with your right, you seek to supplant me. I know who rides with Théoden of Rohan. Oh, yes, words have reached my ears of this Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and I tell you now, I will not bow to this ranger from the north. Last of a ragged house long bereft of lordship. I stepped forward and spat coldly, authority is not given to you to deny the return of the king, steward. Denethor shot from his chair and shouted, the whole rule of Gondor is mine. And no others. And I will not be spoken to by an elf. How dare you? How can you not accept the fact that there is a war marching its way here right now? And how can you not accept the fact that Boromir is dead? Now is not the time to grieve. Get out, he spat. Get out. I glared at him, before Gandalf turned swiftly on his heel and saying to Pippin and myself, come. Walking quickly, so I stayed right by his side as Pippin and I followed him out of the throne room. All has turned to vain ambition. Gandalf said angrily. He would even use his grief as a cloak. The door creaked open as we hurriedly walked out to the courtyard, Mordor glaring at us from the distance, the white tree, dead, standing out against the dark horizon. 1,000 years this city has stood. Gandalf said looking up at the tree. Now, at the whim of a madman it will fall. The white tree, the tree of the king, will never bloom again. Why are they still guarding it? Pippin asked. They guard it because they have hope. A faint and fading hope that one day it will flower. A king will come, and this city will be as it once was, before it fell into decay. I said remembering what I had learned from the many days I had spent in the library. Gandalf nodded before saying, the old wisdom born out of the west was forsaken. Kings made tombs more splendid than the houses of the living, and counted the old names of their descent dearer than the names of their sons. Childless lords sat in aged halls musing on heraldry, or in high cold towers asking questions of the stars. And so the people of Gondor fell into ruin. The line of kings failed. The white tree withered. The rule of Gondor was given over to lesser men. Pippin looked to the side of me and into Mordor. I turned following his gaze. Mordor, I breathed. Yes, there it lies. Gandalf said, this city has dwelt ever in the sight of its shadow. A storm is coming, Pippin said looking up at the dark storm clouds. This is not the weather of the world. Gandalf said, this is the device of Sauron's making. A broil of fumes he sends ahead of his host. The orcs of Mordor have no love of daylight. So he covers the face of the sun to ease their passage along the road to war. When the shadow of Mordor reaches this city, it will begin. We stood in silence for a moment before Pippin said, well, Minas Tirith, very impressive. So where are we off to next? Oh, it's too late for that, Peregrine. Gandalf said, still looking out at Mordor, but the expression on his face was like he wasn't really seeing it, it was like he was somewhere else. There's no leaving this city. Help must come to us. Oh, goody, I muttered under my breath sarcastically. Gandalf stood on the balcony smoking his pipe as I leant on the stone railing, both of us watching the horizon. Pippin was within the room inspecting his newly issued uniform and equipment. So I imagine this is just a ceremonial position. Pippin said, I mean, they don't actually expect me to do any fighting. Pippin examined his sword, and replaced it within its sheath, looking towards Gandalf. Do they? He asked. That stupid hobbit, what did he expect when he offered his services to the steward, to just stand around looking pretty? You're in the service of the steward now, you're going to have to do as you're told. Peregrine took guard of the citadel. Pippin walked to the railing and leant against it beside me. It's so quiet, he breathed. It's the deep breath before the plunge. Gandalf said. I don't want to be in a battle, but waiting on the edge of one I can't escape is even worse. Pippin exclaimed. I placed a hand on his shoulder and said quietly, none of us want to be in any battles, but sometimes we have to do things we don't want to. Gandalf came to stand beside the hobbit. Pippin turned his face upward to look at him. Is there any hope, Gandalf? He asked. For Frodo and Sam. My heart clenched for the two little hobbits that I had known what now seemed like years ago. I didn't even know if they were still alive. What am I thinking? Of course they're alive, we would know if they were not. There never was much hope. Pippin and I both look at Gandalf, alarmed. Gandalf, how can you say that? I cried, glaring at him. Just a fool's hope, he said, ignoring me. Gandalf turned his face in the direction of Mordor once again, where the night sky was painted red by Orodruin. Our enemy is ready, his full strength's gathered, Gandalf said. Not only orcs, but men as well, legions of Haradrim from the south. Mercenaries from the coast, all will answer Mordor's call. Gandalf glanced at me very slightly. This will be the end of Gondor as we know it. He continued, here the hammer stroke will fall hardest. If the river is taken, if the garrison at Osgiliath falls, the last defense of this city will be gone. But we have the White Wizard, that's got to count for something. Pippin said, trying to bring Gandalf back from this depressing mood he was in. Gandalf was less confident than Pippin had hoped. Gandalf. Sauron has yet to reveal his deadliest servant. The one who will lead Mordor's armies in war. Gandalf said, the one they say no living man can kill, the Witch King of Angmar. You've met him before. Gandalf looked down at both myself and Pippin. He stabbed Frodo on Weathertop. I breathed, remembering that night that seemed so long ago. He is the Lord of the Nazgul. Gandalf continued. The greatest of the nine. Minas Morgul is his lair. I looked away from Gandalf and out onto Mordor. Suddenly everything went silent, like someone had muted everything. Then, with a huge pressure wave-like sound, there was a bright flash and a column of green-blue light erupted right in front of us in the Mordor mountains. It went straight to the cloud-filled sky. A signal. We watched the pulsing green light in alarm. This can't be good, I whispered. The inhabitants and soldiers of Minas Tirith looked on with fear. Pippin was terrified. I felt him trembling beside me. I wrapped an arm Pippin's shoulders and looked up at Gandalf. We come to it at last, Gandalf said with a glance down at Pippin and I. The great battle of our time. The board is set, Gandalf continued. The pieces are moving. The next morning, I watched as Gandalf walked Pippin towards the top of Minas Tirith, from where I sat astride my horse. Smiling sadly, I turned and rode down out of the city, towards Osgiliath. Gandalf's request echoing through my head. Bella, my dear, I have task that has to be done. The people of Gondor watched and stared as I passed through the streets down to the main gate. Do you see those ruins, there across the plains? That is Osgiliath, once the great city of Gondor, now, merely a battlefield. Faramir now holds it in defense against Mordor. Faramir is. I know who Faramir is. I've met him before, I snapped. Gandalf gave me a look before continuing. Gondor holds the western side while Mordor holds the east. They do not yet know of Sauron's plan to attack Minas Tirith. That is where Sauron will strike first. You must warn him. Once I was through the gate, I galloped across the plain towards Osgiliath. You must not fail me. EPOV. Night came and passed and came again before the signal beacon reached Rohan. I sat down next to Aragorn and silently handed him one of the 2 steaming mugs of broth that I had brought from the hall. We had both been taking turns at watch for the signal. Wrapping my cloak tightly around myself to beat back the coldness of the early morning air, I noticed a small light up on one of the mountain peaks. Aragorn saw the beacon was lit as well. He dropped his mug and, throwing off his cloak, leapt up and raced off towards the hall. I dumped my own cloak and mug, and chased after him. My heart was beating wildly with nervousness and excitement. It was the king's decision whether or not to go to Gondor's aid. I knew my family and Merry couldn't wait to see Bella, Pippin and Gandalf again. I knew I couldn't. Aragorn burst through the hall doors, crying. The beacons of Minas Tirith. The beacons are lit. Everyone in the hall fell silent and turned to look at us. My family were among the few that were there, all looking a bit startled by Aragorn's entrance. Gondor calls for aid, Aragorn panted. Théoden remained silent. Doubt crept into my mind. Would the king go to Gondor's aid? Or not, as Gondor never came to theirs? Éowyn stood beside her brother. Everyone waited for the king's answer. My doubt was never needed as the king replied. And Rohan will answer. Relief washed over me and Aragorn's shoulders relaxed from their tensed state. Muster the Rohirrim, King Théoden called to the guards. A solitaire rang the muster bell, getting everyone's attention. Men climbed up onto horses. Théoden strode out of the hall, speaking quickly to Éomer. Assemble the army at Dunharrow, as many men as can be found. The king said, You have 2 days. On the 3rd, we ride for Gondor, and war. Éomer bowed and left to gather up the riders. People everywhere were preparing to leave. The girls, Alice, Rosalie and Esme, were packing and loading up our horses, along with the help of Emmett, Jasper and Carlisle. I quickly hurried to help. As I strapped a pack to my horse, I watched as Éowyn lead her own horse to join Aragorn, who was securing his gear on Brago. You ride with us? Aragorn asked. Just to the encampment, Éowyn replied. It's tradition for the women of the court to farewell the men. Aragorn looked at her. Unbelieving, he walked over to her horse and lifted up a folded blanket to reveal a well-hidden sword. Éowyn swiftly pulled it back down. The men have found their captain. They will follow you into battle, even to death. Éowyn said quickly. You have given us hope. The women and children of Rohan said goodbye to the men. King Théoden watched as the flag of Rohan flapped in the air. I glanced up as Merry approached the king, holding out a sword. Excuse me, Merry said. I have a sword. Please accept it. Merry knelt down on one knee. I offer you my service, Théoden King. Theoden helped Merry to his feet. And gladly I accept it. Point 2 he said. You shall be Meriadoc, Esquire of Rohan. Merry grinned and ran off. I smiled, it was kind that the king had accepted Merry's offer. If he wanted to fight for what he believed in, then no one should try and stop him. As I mounted my horse, I noticed Legolas and Gimli were preparing to depart. Horsemen, HMPH. Gimli grumbled, I wish I could muster a legion of dwarves, fully armed and filthy. Your kinsmen may have no need to ride to war. Legolas stated, I fear war already marches on their own lands. Now is the hour, Éomer cried. Riders of Rohan, oaths you have taken. Now, fulfill them all. To lord and land. Cheers erupted around me, as the horsemen punched the air with their fists, and started forward out of Adoras. The ride to Dunharrow had started. BPOV. By the time I had reached Osgiliath, night had fallen. As I approached the ruined city, I raised my hood to shadow me face, and I was stopped by a guard outside. Who goes there? He demanded, drawing his sword, searching my hood for a face. I sighed, there's no need for violence, sir, I've come with a message from Minas Tirith, sir. I cannot allow you enter, for I cannot see your face. The guard said, holding his ground. Please, sir, I need to speak with Lord Faramir, it's the utmost importunacy. I pleaded, removing my hood. Look, he knows me, just tell him Isabella has come with word from Gandalf the White. I watched as he stared at me for a second, then his eyes flickered to my ears, before he called for another guard. I grounded my teeth together as they had an almost silent conversation. Where is he going? I asked as the second guard disappeared for sight. He's gone to ask Lord Faramir if he's ever heard of an Isabella. The guard sneered. Well, he better hurry, I mutter under my breath. Or you'll all be dead soon. After what had seemed like an hour had passed, the second guard came back and led me through the ruin of a once great city. I gazed around at the men, the soldiers, they looked ready for nothing, let alone what they were about to face. Captain Faramir, the guard called. Faramir turned around, stopping mid-conversation. He spotted me walking behind the guard. Isabella, he exclaimed, what do I owe the pleasure? Lord Faramir, I said, as he stopped in front of me. I wish I was here under better circumstances, but I'm afraid I'm not. So it would seem, he sighed. My guard tells me you have a message from Minas Tirith. More, a message from Mithrandir. I corrected. And what would that be? Sauron moves to attack Minas Tirith, but before he can do that, he must strike he first. His plan is to defeat the last guard that still protects the White City. I said. Faramir looked at me, with a look that clearly said, we can take them. Faramir, I said quietly, stepping closer to him. You cannot defeat what is coming, you do not have the men. He looked away from me, and to his men. Listen to me, I demanded. Listen to me, please, abandon Osgiliath. You'll be slaughtered if you do not. I cannot abandon the city, he said, and stopped over to someone. Faramir, I called after him. Faram, but it was no use, he ignored me. Huffing to myself, I followed him and stood beside him. Faramir surveyed his soldiers at Osgiliath. Madril, he said to the man next to him. Report, it's been very quiet across the river, sir. He said, the orcs are lying low. The garrison may have moved out. We've sent scouts to Caer Andros. If the orcs attack from the north, we'll have some warning. A strangled cry cut through the silence of the night. Whipping around to my right, I watched as a soldier fell towards the ground, an arrow sticking out from his amour. They're not coming from the north. Faramir realized. I resisted to urge to say, duh. Faramir rallied his men for the attack. To the river, he ordered. Quick, quick, come on. I pulled out me sword, and rushed down to the river. The men gathered behind the pillars at the riverbank. I hid behind one and Faramir behind another. As the orcs arrived on the shore, I shifted my feet. Several orcs passed, before Faramir nodded a signal. With a cry, I leapt from my place and threw myself into the fight. Osgiliath was overrun with orcs, the men were dropping like flies all around me. I ducked as an orc swung its blade at my head, I lashed out, my sword sinking deep into its flesh, between its amour. An ear-splitting screech came from above us. I cried out and clapped my hands over my ears. A shadow soon followed. Nazgul. Nazgul, take cover. Someone shouted. Pull back. I heard Faramir roar. Pull back to Minas Tirith. A particularly ugly orc came at me. I gasped and flung myself out of the way, and only then did I realize that I didn't hold my sword. I dodged out of the orc's way again as it lunged at me. You're going to die, elf. It spat. I reached for my elven dagger and swiped at the orc, but it grabbed my arm and cackled at my attempt. It twisted my arm painfully in the wrong direction. I cried out and it threw me to the ground. Just as it was about to gut me, a tip of a sword appeared in its stomach. You first, Faramir sneered. With a jerk he pulled his sword out. The orc fell to the ground, dead. Faramir tuned to me, breathing heavily. Looking down at me, Faramir stretched out his arm and pulled me to my feet. I said, pull back to Minas Tirith. He said, dragging me along with him to the horses. That's what I was doing when that thing tried to gut me. IAGUED. What did you think I was doing? Trying to dance with it. We ran to the horses, and flew out of the city, the Nazgul right on top of us. The dark cloud that was over Osgiliath followed us, as did the Nazgul, swooping down, slaughtering us. They tossed horses and men through the air, and crashed into the riders beside me. Amur and body parts passed over my head. A Nazgul's fell beast snapped close to my head, its head splitting, ear-bleeding shrieks, made me clap my hands over my ears, and cry out. I forced myself to keep my eyes open and to see where I was going. Just then a blinding stream of white light came from up ahead. Shielding my eyes against the light, I heard the screams of the Nazgul as they were forced back, away from us. I saw a white horse riding towards us. Gandalf. I saw Pippin was seated in front of him. Gandalf escorted us back to Minas Tirith, where the gates opened and Faramir's men and myself scurried inside after Gandalf. Riding up to him I said, I did the best I could, Gandalf. And I couldn't have asked any more of you, Isabella. He smiled. Bella, Pippin cried, I'm so glad you're back safe. I smiled and reached over and squeezed his shoulder. So am I, Pippin, so am I. Mithrandir, Faramir called desperately, riding over to us. They broke our defenses. They've taken the bridge and the west bank. Battalions of orcs are crossing the river. It is as Lord Denethor predicted. A guard said loudly, long has he foreseen this doom. Foreseen and done nothing, I snapped. Gandalf turned his horse towards Faramir, who stared at Pippin, who became embarrassed. Faramir, Gandalf asked, then realization dawned upon him. This is not the first halfling to have crossed your path. No, Faramir replied. You've seen Frodo and Sam. Pippin exclaimed. Where? Gandalf asked, just as I asked. When? In Ithilien, Faramir replied. Not 2 days ago, Gandalf, they're taking the road to the Morgul Vale. And then the pass of Cirith Ungol. I breathed. What does that mean? Pippin asked. What's wrong, Gandalf? Bella. I took a breath. It's a bad path to be on. I whispered. Faramir, tell me everything. Gandalf demanded. Tell me all you know. Inside Gondor's throne room, I watched as Pippin knelt before Denethor, and Faramir observed and came to stand beside me. The throne room was the same as ever, white and slightly depressing. Denethor just sat on the throne, that should belong to Aragorn, as if there was not an army of Uruk-hai, orcs and God knows what else, marching its way here. Here do I swear fealty and service to Gondor. Pippin's quiet voice rang out and bounced off the walls around us. In peace or war, in living or dying. From this hour henceforth, until my lord release me, or death, take me. I watched with a sick feeling in my stomach as Denethor raised, smiling. And I shall not forget it, he said, nor fail to reward that which is given. Denethor held out his ringed hand to Pippin, who kissed it reluctantly. The sick feeling in my stomach grew tenfold. Fealty with love, valor with honor, Denethor said, then looking at Faramir. Disloyalty with vengeance. Denethor sat down to eat. I do not think we should so lightly abandon the outer defenses. Defenses that your brother long held intact. What would you have me do? Faramir asked quietly, his eyes held unshed tears. I will not yield the river and Pelennor unfought. Denethor answered sharply, Osgiliath must be retaken. Faramir was about to reply, but I cut in. Osgiliath is overrun. Their numbers were too great. If I wanted to hear you speak elf, he spat, like the name of my kin was a disease. Faramir had to grab my hand to stop me from doing something I would not regret. I would have asked it of you. Then he continued like I hadn't said anything. Much must be risked in war. Is there a captain here who still has the courage to do his lord's will? He asked, looking at Faramir. You wish now that our places had been exchanged. Faramir said sadly, and swallowed back the tears once again. That I had died and Boromir had lived. I squeezed his hand, giving him hopefully a bit of comfort. Yes, Denethor whispered. I wish that. Pippin looked as horrified as I felt. How could he say that? How could he even think that? His own flesh and blood. Since you were robbed of Boromir, Faramir said, his voice cracking. I will do what I can in his stead. Faramir bowed and went to leave, then turned and said, if I should return, think better of me, father. That will depend on the manner of your return. Denethor shot back. Faramir walked slowly away from his father. As soon as the door closed behind him, I rounded on Denethor. How can you be so cold? I snapped. What I do in my hall is no concern of yours. He snarled. I clenched my fists to stop myself saying something that might be the truth but wrong time to say it, and quickly marched after Faramir. I raced down towards the gate just in time to see Faramir leading a group of cavalry slowly out of Minas Tirith. Citizens watched, looking sad. Some threw flowers in the men's path. Faramir, I cried almost hysterically, shoving people out of my way. I caught a glimpse of Gandalf also making his way through the crowd. Gandalf, I gasped. This is crazy, he shouldn't be doing this. You're right, he said before calling out. Faramir, Faramir, your father's will is turned to madness. Do not throw away your life so rashly. Where does my allegiance lie? He asked, staring blanking ahead of him. If not here. Faramir continued slowly leading the way. They're all going to die. I thought, my heart hammering in my chest. His father is sending him to his death. This is the city of the men of Númenor. Faramir said almost to himself. I will gladly give my life to defend her beauty, her memory, her wisdom. Your father loves you, Faramir. Gandalf called after him. He will remember it before the end. He didn't look back, not once, just stared towards the gate as if in a trance. Why couldn't he see that this was going to be the death of them all? Sighing, I turned away from Gandalf and raced back to the top of Minas Tirith. As I ran around all the people moving through the streets, I let my mind wander to where I had always stopped it. Edward, when would I see him again? Tomorrow, next week, a year from now, or 10. Once I was back at the top of the White City, I looked down at the scene before me. The cavalry formed a line and headed towards Osgiliath. I held my breath as they grew farther and farther away and closer to death. In the distance I saw with my keen eyes orcs rise up out of the ruins to the charge. I closed my eyes, I couldn't watch what I knew was going to happen. Turning away with a weight on my heart, added to the one that I already carried, I walked with really knowing what I was doing back to the hall. My mind had gone completely blank. I crept silently inside and stuck to the shadows, not wanting to have another fight with the steward. I watched as Denethor ate nosily. Gross, I thought, that's worse than Gimli, at least he has the excuse of being a dwarf. Pippin was standing nearby, silently watching him as well, a slight look of disgust being poorly hidden on his small face. Then out of the blue Denethor asked, "Can you sing, Master Hobbit?" Pippin looked startled. "Well, yes, at least, well enough for my own people. But, we have no songs for great halls and evil times." "And why should your songs be unfit for my halls?" Denethor asked, wine and food all over his chin. He hadn't even bothered to wipe it away. "Come, sing me a song." As Pippin began to sing, and Denethor continued to eat messily, in my mind's eye I could see Faramir and his men galloping to death. Was this what Denethor wanted? To lose both his sons? Pippin sang a hunting melody that echoed through the hall. Home is behind, the world ahead. And there are many paths to tread. I could see the orcs with bloody arrows meeting the riders. Denethor continued eating like a pig. I saw the riders drawing their swords. Through shadow to the edge of night. Until the stars are all alight. Mist and shadow, cloud and shade. All shall fade, all shall fade. As Pippin's song ended, in my mind's eye, the orc archers appeared from within Osgiliath, and fired on Faramir's men. I walked swiftly over to Pippin and wrapped my arms around him. My heart ached at the sight of his silent tears. He buried his head into my shoulder as I stood with him in my arms like a child. Holding him close, I moved towards the doors. "And where do you think you're going?" Lord Denethor's voice echoed coldly off the white walls. I turned slowly and angled my body so I was in between Denethor and Pippin, awkwardly I might add. "Oh, I'm sorry," I said sarcastically. "I didn't know I need your permission to leave your presence." "You do when I have not dismissed the Hobbit," he said, still munching away on God knows what. "The Hobbit," I hissed back at him, baring my sharp teeth, "is called Pippin, remember that." I gave him one last glare, then turned and stomped out the door in search of Gandalf with Pippin still in my arms. When I found him, he was sat in an empty courtyard, about a level down from the White Hall. He was deep in his thoughts, and didn't notice us as Pippin and I came closer. "Gandalf," I called, placing Pippin on his feet, as I sat down next to Gandalf. He seemed distant, distracted, dare I say it. He seemed old. I reached out and took one of his aged hands in mine, giving it a comforting squeeze. He looked at me and gave me a small smile. A bell tolled, breaking the comforting silence and alerting us to the oncoming night. EPOV. I watched from where I was helping my family, as Théoden and Aragorn rode through the encampment at Dunharrow, which is where we made base camp, surveying Rohan's army. Grimbold, I heard Théoden called out. How many? I bring 500 men from the Westfold, my lord. Grimbold replied. As they rode on I heard Gamling say. We have 300 more from Fenmark. Where are the riders from Snowbourn? Théoden asked. None have come, my lord. Gamling answered. Later on, after I had finished helping my family, I found myself standing from the small encampment, farther up the mountain than the rest of the army. Looking out over them, it occurred to me that there wasn't nearly enough men to take on the armies of Mordor. We'll be killed if we don't get any more men, I thought. 6,000 spears. I jumped, my heart quickened and my breath came in a gasp. I had not heard Théoden approach me from behind. I missed not being able to hear people coming up behind me. Less than half of what I'd hoped for. Théoden continued, standing beside me, looking out over at the army. 6,000 will not be enough to break the lines of Mordor. Aragorn said, coming to stand next to Théoden. More will come, Théoden replied, but I could hear the doubt in his voice, and I was sure Aragorn could hear it too. Every hour lost hastens Gondor's defeat. Aragorn said, turning to Théoden. We have till dawn, then we must ride. A horse whinnies and rears, making us turn and look. A soldier was trying to pull it along, but the horse refused to move past what looked like a gap in the rock face. Another soldier gave it a smack on its rear, and the horse jerked forward skittishly. The horses are restless, Legolas said as he passed a couple of horses pulling on their ropes, and the men are quiet. They grow nervous in the shadow of the mountain. Éomer said, joining us where we stood. That road there? Gimli asked, gesturing to the mountain wall, where there was a path that looked like it headed into the mountain. Where does that lead? It is the road to the Dimholt, Legolas replied. The door under the mountain. None who venture there ever return. Éomer said, glancing back. That mountain is evil. Aragorn stared down the path, looking at something. I turned to like too, but when I did, whatever had been there was gone. All I could see was the horses acting up. Aragorn, let's find some food. Gimli said suddenly from behind us, making both me and Aragorn jump. Gimli must have not seen what Aragorn had. I thought. Aragorn took one last look at the mountain before following Gimli and myself in search for something to eat. Aragorn's pav. I was dreaming, that I was sure of. I could see Arwen, and I had forgotten how beautiful she was. She was breathtaking. Then her voice filled my head. I choose a mortal life, I wish I could have seen him, one last time. Then I watched as the Everstar pendant that once belonged to Arwen fall to the floor and shatter. I woke with a shout, panic and fear, drawing my knife. A soldier stood in the tent doorway. Sir, he asked, he sounded concerned. King Théoden awaits you, my lord. I walked to the king's tent, the dream I'd just awoken from still in my mind. Was it true? Was Arwen choosing to become mortal? Looking around I realized I was at the king's tent, so I entered. Inside Théoden was stood next to a seated, cloaked figure. Théoden turned and said, I take my leave, and left. The cloaked figure stood and approached me, lifting his hood. My eyes widened in shock. My lord, Elrond, I said, bowing. I come on behalf of one whom I love. He said, walking towards me. Arwen is dying. She will not long survive the evil that now spreads from Mordor. The light of the Everstar is failing. Elrond said, looking down at the necklace Arwen had given me, which that once shone brightly now looked tarnished. As Sorin's power grows, her strength wanes. Arwen's life is now tied to the fate of the ring. The shadow is upon us, Aragorn. The end has come. It will not be our end, I said forcefully, but his. You ride to war, Elrond argued, but not to victory. Sorin's armies march on Minas Tirith, as you know, but in secret he sends another force, which will attack from the river. A fleet of corsair ships sails from the south. They'll be in the city in 2 days. What? I thought. That's not possible. You're outnumbered, Aragorn. Elrond continued. You need more men. There are none, I said. None that would come in time or even come at all. There are those who dwell in the mountain, Elrond said almost hesitantly. My eyes widened as I remembered the ghostly figure I'd seen down the path into the mountain. Murderers, I spat. Traitors. You would call upon them to fight. They believe in nothing. They answer to no one. They will answer to the king of Gondor. Elrond said, revealing a sword. Anduril, flame of the west. Forged from the shards of Narsil. He placed the sword into my hands and I took it, saying, Sauron will not have forgotten the sword of Elendil. I unsheathed it, and looked up at this magnificent weapon. The blade that was broken shall return to Minas Tirith. The man who can wield the power of this sword can summon to him an army more deadly than any that walks this earth. Elrond said, put aside the ranger. Become who you were born to be. Take the Dimholt road. I stared at him uncertainly. How could I just put aside the ranger, who I had been for all my life, and become who I was born to be? How was I supposed to do that? I've been running from that life for so long. Onan I estel Edain, Elrond said softly. I gave hope to the Dúnedain. You Cheben estel Anam, I replied quietly. I have kept no hope for myself. I readied Brago to depart when I heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around I saw Éowyn rushing to me. Why are you doing this? She asked. The war lies to the east. You cannot leave on the eve of battle. Éowyn continued, struggling for words. You cannot abandon the men. Éowyn, I sighed, trying to explain. We need you here, she said firmly. Why have you come? I asked. Do you not know? She asked quietly, looking down at her feet. I sighed again. I didn't need this right now. It is but a shadow and a thought that you love, Éowyn. I cannot give you what you seek. I watched sadly as her eye filled with tears. I have you wished you joy since first I saw you. I touched her face and then turned away. With all my things packed, I left her standing there shocked and saddened, but I couldn't stop to think about it. I had other things to think about. I approached the Dimholt road alone. Just where do you think you're off to? Gimli said suddenly from behind me. Not this time, I said, turning to face him. This time you must stay, Gimli. Legolas then appeared with his horse, along with Edward. Have you learned nothing of the stubbornness of dwarves? Legolas asked. And vampires, humans? Edward asked, smiling. Might as well accept it. Gimli said, not backing down. We're going with you, laddie. I smiled as the four of us mounted our horses, Gimli sharing with Legolas, and stared off on the Dimholt road. I heard soldiers talking and watching us leave. What's happening? Where's he going? One asked. I don't understand. Other said. Lord Aragorn. One even called out. We rode on into the darkness. Théoden Pav. Why does he leave on the eve of battle? A soldier asked. He leaves because there is no hope. Gamling said angrily. I cut in and said loudly, almost if not all of the soldiers around me could hear and hopefully stop their doubting. He leaves because he must. Too few have come, Gamling continued. We cannot defeat the armies of Mordor. No, we cannot, I admitted, but we will meet them in battle, nonetheless. Grey rocks jutted high up on either side of the path like stone daggers. Here and there were scruffy plants, but nothing else living. I noticed that the horses were extremely skittish, ready to bolt if something spooked them. What kind of army would linger in such a place? I asked. No one could survive here, surely. One that is cursed, Legolas answered. A small stone fell, hitting a bigger one, which in turn hit a pile of small rocks, causing them to tumble down and a dust cloud to appear. It startled the horses, Gimli and myself, but Legolas just continued speaking. Long ago the men of the mountain swore an oath to the last king of Gondor, to come to his aid, to fight. But when the time came, when Gondor's need was dire, they fled, vanishing into the darkness of the mountain. And so Isildur cursed them, never to rest, until they had fulfilled their pledge. Who shall call them from the grey twilight? He looked back at us. The forgotten people, the heir of him to whom the oath they swore. From the north shall he come. Need shall drive him. He shall pass the door to the paths of the dead. I shivered as a chill ran down my spine. If these men were indeed dead, then they were ghosts. And ghosts aren't corporal, so they couldn't hurt us. Right. Aragorn, I called. They won't be able to hurt us, will they? He did not answer. We approached a wall of rock with the Dimholt door in the center of it. It was adorned with skulls and strange carvings. My blood ran cold, which caused me to shiver. The very warmth of my blood seemed stole away. Gimli all but gasped. Legolas read out what the carvings above the door said. The way is shut. It was made by those who were dead, and the dead keep it. The way is shut. After these words an icy wind and a rush of noise come out of the darkness of the stone door. Our horses reared and pulled out of our grasps and fled. Brago, Aragorn shouted after his horse. Aragorn growled under his breath, drew his sword and marched to the door. I do not fear death. And then he vanished into the darkness. Legolas followed, but Gimli hesitated. Well, this is something unheard of. An elf will go underground where a dwarf dare not, he exclaimed. I laughed quietly before also disappearing through the door, and as I did I heard Gimli grumble, I'd never hear the end of it. Our little group felt as grim and silent as the place around us. We moved inside the paths of the dead, past a disturbing number of piles of skulls and bones. Suddenly Legolas stopped and looked around wildly. I caught something faint move out of the corner of my eye. What is it? Gimli asked. What do you see? I see shapes of men and of horses, Legolas said almost distractedly. Where? Gimli asked quickly, looking around. Pale banners like shreds of cloud. Legolas continued. Spears rise like winter thickets through a shroud of mist. The dead are following, they have been summoned. The dead? Summoned? Gimli asked, his voice audibly higher. I knew that. Very good, Legolas. Gimli hurried to catch us up. Shapes of arms from the mist around our knees surround us. Legolas, Aragorn and myself brushed them aside as quickly as we could, but Gimli puffed at the ghosts around him. Do not look down, Aragorn instructed. I jumped at the snapping sound that came from behind me. I turned to see Gimli wincing, then looking down. I looked down as well and saw hundreds of skulls. Every step Gimli took, crackling followed. We eventually came to a great underground hall with a large doorway. On one side there was what looked like an endless cavern, and on the other were tall stone buildings. Who enters my domain? A deep, graveling, echoing voice asked. I stiffened as a transparent, corpse-like ghost appeared, like a dead king. One who will have your allegiance, Aragorn said. The dead do not suffer the living to pass. The ghost answered back. You will suffer me, Aragorn promised. The ghost laughed, and as he did, the air grew even colder than it already was. From all sides, the ghostly shapes of men marched out of the walls until we were surrounded. The way is shut, it was made by those who are dead, and the dead keep it, the ghost spat. The way is shut, he repeated. Now you must die. The ghost approached us, we all drew our weapons. Legolas shot at Ghost, but the arrow passed right through his head. I summon you to fulfill your oath, Aragorn commanded, even as the sea of ghosts grew denser. None but the king of Gondor may command me, sneered the ghost. Aragorn drew the sword of the king, the ghost swung at him and Aragorn parried the blow with the sword of Elendil, much to the ghost's surprise. That blade was broken, the ghost cried disbelievingly. It has been remade, Aragorn stated, and shoved the ghost back into the others. Fight for us, and regain your honor. What say you? Aragorn surveyed the dead soldiers. What say you? You waste your time, Aragorn, Gimli said, and I had to agree with him. They had no honor in life, they have none now in death. I am Isildur's heir. Fight for me and I will hold your oaths fulfilled. Aragorn shouted at them. What say you? He shouted again. The ghost smirked, and I felt even colder inside. The ghost laughed as his army began to fade. You have my word. Fight, and I will release you from this living death. Aragorn shouted. What say you? Stand, you traitors, Gimli shouted. The ground shook, skulls rolled onto the floor. Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli and myself turned to the breaking doorway and saw thousands of skulls flowing out of it. Out, Aragorn cried. We ran, but were nearly swept away by the skulls. Run, I shouted. We now have to fight our way through the sea of skulls and escape to the outdoors. We emerged from the doorway in the mountainside, a couple of skulls rolled out after us. Aragorn stared at something ahead of him. I looked and saw the black ships and the cities they had sacked. Aragorn fell to his knees in despair, and Legolas and myself both put a hand on his shoulder. There's a sudden noise from behind us and we turned to see the ghost, who I now thought more of as the king of the dead, appeared before us. We fight, the king ghost declared. Well, that's a relief, I sighed. The day after Faramir left, a dark tide seemed to break out of Osgiliath. Hour by hour, the wave grew, and by noon, Minas Tirith was surrounded by an army of orcs, trolls, wargs and servants of Mordor, the likes of which had not been seen since the last alliance. The ring wraiths flew high out of eyesight, but I could hear them distantly, and I knew, like myself, everyone could fell the evil that was now always present. I watched as the orc army continued to near Minas Tirith, huge iron structures that looked like catapults, battering rams, and things that looked like they could easily gain entrance. I leaned down over the wall. Looking down, I saw a horse dragging a wounded body to its gates. I leaned over to get a closer look, then drew back with a gasp. It was Faramir. Open the gates, a soldier cried. Quick! I flew down the stone steps towards the gate as fast as I could. The gate groaned as it was opened, and the horse walked, though one of Faramir's feet was caught in the stirrup, and arrows protruded from his armor. Faramir was taken, on a litter, to the citadel's courtyard. I followed behind, gnawing worryingly at my lip. Quick, hurry, I heard someone call. I saw Denethor ran out to Faramir as the soldiers set him down near the white tree. Faramir, the steward gasped. Say not that he has fallen. They were outnumbered, one of the soldiers said. None survived. I resisted the urge to say, I told you. Pippin came up behind me and gasped, pressing a hand against his mouth. The orc catapults threw debris over the walls. Shields up, a soldier shouted. Soldiers ducked behind their shields as the heads of their fellow soldiers fell. My sons are spent, Denethor stumbled, backing away from Faramir. Pippin approached Faramir hesitantly. He's alive, he cried. What? I gasped, kneeling beside Pippin. My line has ended, Denethor cried. The House of Stewards has failed. He needs medicine, my lord. Pippin shouted over his shoulder. My line has ended, the steward cried again. He wandered to the edge of the courtyard. He looked down to see the orc army. My lord, Pippin tried again. He needs help. I tried pleading with the soldiers around us, but they just stared at their steward. Rohan has deserted us, Denethor continued. I heard people shouting in panic down on the lower levels, and then the ground shook and rumbled. The orc catapults had flung boulders at the city. Theoden has betrayed me, Denethor hissed. More boulders rained down on the lower levels, the ground shook again and the rumbling filled our ears. Abandon your posts, Denethor shouted, sounding like a madman. Flee, flee for your lives. I smirked as Gandalf smacked Denethor in the face with his staff. Gandalf looked at him in disdain and hit him in the stomach, doubling him over, and then hit him on the skull, knocking him out cold. Prepare for battle, Gandalf commanded. I ran swiftly and silently after Gandalf as he rode down to rally the soldiers. Pull them in, to the wall, defend the wall, Gandalf shouted. Return to your posts. The soldiers looked at me. Go back to your posts, I shouted, flying past them. They ran to return to their posts. Gandalf looked out at the opposing army, and I stood next to him, also looking out at the great mass. Send these foul beasts into the abyss, Gandalf commanded. Soldiers used trebuchets to launch large rocks at the orc army. The masonry squashes some of the orcs. Their cries of fear echoed around us, but as looked, all of the orcs stood their ground. The catapults and trebuchets fired at each other. Watch out, I heard shouted from the higher levels. Down to the lower level. Quick. The Nazgul shrieked overheard and flew in over the city. They tore at the trebuchets, trying to bring them down. I threw my hands to my ears as the cries of the Nazgul felt like they were piercing my sensitive eardrums. Others around me did the same, squeezing their eyes shut as against the chilling fear. Hold them back, Gandalf ordered. Do not give in to fear. Stay at your posts. I watched as trolls pushed the iron siege towers forward until they were right up against the wall of Minas Tirith, and poured out of them was a mass of orcs. Don't aim for the towers, Gandalf cried. Aim for the trolls. Kill the trolls. Fight them back. I pulled out my bow and nocked an arrow. I aimed at one of the trolls, then let it fly. It whizzed through the air and hit its mark. The troll cried out in pain and clawed at its face, trying to get at the arrow that was now protruding from its eye. After my third arrow hit its mark, I turned and saw Pippin walking towards us, looking dazed. Pippin, what are you doing here? I cried. Gandalf turned at the sound of my voice and he too saw the hobbit. Peregrine took. Gandalf scolded. Go back to the citadel. Now. They called us out to fight, Pippin said in a subdued voice. Orcs poured out of one of the siege towers. I drew my swords from the sheath on my hips in a graceful move and rolled my wrists, circling the swords. An orc charged at me and I killed in a flash. More and more came, and each time I struck them down. This is no place for a hobbit. Gandalf almost snarled at Pippin, and I saw a dead orc near him. An orc moved to strike Gandalf, but Pippin lunged forward and stabbed the orc, killing it. Gandalf turned, sword raised ready to strike, but saw the Pippin was the one to kill it. Pippin stared at his blood-stained sword, fear and awe flickering over his face. Guard of the citadel indeed. Gandalf smiled. Now back up the hill. Quick, quick. I heard the orcs chant as I saw a great battering ram being pulled and pushed towards the city gates. They weren't going to hold, I thought. Grond, 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 EPOV. The corsairs of Umbar sailed upriver. Aragorn, Gimli, Legolas and I stood alone on the shore watching them. You may go no further. Aragorn called to them. You will not enter Gondor. Who are you to deny us passage? One shouted back. Legolas, fire a warning shot past the bosun's ear. Aragorn said. Legolas took his bow and aimed an arrow. "Mind your aim," Gimli said. Which I thought was odd as Legolas had a near-perfect aim. But as he fired, I noticed that Gimli nudged Legolas' bow, causing the arrow to hit a pirate square in the chest. "Oh," Gimli exclaimed, holding a hand to his mouth in mock surprise. "That's it. We warned you. Prepare to be boarded." The sailors laughed at the threat. "Boarded? By you and whose army?" "This army," Aragorn said. "The king of the dead appeared behind us and ran through Aragorn, leading his men into charge at the ships. As the ghosts passed through me, I shivered as the cold that they left seemed to seep into my very bones." The sailors recoiled and yelled in terror. One even tried shooting an arrow at one, but just like Legolas, it went straight through him. The ghost army tore the ships apart in a matter of seconds. The fighting continued at Minas Tirith and it had soon grown dark. The battering ram Grond pulled up to the outer city gates. Trolls pulled back the ram and let it slam into the gate. "Grond, Grond," the orcs continued to chant. Orcs exchanged volleys with archers above the gate. Gandalf, again mounted on Shadowfax, rallied the soldiers to the gate. "Back to the gate," he shouted. "Hurry, PPOV Pippin." Above, I looked down at the battle. Movement out of the corner of my caught my attention. Denethor marched across the citadel courtyard. He was followed by guards carrying Faramir's litter. "What's he doing?" I thought to myself. "I am steward of the house of Anarion." Denethor said, "Thus have I walked, and thus now will I sleep." Oh, that doesn't sound good, I thought. Gondor is lost. The steward continued. There is no hope for men. The procession traveled down the silent street, and I followed silently. Why do the fools fly? Better to die sooner than late. For die we must, Denethor said as he threw open the doors to the mausoleum. No tomb for Denethor and Faramir. No long, slow sleep of death embalmed. We shall burn like the heathen kings of old. Denethor stopped at a large raised platform, then turned and commanded. "Bring wood and oil." I entered the mausoleum of the stewards. I saw a pyre of wood was built around and on top of the stone platform. Faramir was placed on the platform. He moaned softly. "The house of his spirit crumbles." Denethor cried, stoking Faramir's face. "He is burning, already burning." I ran to the pyre. This was madness, I thought. "He's not dead," I shouted as I pulled on the bundles of wood. "He's not dead. No, no, he's not dead." Denethor picked me up by the collar and carried me away from the pyre, away from Faramir, to the doors. "Here now, Peregrine, son of Paladin," he said, throwing me out of the mausoleum. "I release you from my service." Denethor slammed the mausoleum door shut, but not before saying, "Go now and die in what way seems best for you." I stood there for a second before running off in the search for Gandalf. He'd know what to do, I thought as I ran thought the city shouting his name. "Gandalf, Gandalf, Gandalf." BPOV, Grond pounded on the city gates. Gandalf, myself and a group of soldiers waited inside. I thought about what Edward and the others were doing, were they all right? And what was Pippin, was he okay, or maybe hurt or injured? "Steady, steady," Gandalf said. That brought me out of my musings and I tightened my grip on my swords just as Grond's great flamed head broke through the top of the gate. The soldiers around me murmured in despair. "You are soldiers of Gondor," Gandalf shouted. "No matter what comes through that gate, you will stand your ground." The gate broke and crumbled. Heavily armed and armored trolls charged through the gates. "Volley, fire," Gandalf and I cried at the same time. The archers fired and a few trolls were brought down, but several soldiers were killed also. The Gondorians were pushed back. Gandalf led the soldiers at the city gates and I swung my swords at the trolls. I managed to bring down one by jumping up onto its back and hacking its head clean off. But that was only one and there were so many more. "Retreat," Gandalf shouted. "The city is breached." "Pull back," I cried. "To the second level. Get the women and children out. Get them out." "Retreat," Gandalf shouted again. The soldiers retreated, suffering heavy casualties. The orcs swarmed into the city. "Fight, fight to the last man. Fight for your lives." Gandalf's cry could be heard all over Minas Tirith. As I marched ahead, Pippin ran past shouting for Gandalf. "Pippin, what's the matter?" I asked, catching a hold of his arm. "Denethor's burning Faramir alive," he panted. I turned on my heel, pulling Pippin to where Gandalf was. "Gandalf, Gandalf," he cried. "Denethor has lost his mind. He's burning Faramir alive. Come," Gandalf ordered and pulled Pippin up onto Shadowfax. They raced up the city, with me following, trying to keep up. Shadowfax rounded a corner only to face with the Witch King, mounted on his fell beast. I skidded trying to stop myself, nearly smacking into a pillar. Gandalf held his staff up in defense. Go back to the abyss. Gandalf commanded. Fall into the nothingness that awaits you and your master. Do you not know death when you see it, old man? The Witch King asked. Then it screamed, and Pippin cried in terror, and I clapped my hands over my ears to try and stop the noise. This is my hour, the Witch King hissed as he drew his sword, which alights on fire. Gandalf's staff shattered into a million pieces and he fell from his horse onto the ground along with Pippin, who scrambled to his feet and backed away in terror until his back hit the rock wall. The Witch King approached Gandalf and I rushed to his side to help him up, as Pippin drew his sword, but the fell beast roared and Pippin froze in fear. Shadowfax reared at the beast, holding it at bay for a moment. The Witch King taunted a defeated Gandalf. What was I thinking? Gandalf can never be defeated. You have failed, the Witch King mocked. The world of men will fall. I shook my head at it. You're wrong, I snarled. Just then a chorus of horns was heard in the distance. The Witch King turned and flew towards the new threat. The three of us raced to the mausoleum, Gandalf and Pippin astride Shadowfax and myself running alongside. When we reached the place Pippin had told us, Gandalf burst through the mausoleum doors. Stay this madness, Gandalf cried. The guards stopped, but Denethor grabbed a torch. You may triumph in the field of battle for a day, but against the power that has risen in the east, there is no victory, he said. Denethor tossed the torch on the pyre. As the fire lit, Gandalf took up a spear and charged Denethor, knocking him off the pyre. I ran in and knocked out the few guards that tried to stop us. Pippin leapt from Shadowfax onto the pyre and rolled Faramir down off it. I rushed to him, helping pat out the flames that had started on Faramir's body. A burning Denethor raised and attacked Pippin. No, he yelled, you will not take my son from me. But before Denethor could do anything, Shadowfax knocked him onto the burning pyre. I saw Faramir open his eyes and look at his father. Faramir, my son, Denethor gasped then screamed. Ah, engulfed in flames, he ran out of the mausoleum. So passes Denethor, son of Ectelion. Gandalf breathed. I jogged to the door and watched as Denethor fell over the edge of Minas Tirith, a falling flame in the middle of the darkness. Inside Minas Tirith, a troll hammered at a door blocking access to the next level of the city. Gandalf, Pippin, myself and a few remaining soldiers awaited the onslaught that we knew was to come. I didn't think it would end this way. Pippin said, look up at Gandalf from where he sat. End? No, the journey doesn't end here. Gandalf said, death is just another path. One that we all must take. The grey rain curtain of this world rolls back, and all turns to silver glass. And then you see it. What, Gandalf? Pippin questioned. See what? White shores, I answered, and Pippin turned to look at me. And beyond, the far green country, under a swift sunrise. Well, that isn't so bad, Pippin commentated. No, it isn't, Gandalf said. The three of us smiled at each other, and then we prepared for the breach. EPOV. On the other side of the city, the fleet of black ships pulls up along the Anduin River. From outside the ship we heard an orc shouting. Late, as usual, pirate scum, there's work that needs doing. Come on, ya sea rats. Get out off your ships. Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli and myself leapt out of one of the ships and onto land, making for the orcs. The orcs were amused at such a small assault. There are plenty for both of us, Gimli said. May the best dwarf win. Gimli, you're the only dwarf, I stated, tighten my grip on my sword. My point exactly, Gimli laughed. As we attacked, the dead army appeared behind us, and they overrun the orcs. I smiled and joined in the fight. Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli and myself fought alongside the ghosts against the orcs. I slashed, ducked, lunged, blocked, and slashed, ducked, lunged and blocked. It seemed like an endless circle of killing. So far I was on 14, 15. 15, 16, Legolas called out as he killed them. 17. 29, Gimli growled, swinging his axe into an orc. Legolas, I called, staring at what looked like a giant, four-tusked elephant. Legolas turned to see a elephant charging towards him. He leapt onto it, and climbed towards the top, shooting off enemies as he went. I stood mouth open and though I wonder if Bella, but my thought was cut off as an orc tried to gut me. I heard a groaning and turned to see the beast been slain. Beast and had fallen. Legolas gracefully slid off its trunk. He landed softly on the ground, with a smirk, right in front of Gimli. It still only counts as one, Gimli grumbled, glaring at Legolas. I watched as the dead army swarmed through and up the city, destroying the orcs, elephants, and any enemy with ease. The cries of the dying filled my ears and the stench of blood clogged my nose. All I wanted to do was find Bella and make sure she was okay. All was quiet. Myself, Pippin and Gandalf picked our way through the sea of bodies that littered the ground, men and orcs alike. Ahead of me I saw a sight that brought tears to my eyes, Edward being pulled into a hug by Esme. Carlyle placed a hand on Edward's shoulder and nodded his head towards me. Edward turned and then we were both running into each other's arms, both of us sobbing openly, clutching at each other. Edward kissed my forehead, then my lips gently. He pulled back slightly, tracing his fingers of my face, and lightly over the many cuts and scrapes I had. I thought I'd never see you again. He almost whimpers. Never. I grinned. You're stuck with me. But I saw, Lady Galadriel showed me, in the mirror, he whispered. I looked up at him and chuckled. My grandmother should stay out of things that do not concern her. Myself and Edward stood beside Gimli and Legolas as Aragorn spoke with the Ghost King as Edward called him. The rest of the Cullens had split up to help check for survivors and bring the wounded back to the city. The King of the Dead stood before Aragorn. Release us, he hissed, which caused me to shiver. Bad idea, the dwarf growled. Very handy in a tight spot, these lads, despite the fact they're dead. You gave us your word. The Ghost King nearly snarled. I hold your oath fulfilled. Aragorn said, keeping his word. Go, be at peace. The dead army dissipated into the wind. Gandalf walked over to us and bowed to the new king of Gondor, as did I, and Edward as I pulled him down with me. The survivors surveyed the scene of the battle and tended to the wounded. Pippin found an elvish cloak and brooch. Mary, he breathed. Éomer spotted his wounded sister and ran towards her, dropping to his knees. No, he screamed in anguish. Aragorn saw the two. No, Éomer screamed to the sky. Later at night, I was helping Éowyn be treated at the houses of healing. Aragorn came up behind me and took my cloth. Éomer looked on with worried glances as Aragorn treated the wound from, I heard, the Witch King had touched. Éowyn awoke, and a melody drifted through the air as Éowyn regained her strength. With a sigh you turn away. With a deepening heart, no more words to say. You will find that the world has changed. Forever. I watched as Éowyn raised from her bed and she saw Faramir, also wounded but healing, who smiled at her. And the trees are now turning from green to gold. And the sun is now fading. I wish I could hold you closer. In the night, at the side of a dead elephant, Pippin found an injured Merry. He pulled a body off of him calling his name. Merry, Merry, it's me, it's Pippin. I knew you'd find me. Merry gasped, barely conscious. Yes, Pippin breathed. Are you going to leave me? Merry asked. No, Merry, Pippin said, I'm going to look after you. Pippin grabbed a cloak and covered Merry with it. Edward wrapped his arms around my waist and placed his head on my shoulder as I gazed out into the night. He kissed my neck softly, lingering where my pulse was. What's on your mind, love? He asked, covering my hands with his. So much death, I breathed, I felt so detached. So many lives, lost. Bella, do not think about such things. He sighed. This is a victory. How can this be a victory? I whispered. How can we call death a victory? We have prevented more death, he murmured. Edward, please, distract me, I pleaded. And he did, over and over, until I fell asleep from sheer exhaustion. A council convened in the White Throne Room at Minas Tirith. Gandalf, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli as well Éomer, myself, Edward and the rest of the Cullens. All those who had not been there before had looked around in awe, though Gimli would never admit it. And I had to say the throne room seemed less depressing now. Frodo has passed beyond my sight. Gandalf said. The darkness is deepening. If Sauron had the ring we would know it. Aragorn stated. It's only a matter of time. Gandalf sighed. He has suffered a defeat, yes, but behind the walls of Mordor our enemy is regrouping. Gimli sat on the steward's throne, puffing on a pipe. Let him stay there. Let him rot. Why should we care? I stood from where I sat and dropped Edward's hand and hissed because 10,000 orcs now stand between Frodo and Mount Doom, dwarf. Edward grabbed my arm and pulled my back so I didn't do something stupid. I've sent him to his death, Gandalf breathed. No, Aragorn argued. There's still hope for Frodo. He needs time, and safe passage across the plains of Gorgoroth, we can give him that. How? Gimli asked. Draw out Sauron's armies, empty his lands, then we gather our full strength and march on the Black Gate. Aragorn said his plan. We cannot achieve victory through strength of arms. Éomer said, speaking for the first time. Not for ourselves, but we can give Frodo his chance if we keep Sauron's eye fixed upon us. Aragorn said. Keep him blind to all else that moves. I said, seeing where Aragorn's plan was going. A diversion, Legolas stated. Certainty of death. Small chance of success. Gimli listed off. What are we waiting for? Sauron will suspect a trap. Gandalf said. He will not take the bait. Oh, I think he will. Aragorn disagreed. APOV. I entered the Citadel throne room and uncovered the Palantir. I flinched as the eye blazed. I grasped the Palantir with my left hand, my sword in my right, and hold the Palantir up, looking into it. Long have you hunted me? I hissed. Long have I eluded you? No more. I hold up my sword to the Palantir. Behold the sword of Elendil. I watched as an image of Sauron in his armor appeared, then a depiction of Arwen, dead. No. As Sauron laughed, I released the Palantir and the Evenstar around my neck fell to the floor and shattered, just like in my dream. Aragorn led an army from Minas Tirith. Gandalf, Legolas, Gimli, Éomer, Edward and myself rode with him. Pippin rode with Gandalf. Merry rode with me. Aragorn now were that of a king of Gondor. The host of the west marches forth from Minas Tirith. Aragorn led us and the army of men towards the Black Gate of Mordor. We come within sight of the monstrous gate and we reach it unopposed. Everything appeared to be deserted. Where are they? Pippin breathed. Aragorn glanced at Gandalf and the wizard nodded. Aragorn rode to stand directly before the gates where, myself, the remainder of the fellowship and Éomer. Éomer brought a horn to his lips and blew one loud, long note. Let the Lord of the Black Land come forth. Aragorn called. Let justice be done upon him. There followed was a nearly ear-deafening silence, before the gates slowly groaned forward, just enough to let a single rider through. He was clothed all in black and he rode a black horse, but was no ring-wraith. This was something far more foul, I could almost see it oozing off of him. If he had once been a man, he sure didn't look, for an unnaturally long life in the service of Sauron had left him horribly disfigured. His black metal helmet covered the most of his face, only leaving his mouth, which looked like nothing more than a diseased gash rimmed with rotten yellow teeth. I shivered in disgust. I am the mouth of Sauron, he said in a deep, growly voice that could not be called human. My master bids thee welcome, he added mockingly. His looked around at us, though it looked like he really only moved his head. I wondered how he could see. Is there any in this rout with authority to treat with me? We do not come to treat with Sauron, faithless and accursed. Gandalf said in disgust. Tell your master this, the armies of Mordor must disband. He is to depart these lands, never to return. Old Greybeard, the mouth said, sounding like it was laughing. I have a token I was bidden to show thee. He held up Frodo's mithril shirt. Frodo, Pippin gasped. The mouth threw the shirt to Gandalf, who caught it. Frodo, Pippin cried louder. Silence, Gandalf said. No, Merry cried this time, and I shushed him. Silence, Gandalf snapped. The halfling was dear to thee, I see. The mouth said gleefully. Know that he suffered greatly at the hands of his host. Who would have thought one so small could endure so much pain? And he did, Gandalf. He did. As the mouth laughed wickedly, I watched as Aragorn rode casually around to his side. And who is this? Isildur's heir, he sneered. It takes more to make a king than a broken elvish blade. With a quick, hard, slice, Aragorn cut the mouth of Sauron's head clean off with his sword. The head toppled off the shoulders and the body fell from its horse and onto the ground. I guess that concludes negotiations. Gimli said. I do not believe it. Aragorn said angrily. I will not. The black gate creaked and swayed open again, revealing an army of marching orcs. Barad-dûr loomed in the background, its eye now staring at us. Pull back, Aragorn shouted. Pull back. We returned to the awaiting army of men. Orcs poured out of the black gate. Aragorn addressed an unsettled army of men. Hold your ground, he commanded. Sons of Gondor, of Rohan, my brothers, I see in your eyes the same fear that would take the heart of me. He began to ride up and down the line. A day may come when the courage of men fails, when we forsake our friends, and break all bonds of fellowship, but it is not this day. An hour of wolves and shattered shields when the age of men comes crashing down, but it is not this day. This day we fight. Aragorn brought the horse back to the middle. By all that you hold dear on this good earth, I bid you stand, men of the West. The soldiers drew their swords. I had goosebumps on my arms. Who knew this rider from the north could give such inspirational speeches? I grinned, nah, I always knew, and drew my own swords. The orc masses began to encircle us and we dismount holding tightly onto our swords. Looking around I saw that the orcs greatly outnumber the men. Never thought I'd die fighting side by side with an elf. Gimli grumbled. What about side by side with a friend? Legolas asked smiling. I could do that. Gimli smiled looking up at him. At the Black Gate, the eye called out. Aragorn, Elisar. Aragorn appeared momentarily tempted by the voice, but he turned back to us. Gandalf, holding Frodo's shirt, looked questionably at Aragorn. For Frodo, Aragorn said serenely. Waving his sword, Aragorn ran towards the orcs, yelling. Merry and Pippin run in after him. I look at Edward and grin, yelling. For Frodo, as I ran with Edward right behind me, and the rest of the army soon followed. The Nazgul flew over the fighting at the Black Gate, and they descended. As Gandalf fought, a familiar moth flutters in front of his face. I saw Gandalf's face brightened, and I heard a bird's cry. Several eagles appeared and attacked the Nazgul, smacking into the other, clawing and pecking. Eagles, Pippin cried. The eagles are coming. I hear a roar from my left and saw a huge troll making a direct path for Aragorn. Aragorn, watch out, I shouted. He turned and saw it, and began to fight it. Is he nuts? Aragorn was thrown to the ground. Legolas saw this as well as I did and we both tried to make our way to Aragorn. But we can't, we keep getting blocked by orcs. The troll stomped on the fallen Aragorn and he took out his dagger and stabbed the troll in the foot. The ring was destroyed in the lava of Mount Doom. The eye cried out. Sauron's troops looked back to Mordor, then flee. Left alone, Aragorn stood, winded from having a troll stand on him, and with the others, myself and Edward watch and look on. The Tower of Barad-dûr slowly begins to falls over. The Eye of Sauron disappeared, letting loose a great shockwave that destroys the tower and nearly knocks us all over. The army of the West cheers. I wrapped my arms around Edward's neck and cheered with the others. The surrounding landscape crumbled and the Black Gate collapsed as the ground caved in, with much of Sauron's army as well. Frodo, Merry yelled. Frodo. The men yelled and shouted in victory. But then Mount Doom erupted in a large explosion. I stood wide-eyed, mouth open in shock. Frodo and Sam, dead. No, they had not come all this way to just. Pippin ran at and buried his face into my stomach as he cried for his friends. Merry came over, wrapping an arm around Pippin, also crying. And I sobbed for the hobbits I'd come to love. I watched from beside Gandalf as Frodo began to wake up in the soft bed. As he sat up and saw us, I realized that it was the first time since Moria that Frodo had seen Gandalf, and not since the Uruk-hai attack had for myself. Frodo smiled and laughed. Gandalf, he asked, Bella. As Gandalf and myself began to laugh, Merry and Pippin entered the room and ran to Frodo's side. Frodo, Merry cried, as they both jumped onto his bed, telling him how amazing and a bit frightening it was watching the mountain and the great eye exploded. Gimli entered, waving his arms and cheering loudly. Gimli, Frodo exclaimed. Legolas followed, and then Aragorn, both smiling happy to see the hobbit awake. Aragorn, Frodo greeted him, and then mine and Edward's family entered, looking more human than I had ever seen them. But my eyes soon found Edward's, as he came over to me and gave me a gentle kiss with his now human warm lips. We all stood around Frodo's bed smiling and laughing together, when I noticed someone missing. Where was Sam? As soon as that thought crossed my mind he entered, and exchanged a knowing look with Frodo. Then they smiled at each other and I couldn't help but start laughing again. Hobbits, however strange they might be, kinda grow on you. Atop of Minas Tirith, what seemed like the whole free people of Middle-earth filled the courtyard. I stood with my family around me, my hand clasped in Edward's as I watched Aragorn walked forward and knelt in front of Gandalf. The entire crowd was silent as Gandalf placed the crown of Gondor on Aragorn's head. Now come the days of the king. Gandalf said, his voice rang out over us all. May they be blessed. Aragorn smiled and turned to address the crowd. This day does not belong to one man but to all. He said, power and authority laced his words. Let us together rebuild this world, that we may share in the days of peace. Everyone applauded, all inspired by Aragorn's words. My eyes shimmered with happiness at what I was witnessing. I glanced over to Eowyn and Faramir who were smiling lovingly at each other. Aragorn looked down at the ground and began to sing. Et Arello Endor and a Utulian, then looked up at us all. Sinom Maruvan Ar Hildinyar 10, Ambar Meta. I leaned into Edward and whispered the translation. Out of the great sea to Middle-earth I am come. In this place will I abide, and my heirs, unto the ending of the world. Aragorn was then greeted by Faramir and Éowyn, Éomer now king of Rohan, and then Legolas, who stood with a group of elves. Each bowed in respect and smiling. Legolas and Aragorn placed their hands on each other's shoulders, and smiled like sharing a private joke between old friends. Hananla, Aragorn said. Thank you. Legolas just smiled knowingly and stepped aside to reveal my father and sister when she moved the flag that was blocking her from sight. Aragorn stood there amazed at what he was seeing. You see, I might not have been honest with the now king of Gondor when I said if I knew where my sister was, ops. My father motioned Arwen toward him. They smiled at each other and Aragorn grabbed her and kissed her. Everyone cheered and clapped at them. Aragorn and Arwen came to mine and Edward's family. We all bowed and grinned. Arwen pulled me into a hug and Aragorn shook Edward's hand. When my sister released me and she grabbed Edward for a hug, who looked surprised by the sudden move. You ever heard my little sister again? They'll never find your body, Arwen whispered cheerfully. Once my sister let him go, she and Aragorn came to the 4 hobbits of the Fellowship, who looked at each other before bowing to them awkwardly. My friends, Aragorn exclaimed. You bow to no one. Aragorn and Arwen, then myself and my family, then followed by everyone else present, bowed before the hobbits. I smiled to myself. Things were going to be fine from now on. After Aragorn's coronation, I pulled Edward aside, and hugged him fiercely. My arms were wrapped around his neck as his pulled me closer. Edward, I whispered into his neck. He breathed into my hair. There's something I have to tell you, I said, moving out of his grip slightly. Wah, he was about to ask, but I shushed him with a kiss as I gently took his warm hand and placed it on my stomach, where there was now a slight bump. Edward looked down at me, then down at his hand, then back at me, with a confused expression on his face. Slowly realization smoothed out the confused lines, and with a smile that melted my heart and was brighter than the sun, he picked me up into another hug and swung me around, the both of us laughing. And thus it was, the 4th age of Middle-earth began, and the Fellowship of the Ring, though eternally bound by friendship and love, was ended. Aragorn and Arwen lived long and happy lives at Gondor. Gimli returned home to the dwarfs, with many tales to tell. Legolas returned home as well, so he could once again walk through the trees of Mirkwood. The 4 brave hobbits also returned to their home. Nothing had changed very much. None of the other hobbits even seem aware that Middle-earth had been on the edge of destruction. And Sam finally married Rosie Cotton. But how do you pick up the threads of an old life? How do you go on, when in your heart, you begin to understand, there is no going back? Edward, myself and our son, along with the rest of our family, still have one last journey to make. At the docks, the hobbits look out at the sea. I watched from where Edward and I stood with our son in my arms attached to my hip. The rest of our family had already boarded the last ship. Oh, an aged Bilbo exclaimed, here is a sight that I have never seen before. My father, Celeborn and Galadriel stood next to the last docked ship. The power of the 3 rings is ended. Galadriel said, the time has come for the dominion of men. I erken ven namar. My father said, smiling lightly. The sea calls us home. I think I'm quite ready for another adventure. Bilbo said happily, as my father helped Bilbo onto the ship. Galadriel smiled at Frodo and boarded also. Gandalf turned to the hobbits and leaned heavily on his staff. Farewell, he said, my brave hobbits, my work is now finished. Each of the hobbits started to cry, except for Frodo, who just looked down at his feet. My heart ached for them. Here at last, on the shores of the sea, comes the end of our fellowship. Gandalf continued, I will not say, do not weep, for not all tears are an evil. Gandalf walked towards the ship, but stopped and turned around. It is time, Frodo. The other hobbits turned to look confused at Frodo. What does he mean? Sam asked through his tears. We set out to save the Shire, Sam. Frodo stated, and it has been saved. But not for me. You don't mean that, Sam argued, crying harder. You can't leave. Frodo handed Sam a red book and said, the last pages are for you, Sam. Frodo embraced each hobbit in turn, also kissing Sam on the forehead. Each held on to him like he was a lifeline. With Gandalf, Frodo walked onto the ship. Frodo turned and gave a last smile at his friends. He finally appeared at peace. I turned to the 3 hobbits that were left. I smiled sadly at them. Go back to the Shire and live life, you'll see us all again, before the end. I hugged them all and kissed them all on the foreheads. I will not say goodbye, just, until next time. Edward slipped his arm around my waist and kissed our son on the head as he waved goodbye to his friends, and the 3 of us boarded the last ship to leave. The ship sailed out to the Grey Havens and into the sunset, on to the next great adventure. The end.